Fam, what's going on? It's Kyle Henderson of Bama Football on YouTube. Run the thumbs up on all these videos. I appreciate you guys being here. Good morning to you guys. I appreciate you guys joining me on this fine Thursday, February 22nd. Let me know where you guys are coming from inside the comment box. I appreciate you guys. I want to take your calls. I'm going to actually open up the phone lines from the jump. So, T, if you could put the call-in line number inside the comment box, I appreciate you. Let me know where you guys are coming from inside the comment box. Eager to always see where you guys are watching from. Good morning to you, Bruce, Cynthia, Philip, what's going on? Bradley, I see you inside the comment box. I see Jake, what's going on? And yeah, it's Thirsty Thursday, man. Yeah, I got you. William, what's going on, man? Coming to us from Tupelo. Cynthia always checking in from Sarah Land, and the call-in line number, we'll put it on the screen, is 205-850-1994. That is the call-in line number. And we got Ryan as well checking in. Mike, what's up? Good morning to you. Mary, good morning from Aberville, Alabama as well. Appreciate you. Yeah, it's awesome. We got T up in the house as well. T.
Good morning, Undefeated.
Yeah, good morning, T. Appreciate you being here as well. Everybody checking in. Good morning. Jervy 86, I see you as well. Rodney, Tuberville coming in. And Chris, what's up, man? Good morning to you from beautiful Tuscaloosa, Alabama. Supposed to be some really nice weather, these next couple days, which I'm excited about. Caitlin, good morning. I see you as well. DR334, man, what's up? Yo. It's February 22nd. You know what? February has been a month that is I think it's flown by, to be honest, right?
Oh, for sure.
We're already in the back end of February.
Yeah, it's almost over.
Right? And there's still been some significant news kind of throughout the day. If you guys can continue to hit the thumbs up, I appreciate it. And we'll continue with the show. And you guys can call in at any point during the show. And T, we can get the call-in line number posted. Maybe we could put it in like today's topics or something like that, like call-in line number, something like that. As we rock with you guys this morning. T, do you have the schedule on hand, or do you need a second to look over it for today? Hey, Bradley, that's T, our producer. She's behind the screen. So sometimes we bring her on screen. That's called the T-Cam. Usually in the evening times we have her on board. But T, do you have the schedule?
Yep. So we are starting off with Is This Live at 8 a.m. with Kyle. 9 o'clock is Around the Table Sports with Ty Hayes. And then at the 10 and 11 o'clock hours, we have Merrill and Smook on together doing some chalk talk. Nice. And then this evening schedule is Kyle starting off at 6, Jarek and Sean together at 7, and Smook closing out at 8.
Nice. Okay. All right. So that's the schedule for today, and we'll continue to post it with graphics and whatnot. And I wanted to kind of open up with a variety of things. And you guys might have seen a video that I uploaded last night, kind of behind the scenes, talking about the fourth quarter. So I'll play some of that footage and talk about kind of the mindset of this team going into, these final week and a half of fourth quarter program until you turn into spring football practice. There was a really good article also written by Chris Lowe of ESPN with Kalen DeBoer. Talked about kind of the team having a chip on their shoulder. I'll talk about that as well. I know it's not in the topics, but I will bring that kind of to the forefront. And I want to get your calls today about Eli Gold. And T, I think this could be a good poll for today. Do you what is a good poll around Eli Gold, and how are you feeling honestly about Eli Gold? Because when I was going through the comments this morning, people love Eli Gold. He's been doing this for 35 years. I bet you a lot of you out there aren't even 35 years old. T, what do you think about what would be a poll question? Are you surprised that Alabama didn't renew? There you go. That's it. This is the poll question right here. Are you surprised that UA did not extend Eli Gold's contract? That's it. Philip, man, no, you're not old, man. I'm 40. It's all good, man. This is we're in a good spot. You got a little bit of wisdom, right? They say you don't know beep until you're 40. So here we are. It's all good, man. But he's done it the whole time. That's what I'm talking about. He's been here such a long time. And I asked you this yesterday as well. We're talking about Eli Gold right now not being extended from Alabama. It's not a hard firing, but when you're not, your contract's not renewed. They have other plans. T.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like. I wonder if he was shocked or if he saw it coming.
I think he was pissed.
Yeah.
I think in the article that he did with AL.com, he said it's not a health-related issue. I don't. Sometimes I think it's unfair. You get to age 70 and people automatically think that
you're done.
Things are wrong with you, right? Like physically, they're not. People can be healthy for a long time, many years into your 90s. So I don't. Sometimes you get to that age and like, oh well, something was wrong. Dr is like he sucks and is in denial. Yeah, so that's why I'm asking everybody inside the comment box, because I think that you have Chris Stewart, who's kind of in the pipes, and I think he's about to enter his prime of his career. So you have two of these guys that Alabama loves. I mean, because Alabama really does like Chris Stewart as well. He has a really big following, and he's going to handle both basketball and football. So yeah, and you're right, Lions Pride. He was okay. Yeah, I mean, Lions Pride said he was pissed in that interview with Ryan Fowler. So yeah, I think they did force him out. It's just amazing. I mean, he's been doing this for a long time, 35 years. So what is the early poll saying on Eli Gold?
It looks like 62% are saying yes, they are surprised right now. It was a lot closer a little bit ago, but yeah. So I guess the majority of people are surprised and did not see this coming.
Yeah. And Chris Stewart will take over, and I guess you have after him, I guess Roger Hoover, or unless they're going to bring someone else. I know they've had different components within UA athletics and Learfield and what they decide to do over there. So curious to get your calls on. Again, the call-in line number is 205-850-1994, and we have a call coming in, which is from a 251. Hey, good morning. You're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who am I on the line with, and where are you calling in from?
This is Jim from Castleberry. How you doing today?
Hey, what's up, Jim? I appreciate you calling back into the show from Castleberry. Welcome on in. Good morning, and take it away.
Well, everybody's upset about Eli, and Eli is a great radio announcer, I have to admit that. But I grew up under John Forney in 58.
Mm-hmm.
And when he left Bama, Eli got hired for his place. There was people all upset about John Forney leaving.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just a thing, I think, that change, a lot of people don't like change. That's what it boils down to.
How do you feel about how do you feel about Chris Stewart, if you've had an opportunity to listen to Chris Stewart?
I like Chris Stewart. I think he's going to be good.
Mm-hmm. Me too.
I really do. And but you have to think about, now I'm 71 years old, so I've been through the Bryant years, the Perkin years, all those years. So that tells you something about me. I'm just used to change. And I don't like it, but it happens. And I hope Chris Stewart does a good job for Bama. I really do.
Did you have Jim?
And that's all I got.
Okay, yeah, I was going to ask you,
Go
Jim,
ahead.
if you had a chance to watch that Alabama basketball game last night. I knew that game.
Sure.
Yeah, I knew that game would come down to the wire. I mean, Florida, just a really good basketball team. I think they came in with a lot of momentum, and Alabama able to survive a bigger team. And when they weren't so hot from the outside, I mean, I think they were like 25% from the 3-point line and still found a way to win. Of course, when you play at home, you have home field advantage, but I thought it was still a gritty win. What did you think of the Alabama's win last night against Florida?
I thought it was wonderful because the first half I was pretty upset because they couldn't hit anything from the threes. And we've all got used to the way Coach Oates plays his offense on the threes and all that. I thought they looked better as the game went on after the half. But about 7 minutes left, I was a little bit worried because they got down by 10. But
yeah. I know, and
they came back.
And I think in the back end, it was like in the second. I think it was in the second half. It took them up until like 7 or 8 minutes until they even shot a 3-pointer. So big win for Alabama basketball last night. They're now 13-1 at home. It does worry me they're playing on the road and playing in neutral site venues. But when you look collectively at this team, I mean, they can win. And Nate Oates has brought back. Okay, maybe Jim, since you're more tenured and you've been around and you've watched Bama basketball throughout the years. I mean, and it's early in his career, but where do you rank Nate Oates up there with basketball coaches from the past?
Well, since Sam Newton really got Alabama back on track years ago, and then Whip Sanderson followed.
Yep.
We really hadn't had a good coach since then. Godfrey was okay that 1 year. That was it. But truly, Oates, I'd have to put him up there with probably Sam Newton and Whip.
Yep. Yeah, I think so. And it's amazing that he's been able to do that in such a short amount of time, because I mentioned this, on my other shows, like Alabama basketball is absolutely relevant in every sense of the word again. And it's good to see. And Alabama fans, they love their basketball team. They really do. So it's good to see the support last night. And I appreciate you calling in, Jim. Please call again anytime. I like the wealth of knowledge that you bring. So please call again, and I enjoyed the dialogue. Thank you, Jim.
Well, I enjoy your show. Thank you.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Have a nice day. All right, Jim calling in from, was it Castleberry? Castleberry. Where is Castleberry on the map?
I'm not sure.
Where? Okay.
That's one I don't know.
Undefeated? I love learning about, because there's so many little towns or cities, or who knows? I mean, maybe this is a larger size. I don't think it's a larger size city, but fam, inside the chat, could you guys let me know where Castleberry is?
Oh, there's a Conecuh County that goes right through it's a county road that goes right through it.
Yeah, Conecuh, yeah.
It looks like it's in Conecuh County. I didn't even know there was one.
Yeah, so fam, when you call into the show today, here are the topics that we're talking about. You can talk about fourth quarter program, which by the way has been fantastic. The call-in line is there at the bottom of the screen. T did a good job highlighting it. It's 205-850-1994. And we do have, it looks like Mike is calling, so he has limited. You can get the free Mike emojis ready inside the comment box. 20 miles northeast of Mobile, looks like. Okay, thanks, Jor. Appreciate it. I was curious about that one. And another aspect that I wanted to kind of highlight on is the fact that this team in the has their mind right. I mean, the fourth quarter has been going absolutely very well. I love the fact that they've showed these assistant coaches. I haven't seen the assistant coaches working with the team during the fourth quarter program before. I don't know if that's like something new, or maybe that's something they did, or maybe we just didn't get footage of that in the past. But like, look at that. I mean, these guys are fired up. And I keep going back to Rock Montgomery's quote on Twitter saying that he's just fired up about the energy and kind of the positivity. You know what? And I think a lot of that has to do with the fact that this team does have a chip on their shoulder, which is great, because people don't believe that this Alabama team can still be the same Alabama team. Here's a good quote coming up from Coach Kalen DeBoer, and this is an interview with Chris Lowe that he did this morning, and he's talking about kind of that chip on their shoulder and the mindset of that team. And in the great article by Chris Lowe, Kalen DeBoer has this quote: I think there may be a chip on our shoulder, DeBoer said. Our players here at Alabama fell in overtime short of playing for the national championship. We were one step away from winning the national championship at Washington. Let's take that step together. And I love that, because think about this. I mean, this is a really impactful quote. He understands where he was last year. And if you're a coach, if you played sports, whatever it is, you understand that, you were right there. You do every single thing, and then you're just like right there. Same thing with Alabama. I mean, they got to that point in time during the season, and you fell short. So him coming in, he understands what the team was going through. And you also are taking over for Coach Saban. You have all these players leaving. So there's a lot of adversity. And Coach Shepard said, you could hear him in the video saying, don't waste adversity, right? Create that as an opportunity. I love that mindset. All right, we go back to the phone lines. Get them ready. It's we got a collect call coming in from Mike in Austin. Collect call from...
It's Mike in Austin, Texas.
To accept, press 1. Beep. Mike, what's up, man? Good morning to you. I appreciate you calling in.
Hey, good morning, Kyle. Good morning. Thank you for taking my call. Thank you for making me part of your great show. Hey, man, with Eli Gold retiring or being let go or whatever, to me, it's very definitely the end of an era. Because I can tell you that I've been a Bama fan for a long time, and I've listened to a lot of iconic games with Eli Gold calling them. And back in the day, I used to turn the volume down on the TV and turn Eli Gold up and listen to him call the game, just because he would paint a better picture with his voice, kind of like a book, than you can actually see on TV.
Hey, Mike,
I mean,
Mike,
so to me,
Mike, pause real quick. I want to adjust something inside the comment box. Robert is saying, I see you guys remove subscribers from your channel that don't always agree with that. That's absolutely false. So I don't know what happened. I think if you were a member, so what's happening is if you were gifted a membership a month ago, that membership has went lapse. And like someone might have gifted you a membership, but we don't even really ban people inside the comment box unless they say something that is completely outlandish.
Yeah, racist or sexist or something like that, something totally out of line. But we do not. And
we don't take, and we don't even have the ability to like take away if you've been like fan funded a membership. We don't even have ability to like strip those or anything. That is through YouTube. But we're seeing a lot of people now that it's been a month or over 40 days that Coach Kalen DeBoer has been here since we really just started our fan funder program about 40 days ago. So you're seeing like a 30-day lapse on some of these fan funderships. So that's probably what it's about, Robert. And T will post the email inside down at the comment box if you have
questions.
If you have questions about anything else. But just wanted to kind of adjust that. All right. Sorry to interrupt, Mike. Go ahead, man.
No worries, Kyle. On that note, you and the coaches and everybody, y'all are very fair to callers. Even the trolls in the chat box, y'all let troll away, man. So y'all are very, very fair to everybody, whether they're Bama fans or not. So just on that note. But you know something? I'm happy about Mrs. DeBoer throwing the first pitch out, and the reason why that kind of shows that she's just part of the family now. That means she's just getting acclimated to our community, becoming more part of the family, more welcome, and being just more familiar with the university. So I'm very happy about that. And Kyle, on a different note, I know y'all already talked about this, but. I looked at the coaches like DeBoer, Nick Sheridan, and then Womack. I looked at these guys when they were at Indiana and what they did at Indiana. Yeah. And I know y'all mentioned this, but they had Indiana finish number 14 in the country when Nick Sheridan was their offensive coordinator and Womack was their defensive coordinator. I want to repeat that for a second, Kyle. Indiana, the worst team in the history of college football, finished number 14 in the country with them two guys with their coordinators with DeBoer. So if they did that at Indiana, they're going to have us like way up there. So I'm real excited about the way them coaches kind of click together. And I mean, that's just proven what they can do there at Indiana. They can definitely do it with a talented Alabama with the more talented roster that we have. But yeah, they were very successful there. But I'm just real excited about what the future holds, Kyle. No doubt about that.
Yeah, you know what? You bring up a really good point on Nicole DeBoer, who is now the first lady, here for the football program. And I think there's a comment inside the comment box that kind of highlights, imagine being, kind of taking over for Coach Saban, but also taking over for Miss Terry, right? It's impossible to fill those spots, but everybody loves Miss Terry here in Tuscaloosa. In fact, they are just building, I believe it's their 18th or 19th home through Nick's Kids Foundations, and it's titled the Lank House. So they build homes here in Tuscaloosa after significant victories, and I think this last home is being built after they're labeling the significant victory after Georgia. So I think you come in here if you're Nicole DeBoer, and I don't know, everybody's different, but one of the things that she did was she dove back into the community. So it was really nice to see her kind of out there throwing the first pitch. And then on an interview recently, Coach Kalen DeBoer said that she is the two-time she was in high school, she was the two-time defending Gatorade Player of the Year basketball. So bringing a whole different element, and that pitch that she threw was right down the pipe. So love it. I mean, but those are some big shoes to fill. Yeah, Mike, I think that, it's exciting to think about this offense overall. And, kind of the components that are coming to Alabama. I think that there's so many weapons, and I know the coaches are talking about kind of the weapons on the offense. I think Smook hit on that recently. There's so many guys to go to, and just going to be a very dangerous team. Mike, what was your thoughts about Eli Gold and his contract not being extended for the University of Alabama?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I don't know the details behind that. There has to be something else playing out there because he's been with the university for so long. I mean, I don't know the details. But like I was kind of mentioned, it's definitely a changing of the guard. It's definitely a new era with Eli Gold retiring. Because, Kyle, I'm 57 years young. I've been listening to Eli Gold for a long time. So to me, it's just kind of a sad day to me to see him stepping down. Because kind of like I mentioned, I would turn down the TV and listen to Eli Gold on the radio because Eli Gold would paint a better picture with his voice and you could watch on TV.
Yeah.
I mean, so it was, but definitely it's kind of bittersweet to me. But with all due respect, he's an old dude, man. And I just like Nick Saban, they kind of need to retire a little bit, enjoy life a little bit. You can't work your whole life, but that's to me it's bittersweet. But just so you know, Kyle, I've been a Bama fan for a long time. As a matter of fact, I just to give you a little Bama cred that I have. I went to I've been to many Bama games, but one I went to was the Blockbuster Bowl. I may or may not remember this. It was in Miami, Florida. In Miami, Florida, they played against the Colorado Buffaloes. Bama played against the Colorado Buffaloes, and Alabama actually won that game down there. But on Bama's team that year, on Bama's team, Gene Stallings was the coach. But also there was Jay Barker was the quarterback, Cyran Stacy was the running back, and David Palmer was the wide receiver. That was that team that Bama had. But I seen them play down there in Miami. But I'm just thinking about that because with Eli Gold retiring, I'm just thinking about all these iconic games I've just been to and listened to with him, and definitely a changing of the guard. No doubt about that. But like I mentioned too, Kyle, I'll let you go. I won't rant forever, let you go. But like I said, of all those coaching hires that played out the last 3 or 4 years, or Brian Kelly at LSU, Elko at A&M, you name them, line them up, we got the best coach. That's my opinion. We got the best guy for the job. Of all the coaching hires, I'd rather have this guy over anybody. Just year one should sometimes be funny. Sometimes, because I don't know why. Like Nick Saban was 7-6 year one, but we're going to see what it plays out. But we got a much more talented roster than Nick Saban did when he got here. But
yeah, absolutely.
Kyle, I'm going to let you go, my man. I'm going to let y'all go. Y'all keep up the good work, man. God bless. Peace out. Take care. Roll Tide.
All right.
Happy Thursday.
Yeah, happy Thursday, Mike. All right, Mike calling in. And from Austin, I appreciate the call from behind bars. Looks like we got Chris from New Jersey, and I think we got Coach Darrell calling in as well. Yeah, calling line is 205-850-1994. Tony Sukalis out of Rivals.com, the Tide Illustrated, just posted this on Twitter. Eli Gold, age 70, said he expected to call Alabama games for another decade or so. He said he accepted a job calling play-by-play with a professional organization, and that will be announced tomorrow. So Eli Gold, already back in action. He said the one thing that he keeps saying is he's healthy as a horse. And I think it was because he did battle, some health issues just, I don't know, within the last 24 months or whatever it was. So, all right. So I'm excited to see, where he's going to be calling games from. T, do you have, I know I asked you this yesterday, but what do you remember about the national championship call, Tua to Smitty? Where were you? What were you thinking?
Yeah, so I think I was watching that game at my mom's house, and I just remember how excited he was during that Tua call. That was a great one. And then someone brought up the Notre Dame call yesterday too, which was another good one.
Mm-hmm. I think for me,
that whole game, basically.
Yeah. I think for me, for Eli Gold, it has to be the national title game call. I mean, I was watching kind of AL.com has a video of some of his great calls, like the top 5 or whatever. It's just, I don't know. It's just some people just have it, and he has those type of pipes that just.
And he doesn't look like you would, right? Like if you see a picture of him, he's like this, like older, unassuming, quiet-looking man, and then he just like
he's got it. Though.
Yeah,
So
He brings the heat.
it's amazing that he's been doing it for 35 years.
Yeah, that's a long time.
That's a long time to be doing it. Yeah. So, I mean, you lose. I mean, think about what Alabama has really lost within this last, 2 months, 40, it's been 41 days since Coach Kalen DeBoer has been hired. So you lose Coach Saban.
2 major icons,
Well,
right?
and then, Miss Terry, she's like,
yeah.
And then you have Eli Gold, right? So complete different, like almost, is it like regentrification?
You know what it feels like is like when a new queen or king takes over England. It's a new royal family.
This is exactly what it's like. Yeah, Chris Stewart is getting like knighted.
Yeah,
by Greg Byrne, he's like knighting people.
What do they call that ceremony?
Oh, they just had it like the whole
monarchy? it's called.
It's exactly what we're doing.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. 100%. Dwight P is coming in. He gifted 5 Fan Funder memberships. Appreciate you, Dwight. Thank you so much for taking care of everybody right here on Bama Football on YouTube. We appreciate you. Give you a taste to get behind that Fan Funder wall. Oh, yeah, and I saw this morning. I get Coronation.
Oh, thank you. That's it. Yes. Undefeated. With it again.
Yeah, Coronation. Thank you.
The Coronation. Mm-hmm.
That's exactly what we're doing.
Yeah.
Chris Stewart is about to be like knighted into the.
It means crowning.
So I think I read that everybody. Did you see this this morning? Everyone's phone was in SOS mode.
Yeah.
So it's like.
And you know what? I saw that actually. Can you imagine?
Was your phone in
No,
SOS?
because I have Verizon.
I have Verizon too.
Yeah, so thankfully that didn't happen. But that's definitely happened to me.
But they said there was, hey fam, was anybody's phone in SOS this morning? Oh yeah, Dino was saying it still is. And there's like tricks to get it out of SOS mode. But I think it's like an AT&T thing. I never had AT&T. You know who I used to have? I used to have Sprint.
No way.
Yeah.
How was that?
It was rough.
Yeah.
And one time I remember, so finally, and I had Sprint for years. So I called in to Sprint to cancel. This is years ago. And I was like, my service is just terrible. And they were like, well, they were like, where are you using your phone from? And I was like, what difference? I was like, inside. And they were like, we can't guarantee that inside calls are going to work.
Wait, what?
That's what they told me.
Like your phone company. What do you mean?
I was like, what? Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Man, Sprint did suck.
Yeah.
Man.
Wow.
But they had like innovative phones. Like at least you thought they were.
I've never heard Sprint and innovative used in the
they had
same
because
sentence.
they had they had the phones.
The phones, but not the service to make the
Correct.
phone work.
Yes. That's what T-Mobile, huh?
Yeah. I know a couple of people at T-Mobile.
All right, Hood Jesus.
That's the best name.
Let's go back to phone lines. Chris in New Jersey, let's go. Chris, good morning to you, man. I appreciate you calling in. Welcome on into the show. Was obviously your phone is in on SOS or you have a landline?
Yeah, no. My T-Mobile is great up here. I love T-Mobile.
Yeah, I mean T-Mobile, I always kind of remember them for the commercials that they had. But anyways, it's good that you're not on SOS mode. I appreciate you joining us on this fine Thursday, February 22nd, man. With that said, welcome on in and take it away.
Well, Kyle, I got a bone to pick with you. And you, the coaches, even Taylor. I'll tell you why. So obviously, I'm an Alabama football fanatic. My dear wife watches all the games for the last 15, 17 years, whatever it is. But now you got me watching Alabama basketball. I'm screaming at the TV last night. My wife was like, "What's going on?" She saw me watching Alabama basketball. She's like, "Alabama basketball, really?" I am like, "Oh, what a great game, by the way." And I'm like, now you guys, come on, man. You guys got me watching Alabama basketball now. You're killing me.
Yep. The thing about it, and as I was asking Jim from Castleberry, which is just north of Mobile, it's been amazing to see what Coach Oates has done in terms of basketball. Patriot Life, thank you very much with the $50 super chat coming in hard today with the undefeated hat. Absolutely. This is like everything you want, like an undefeated member, right? He's like,
Yeah, he's like,
he's got the drip. He's
always killing
yeah,
it.
he's giving people an opportunity to get behind that fan funder wall, and he's supporting the channel right here on Bama Football on YouTube. Yeah, on the line with Chris from New Jersey.
Well, listen, Kyle, listen. If you're gonna get me watching some Alabama basketball, that blazer that Oates was wearing last night was horrible. How about tell him to go to Saban's closet up in the office, pull up some of those like crimson blazers and just wear them to the game. Come on, give me a break.
You know, he was asked about that blazer, and everybody saw the blazer because he does the plaid blazers kind of, you know, back when Henderson used to, you know, rock those. So he has a variety of them. And last night it was like a mustard and navy. T, did you see? You saw it because we watched the
yellow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it was like a mustard and like kind of slight navy. What'd you think, T?
I'm not a huge fan of that mustard color.
Yeah, his daughter.
Yeah.
So someone said they're like, "Hey, Nate Oates, we love your blazer," and he was like, "Really, you like it?" He's like, "My daughter says it looks horrid." Those are the people that love you, though. They tell you like they're like, "Hey, this is not it." So
His look, you know, it's usually not that. But
yeah. Overall, like, I mean, you know, if you're ranking all of his blazers,
yeah, that's just not it.
That's not it.
Yeah.
But overall, I mean, he has
good blazers.
He does. Yeah, I think so. Coach Saban, you know, he's still there, and you know.
Well, we always knew what he was going to wear on the press conferences too,
all the
which
time.
was
But you know
funny.
what? He does have some drip. You know, he at the NFL draft last year, he was rocking that pink blazer.
Oh yeah.
And that was
Kyle, he rocked that pink blazer for a game once. I wish I could pull off a pink blazer like that.
You know, I'm going to find NFL draft because I think it might have been like a slight variation because I know he had kind of like that salmon one, but
Yeah,
like
I have the salmon one
I'm
here.
pulling up. Yeah,
This one's funny.
yeah. I mean,
He looks like an Easter egg in this one.
no, it wasn't that one. This one was like complete.
Bright. Yeah.
Oh, you know who was in it? This one by Bryce Young was terrible. Look, and I love Bryce like so much, but like this suit, what I'm about to show you, this was just terrible. Like this was one of the worst ones that I've seen. And look, I love Bryce. Okay, I don't like this one. T, can you find the other one of
NFL
Coach
draft.
Saban?
Yeah, I think this is it right here.
Yeah, it's him posted with William Anderson. That's the one I'm talking about. I think Chris is talking about
I think this has to be the same one.
But this one, fam, this was the one that Bryce Young wore for the NFL draft, and I didn't like this one.
Is it that tan? Yeah, that one. So is that the same draft that it was like a satin pink?
Yeah.
All right, I have a picture of them together. Bryce and
this wasn't
Saban.
it. Yeah.
No, that was. Hey, well, if we're going down this road, Kyle, let's just say Schmitty's his whole outfit for the Heisman Trophy.
Oh, that's a
Hall of Fame outfit right there.
Oh, 100%.
Like the crushed velvet, like dark red. Oh, come on, Kyle, that was great.
Nobody could outdo that one. That one was different. That was like on a whole different level. But because he had his own like stylist, and the dude came in, it was like it was velvet, right? That was what Devontae Smith was wearing. Like nobody else could rock a suit like that.
Player.
Yeah, that other one that Bryce Young was wearing, that just wasn't it. My goodness. Do we have one, T? Can you put it in the? All right. Yeah. Okay. She's putting it in the system right now. Okay.
So, Kyle, on Eli Gold, you know, I don't have a massive opinion about Eli Gold. I've luckily for my last 16, 17 years watching Alabama, it's always on TV, which is great. And that little call of the game during TV is wonderful. I like that. But what I really liked about Eli Gold was that Hey Coach show. I really enjoyed that.
Oh, yes. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I think they'll just, you know what they'll do? I mean, it's Chris Stewart, right? I think you have Chris Stewart and Roger Hoover. Those are your guys. I'm sure they'll add on, somebody else. This is what I like too, Kareem. Yes, thank you. I like this. Touchdown, Alabama. Like you can hear Eli Gold. Like I could hear it in my mind with him saying touchdown, Alabama. Yes, that Kareem. Thank you. That's what I was. Yeah, that's what I was looking for. All right. Any final points, Chris?
Okay, yeah. Kyle. One last thing, and this is as important as me being mad at you guys for getting me to root for Alabama basketball. Look. There's one thing about throwing out a pitch. There's been presidents and entertainers and golfers who won the Masters. Everybody. And some of these grown men go up and honestly make a fool of themselves. They don't reach the plate. Coach DeBoer's wife fired a strike, Kyle. Did you see that?
Oh,
right
yeah.
on the pipe. I wouldn't want to have to be in there trying to hit that.
No, she did. She threw it. It was right down the pipe. As I said, she's an athlete. I believe their daughter plays softball. It's an athletic family, but she's coming in and through her first. It's like your first pitch is a strike. Your first at bat is a home run. And think about it. I mean, the first prospect that Kaylen DeBoer brings on board is a 5-star, right? So you bring in. So you kind of. I mean, I like it. Winners win. And winners throw strikes and hit home runs. So I'm all for it. Yeah, absolutely, man. But I appreciate the call, Chris. Thanks for always coming with the Alabama Heat. Yeah.
After this positive phone call, I'm not mad at you guys anymore about the basketball. Keep up the great work. And roll Tide. Have a great day.
All right, man. Take it easy. Appreciate you. All right. Chris calling in from New Jersey. All right. We'll move to our next call. I think we have Coach Darryl calling in. And before we do that, I wanted to remind you guys, if you haven't become a fan funder right now, definitely hit the link above this video. As low as $2.99, you get access to different emojis, exclusive videos with the coaches, and much more that is coming your way right here on Bama Football on YouTube. So you can scan the QR code, or you can go up to the hyperlink and just hit the link that says, become a fan funder. And also a special thanks to our sponsor out here, Residence Inn in Ocean City, Maryland. Guests can book at residenceinnoc.com. Use the promo code LPR for special Bama football pricing up to 20% off. We appreciate them. We should have another sponsor on board. I keep saying that, and it's like Thursday, Friday. We've already have everything worked out. So that will be announced soon. And we will go next to Coach Darryl out in Huntsville. Hey, Coach, what's up, man? I appreciate you calling in. Thanks for joining us this morning.
Another great day, Kyle.
Another great day, man. Appreciate the consistency and performance. Who we got today, Coach? Go ahead, Coach. Who we got?
We got Keon Sabb, Jameer Latham, and Damon Payne.
All right, Coach.
Yeah.
We got Keon Sabb and Jamirian Lathan, and then who else? And then Damon Payne.
Damon Payne.
Okay. All right. Yeah, appreciate you calling in. So if you're new, Coach calls in, gives us some film breakdowns. We're going to throw up the players that he's talking about, and we'll start with Keon Sabb. Keon Sabb recently just committed to the Alabama Crimson Tide out of the transfer portal from Michigan. He's a free safety. Everyone's really happy about him. He played in 65 snaps against Washington. He was a top 100 prospect, and really excited about what he brings to the table. So, Darryl, could you give us the insight on Keon Sabb? Go ahead, man.
Keon Sabb, best word for him is steady and effective. He does a nice job of reading and reacting to what's in front of him. He has the long arms that they lack for safeties to have. Because he can play he can go up and play the ball. Doesn't do a good job of intercepting a lot of balls, but gets his hands on a lot of balls and turns what should be completed passes into incomplete passes. He is very physical. The film shows he's physical. He makes a difference at the point of attack, and he will square a ball carrier up in the open field. The only thing that I saw that he has a weakness of, he has a weakness to sometimes try to peek in the backfield. In other words, instead of playing his third of the field, what area he's assigned, he peeks in the backfield and can get beat deep that way. But he's very solid. And he also, only other thing I saw he needs to get better at getting off blocks. He doesn't get off blocks very well.
All right, that's Coach giving us the rundown on Keon Saab, who is actually already enrolled at the University of Alabama, which is pretty interesting, but they get a special exemption if they are coming from the transfer portal. All right, we got Damon Payne. He's another prospect we really haven't talked a lot about. He's kind of, I wouldn't say he got lost in the shuffle, but Coach, what's kind of your insight on the 6'4" redshirt junior now? Wow, he's already a redshirt junior. My goodness. All right, go ahead, Coach. Damon Payne.
That is correct. He's 6'3", 280. He's a violent tackler. He's very quick off the line of scrimmage. He's what I like to call, he's a disruptor. He doesn't have anything that he does particularly good, but he's good at what he does, which is a little bit of everything. He's a Swiss Army knife. He's a better tackler than people give him credit for. He's compared to, I looked at some comparisons, they compare him to Davlin Thomason. But from what I saw and the film I saw, the level of players that he played against in high school is kind of, he was a 1A player, and the competition was not that good from what I saw. So right now, at this part, he could be part of the rotation, but I think he is a project.
Project still for Damon Payne, a redshirt junior. All right, our next prospect, we're talking about Jamarian Latham, another prospect that's been here for a little bit of time, and I think a guy who could get on the field this year within that defensive line rotation, but curious to get your assessment. And Marquita's right. Coach Darrell's became our director of player analysis. Love it. All right, Coach, go ahead, Jamarian Latham.
Jamarian Latham, good talent. Change of direction, has some quickness, good with hand placement, very good swim move, sets up his blockers really well. And the same thing with him, his competition level is questionable. He's 310, but he could stand to get stronger. He penetrates, but he doesn't make the play. But sometimes that's good because even if you penetrate, you set somebody else up to make the tackle. But I see him as a potential rotational player, and he's a disruptor also. He really is. I mean, he makes a play. You know, put it like this: when he's on the field, you know he's on the field because he's coming upfield. Mm-hmm. He's not a wait and react guy. He's an attack guy.
That's Jamarian Latham for Alabama. Yeah, I appreciate it, Coach. You know what, Coach, if you could send us the updated list. Oh, he did?
He did, yeah.
All right, so let's add these players, and then we'll email him back our next list.
Okay.
Because we've done so many players that we've kind of, it's almost hard to kind of jump through. So once I see the list, I'll be able to fire back. Mm-hmm. So we'll get back to you, Coach.
Let me say something about Eli Gold. Can I make a comment on Eli Gold?
100%.
Now, first of all, I'm gonna make some people mad. I wasn't an Eli Gold fan. He was all right. I mean, he was good. I mean, he was kind of staid to me. He wasn't. I like my announcers to be. I've heard Chris Stewart. I like Chris Stewart a lot. Mm-hmm. So that's where I like my announcers to be. I want you to be full of fire because if you sit there and you go back and people say, well, let's go to the tour pass to Devontae Smith. Mm. But if you really want a comparison, you can look on, pull that up on YouTube. Mm-hmm. There's 3 calls. There's Eli Gold's call. There's Sean McDonough's call from CBS Radio, mm-hmm. and there's the Georgia call, mm-hmm. which that ain't gonna be good. Mm-hmm. But Eli Gold, that the call that Sean McDonough made, that's the type of action I like to hear my play-by-play guy. And I think Eli did himself a disfavor because he's burning bridges now. I mean, he's, I'm healthy. I'm he, instead of saying, well, I've been here for 30, there always comes a time.
Mm. And
whatever time that they determine, maybe he's healthy. I'm glad he's healthy. I hope he lives a long life. But, there's time. It comes a time to move on. Nothing is forever. And you got to realize when it's your time, it's your time. And all my best, Eli Gold, I wasn't a fan of his, but all my best to him and his family.
Mm-hmm. All right, Coach. Yeah, well, I can accept that, man, and I appreciate that, man. Thanks for the feedback on Eli Gold and for discussing our players. I'll be in touch with you via email in the next set of players, but I appreciate you calling in this morning, and have a good morning, Coach.
Thank you so much for letting me be a part of your show, Cal.
Absolutely, Coach. All right. Coach Darryl calling in from Huntsville. Yeah, and what is the T, can you read out the poll and the results?
Yeah.
We asked a poll this morning regarding Eli Gold. If you were, what was read out the poll, T?
So the poll was, are you surprised that EUA did not renew Eli Gold's contract? And 65% of you say that you are surprised, and 35% say no, you were not surprised.
Yeah. Okay. How about, let's get another poll question in now. I think about, what about Chris Stewart? What would be a good question on Chris Stewart? We'll think about a question for Chris Stewart. By the way, the call line is open, 205-850-1994.
Do you think Chris Stewart is a good replacement?
Oh, I think it'll be that's too easy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Will he be as iconic as Eli Gold?
See, because that's hard too, because people can't tell the future. So I don't know. I'm just saying. How about this? All right, fam, undefeated. All right, run the thumbs up if you're good with Chris Stewart as the replacement for Eli Gold. I think it's going to be a sea of thumbs up. Blunt Conversations, what's up? I vote Godot is for play-by-play. I mean, he's amazing at what he does. What's up, Shaquille? Did you and Coach talk about Jaheim Otis? I think we did talk about Jaheim Otis. We've been doing that little series where Coach calls in. I don't even know how I morphed into that, but we've been doing that series for a while now. And Coach is. I think we did Jaheim Otis. I don't know. T's looking at it now. You can sort that by alphabetical list, and then I think we've had it.
I don't see him on here.
Okay,
he's not popping up.
All right, well, let's write that down. We can do Jaheim Otis, because Jaheim Otis is an interesting prospect. I mean, he's a guy that lost a lot of weight, and I think played out of position a little bit last year. But I mean, the year before, he had a really big year. I think Tim Keenan honestly outplayed him last year. It's just my personal opinion, but. Appreciate it. All right. Yeah, so just continue to get the feedback. The call line is open, 205-850-1994. You have me until 9 a.m., and then we have Ty Hayes, and then you actually have a double dip for Smook and Marrow. Yeah, appreciate it. Yeah, and if you have any questions inside the comment box, you could do that. Smook for play-by-play. I want Kyle to take over instead of for Chris Stewart. No, you know what? I mean, Chris Stewart, he's really, really talented. But then I think when you're kind of in that Alabama ecosystem, I feel like there'd be so much control. Like,
for sure.
Like, can you imagine like having to report to like Greg Byrne and like all I get it, but like the hierarchy of people like always like on you. I don't know. Like
it's like the Army.
Our hierarchy is this. Me and T is like, and then we have a Slack with all of our talents. I don't know, because I've worked for a bigger organization before, and I think sometimes, like for me personally, that micromanagement kills creativity. That's just how I feel. And if you're like a content creator like me, I come up with ideas literally like 15 minutes before a show, T.
Oh, 30 seconds before a show.
Yeah, 30 seconds before the show. I'm like, boom. So I don't know. Plus, Chris Stewart does a great job. He really has a really good story as well. Did you know he had a very serious stroke a couple years ago?
No.
Yes. He had a really bad stroke. They were able to get him in. I think they got him to UAB. And he has a really remarkable recovery story. A really good dude too. I don't know if you remember, we sat by him during the SEC after the SEC title game at where was that at Mellow Mushroom. He was just chilling after the game.
Yeah, with his wife, I think.
Yeah, really good dude for sure.
Oh yeah, you know what? Now I do remember you telling me.
Yeah,
that.
and he says, "Let's get out of here." That's like his thing. So he has a really good following. Honestly, he really does. He does a really good job. Who is my favorite ESPN college football commentator? I don't know. I don't really have like a favorite one or someone that I'm like, kind of tuned in to listen to. I mean, usually I don't even watch listen to or watch games because I'm like at the game. And then if I'm not on the game, I'm like usually streaming during the game. Kirk Herbstreit. Yeah, I mean, some of those iconic names, Chris Fowler as well. Yeah, I would say probably some of those guys. What's amazing is like the way that some of these play-by-play broadcasters and really analysts, like Tony Romo, for example, when he was in the NFL, still doing his thing, he was so good at dissecting plays that I think CBS had to ask him to tone it down because he was predicting like what the team was going to do. Like before, because he's a quarterback and he's that intelligent. And he was like, okay, like what you're going to do right here is you're going to see like a 3-yard slant coming across and boom, they would run it.
Yeah, and they were like, you can't, you're making it like boring for everyone.
He was like, by the way, Tony Romo was a hell of a golfer too. Like, I mean, if you look up like some of the stuff, like that dude, he's just, I'm not a Cowboys fan. And didn't he date Jessica Simpson too, Tony Romo? I think he did. He's got a. Yeah,
I don't know. Maybe.
Right. Linda, what's up? I see you inside the comment box. Thanks for the support. Stuart Scott was amazing, of course. Cold as the other side of the pillow. I'll always remember that. I mean, he went way too early. Reese Davis. Yeah. Reese Davis is always cool to catch up with as well. He's very polite. Linda saying, I became a fan funder. The only thing I subscribe to, I love supporting the great Bama news. Hooked to your show, Kyle Henderson. Yeah, I appreciate you, Linda. Thank you very much for becoming a fan funder right here on Bama Football on YouTube. We really appreciate you. Thank you so much for your support. What's up, Jay? We see you inside the comment box, man. Jay's another strong supporter. I mean, he's gifted a ton of fan funderships, super chats. He's kind of like, one of our sponsors as well. It was Janet's birthday yesterday.
Yeah.
So I don't.
Happy birthday again, Janet.
I don't think she's on. But hey, what if it is your birthday? I've been asked to do I was asked to do a birthday cameo.
Yeah, that was
Seriously.
cool.
So look,
if you want one,
yeah, like hit us up, and it's really easy for me to like put something together, record, and like send it out. People like it for like their families. I don't charge for like a birthday cameo or anything like that. Like I just do it because people like it. Like this lady, she emailed me and she's like, my husband loves your show and he's turning 50. Can you do can you just say like happy birthday, blah, blah. So we actually knocked it out live. And then we cut it and then we sent it out. Yeah. So, and then coming up at 9, you got Ty. Oh, Jared, what's up, man? You posted this a few times. Let me get this. EA Sports paying players $600 and a free copy. So what this is the players are being paid for this video game to be in the game. So I'm sure that the players have to like sign like yes they want to be in the game, and they're going to get $600. I don't know where they came up with that number, but I'm sure that game is going to be. And you're not going to be able to get a copy of that game. But you know what? Actually, copy. You don't even need a copy. You just download it. What am I saying? Because that's how. I mean, that's how I downloaded or Kaden downloaded one of the games. You just download it.
That's wild. You can do that now.
Remember, because. You had to. Good morning, Nicole. What's up? I see you inside the comment box as well. The thing was, remember you had to go to the store like GameStop.
Yeah, GameStop. They still have those.
Yeah, they do. But everything changed. Remember Blockbuster? Who remembers Blockbuster?
Oh yeah, for sure.
And I say that because
who knows where the last standing Blockbuster was?
I do. It's in Oregon.
Hey,
it's still around. I
thought it just closed, but you might be right.
No.
That guy's like, screw it. We're here forever.
Who went to the Blockbuster Bowl? Who called this morning?
The Blockbuster Bowl?
Well, no, it was Mike. Mike didn't say. Mike went to the Blockbuster Bowl. Remember going into Blockbuster, And it was like you went in there and you got excited, and you would flip around the disc and it was gone.
Yeah. How long would you stay in there?
Forever.
Yeah.
And then when you were checking out, what you got to see was they had all like the snacks.
Yeah.
You could even rent like a PlayStation or like a
Oh,
Nintendo.
really?
Yeah.
I guess I never saw that.
Yeah.
So what was your Blockbuster snack? What was your go-to?
Well, they had like, it was weird. I was never really a big Twizzler guy. But they were
the
always
red
there.
vines are way better,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
in my opinion.
They had like the popcorn. I don't know.
I'm
like
a Junior Mints girl.
Junior Mints.
Yeah, they're good.
Wow. The Junior Mints remind me of
Or Sweet Tarts.
The Junior Mints remind me of Seinfeld. You haven't. I don't think you've seen that episode.
Not yet. We haven't made it there.
The Junior Mint.
We stopped. We put Seinfeld on pause and went to Sopranos. So
And you
It's
know
quite-
what? T hasn't seen Maverick, the new Top Gun.
yeah, I
Yeah.
haven't. I know.
But I love going to Blockbuster. I don't know if you guys even had this. Maybe this will sound weird. Have you? Do you guys know what Hastings is? Hastings?
I don't think so.
I don't think that was a New Mexico thing. I think West Coast. Help me out, chat. Does anyone know what Hastings is? Hastings is basically like it was like kind of like Blockbuster as well.
No, we didn't have that.
All right, Jay Kelly saying I remember Blockbuster in Northport.
Where Chick-fil-A
No
is, yeah.
way. That Chick-fil-A is
Oh,
the
yeah.
worst location for a Chick-fil-A that you can't even get in there. The parking?
Yeah.
The
They put those Chick-fil-A's in the craziest places, like the busiest parts of town. But Jeremy, I've been trying to get Kyle to watch The Wire because he hasn't seen it yet, and it is one of my top.
Yeah, and this is
Five, I
my
think.
third time watching The Sopranos.
Yeah, and I haven't seen The Sopranos all the way
Yeah.
through, so. But The Wire is a great show.
Yeah, Hastings. I think Lisa knows what Hastings. Oh, Hollywood Video. That was another one.
That was one. And you know what? In right down the street from where I lived in Atlanta, there's this place called Videodrome that's still there. I think we passed it during the SEC.
You know what?
thing.
Look, Rich, what's up, my man? He knows what it is. Hastings was Barnes and Nobles on roids. Yeah. And there used to be, I don't know, like, because now they have Barnes and Nobles here, but they don't have.
Yeah, we used to have Books A Million.
Books A Million.
And then the tornado, I think, damaged it, and they just didn't rebuild.
Could you get like videos and stuff like that at Books A Million? Did they have it at that time?
Yeah, some DVDs and CDs and stuff.
Because the reason I asked that is they still have that at Barnes and Nobles, like a short supply of them.
Yeah.
Right.
So it's basically like what you can get at Second and Charles.
Yeah.
But it's the same setup as Barnes and Noble.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I just kind of like blast from the past real quick before we get to Coach, or we have Ty.
Ty.
Yeah, Ty coming in at 9 a.m. So, yeah, it's always, it's amazing how just things have changed. You know what was, what really went out of style? I guess our last video thing we'll hit on. Remember Redbox?
Oh, yeah.
There's still a Redbox.
Yeah, at the CVS, there's one.
CVS.
Mhm.
And that was like, you went and like the Redbox was like, it was innovative.
Yeah. You know what? Have you ever seen anyone use that Redbox?
No,
Me
I
either.
haven't. But Netflix came and just changed everything.
Isn't there one at Publix too?
No, I don't think there's one at Publix, but there is one outside of CVS. So, yeah.
Do you guys, when's the last time you used a Redbox?
Yeah, let's
Curious.
go get. But who? I think people would say yes, but like who still has like a CD player? No, like a DVD.
A DVD player.
Everybody does.
You know what? I just got rid of mine in my last move because I had a ton of DVDs.
Is there someone out there still like watching DVDs?
Yeah. Do you guys still watch DVDs?
Yeah, I don't know. Walgreens has Redbox, huh? Interesting. Linda's
I wonder,
saying,
how is that still in business? You know what I mean? Like,
with the Redbox?
yeah, how is it profitable?
Wow, movie theaters will be next to go. Shoot.
You know, I kind of think movie theaters are one of those things that'll stick around for a while because it's like something to do, right?
It's an experience.
Yeah. It's like, why people still go to bookstores, I guess,
I don't know.
and want to read like an actual book.
I still like going to movies. The problem is movies are so long.
Yeah.
And I don't have like
That
I don't
4
have-
hours
I don't
of your
have
day.
like 4 hours
Yeah.
to just be like, okay, Let's go. And then guess what? If I go to a movie, guess what happens? A coach gets hired.
Yeah, and yes.
So I'm like out in the middle of the phone. Hey, breaking news from Bama
in the
football
movie
on
theater.
YouTube. Like and subscribe. Run the thumbs up. And then I'm like back. What did I miss? Oh, you only missed the best part of the movie. That's why I just like stick around now, forever. 41 days of streaming. So coming up next, fam, we got Ty Hayes from Around the Table Sports. He has a really good YouTube channel. Please definitely follow him. He is he talking college football today? Because we wanted to like shift gears kind of as we get towards.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, from February into March as we kind of like segue into spring football and have him talking about spring football or kind of from like a college football perspective. So it should be really good. And any other hot topics within like NCAA football, those type of parameters, he'll hit on those. And then you have Smook and Merrill coming in at 10 and 11, actually for 2 hours. And going to do some chalk talk, and then we'll pick it up again in the evening time. And again, like during the season, and what I call the season is we will get like a good beta version in March and in April of how we're really going to utilize this channel. Right now, we've been kind of going on maintenance mode instead of doing the replays, just kind of seeing like what the feedback is in terms of that. But I think that we will be streaming and also continuing to seek out other content creators that we can bring here on our YouTube channel. So, and of course, Coach Smook is moving here in March 1st. And I still don't understand how Alabama is going to run their spring football practices. And a lot of that is going to dictate how we run our YouTube channel as well, like our live shows, but are they also going to have like a live practice viewing period? What are they going to be doing from that standpoint? And what type of press conferences are we going to get? What players? But all of that will be organized right here on Bama Football on YouTube. So we will continue to keep you posted in terms of that. But I think we have Ty Hayes from Around the Table Sports checking in. So before we go, residents in Ocean City, Maryland is one of our sponsors. Guests can book at residentinoc.com. Use the promo code LPR for special Bama pricing. And we appreciate you guys supporting our sponsor on Bama Football on YouTube. All right, give me 1 second and we'll bring in Ty. All right, we'll bring up Ty in just 1 second, and then be sure and follow him. Give him all the support that you guys would give me, and we got Ty coming up in about 2 seconds. T's loading his graphic, and then we'll segue to Ty and continue to keep you rolling right here at Bama Football on YouTube. Ty, you good to go in the background? All right, I think we have Ty ready to go. Yeah, so load the graphic, and then we'll go to Ty here on Bama Football on YouTube. Just 1 second. Can you add his graphic? Ty, what's up, man?
What's going on?
How's it going, man? Good to see you, man. Let's get our backdrop. Yeah, there we go. Oh, yeah, it looks good. Ty, we'll switch you out, kind of like full screen layout as well, man. But I appreciate you being here, man. And did you watch that basketball game last night? Holy cow. Alabama survives against Florida in overtime. A really good Florida team.
Yeah, I got to see the last little bit of it. Wild game.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is like Alabama basketball continues to, stay hot at home, and I want to see how they can do that on the road in a neutral site games, right? Because going to Kentucky is going to be tough. Oh, 1 second. On these transitions, got the echo fixed. Sorry about that. But Alabama basketball, clearly they can play at home. I mean, they're 13-1 at home. And you got to love like Nate Oates, right? Like he's not afraid to speak his mind. He knows what he has. The job that he's done here, this team was 5th in the SEC media polls, and to see where they're at now, just really impressive, right? In terms of what they're doing. I mean, they're ranked 13th. I would assume they climb into the top 10 after that win over Florida.
Yeah, I'm not too privy on the whole landscape of college basketball. If I'm being honest, I think I could list how many games I've watched this year on one hand. But I did catch last night's game, and it was just wild comeback. It was a really good time.
Yeah, absolutely. So, all right. So Ty Hayes has you covered for this next hour. And then we have Merrill and we have Coach Smook for a double dip. So with that said, Ty, we'll go to you, man. Please take care of Ty like you guys would take care of me. And with that said, we go to Ty Hayes from Around the Table Sport.
Appreciate that as always. Kyle, undefeated. How are we doing this morning? We have got a lot to talk about. Linda Terry saying your son and you keep GameStop in business. Hey, hold the line. Shane Brown, morning. Caitlin, happy you're here. Give Texas their lineup. Ooh, a Texas lineup would be interesting to talk about, especially because they have to replace those 2 interior guys. Getting Colin Simmons really helps. Getting Trey Moore really helps. That'd be fun to talk about. I don't know that I'm well versed in their roster well enough to give a full lineup right now. But I'll tell you what, in the next few weeks, that'd be a ton of fun. Just kind of give roster outlooks on other SEC teams. But red right hand from Peaky. I haven't watched Peaky Blinders, Jor, but my sister always is on me saying I need to watch it. It looks like a great show. Happy everybody in the undefeated is here. How's your Denton, Texas in the house? Hey man, Denton is always Denton. I don't know when the last time you were here, Cody, but it is so busy. It's so packed. There's so many people. Yeah, good time though. Good time. So when we're looking at today's docket, we're going to be talking about the college football wanting to expand because we have hit a problem, ladies and gentlemen. It's a problem that nobody's talking about, but it is a really big problem. If you thought that you didn't like the college football calendar this year, that you didn't like the transfer portal windows this year, boy, do we have news and do we have a conversation that we're going to get into next. We're going to talk about the offensive firepower, but specifically, there's a hire that Alabama made on the offensive side that I love. We're going to dive into why I love it, why it's under the radar, but why it's one that you as an Alabama fan have got to be keyed in on. Finally, we're going to be talking about the new era at Alabama. Much more access given, a little bit different in approach, and as always, you and the undefeated drop down your topics down there. I will hit them as best I can. We like to make this as interactive as possible. Kevin Lynch saying, where in Texas are you? I am in Denton, Texas. Jor says the new analyst or new I really like the strength and conditioning coach, Jor, but this is a hire that came on Monday. That the more I kind of look into it, the more excited I get. That's going to be a very fun topic, but we have to kick it off with the college football playoff looking to expand, ladies and gentlemen, because right as we're about to kick off a new era into a college football playoff expansion, something that I must admit, I haven't been the biggest proponent of from the beginning, is the college football playoff expanded. And I'm going to tell you why. I think college football is the greatest sport in the world. And I think that we are misplaced in trying to make college football more like all of the other sports out there. I think that you are misplaced in trying to make college football more like the NFL. And I understand college football lost its amateur status a long time ago. That's the reality of the situation. But in circumstances where you're trying to expand the playoffs, I get it. The people who are for it are going to say, are you saying more football is a bad thing? No, I'm not saying more football is a bad thing, but meaningful football is a good thing. Do you want to know one of the reasons why we talked about this yesterday? It's hard for me to get into baseball. Because how many meaningless games are there in baseball? Now, I know that's an extreme example and a bad one, considering baseball plays all those games, but entertain me 1 second. Under the 4-team model, meritocracy is king. If you have 2 losses under the 4-team model, you're done. The regular season matters. Now, whenever we get into this 5 and 7 with the Big Ten trying to have 4 automatic bids and the SEC trying to have 4 automatic bids, first off, I don't like the thought of anything being automatic. Like, if you win your conference, you can get an automatic bye. That's earned, right? You have earned that automatic bye. But I don't want teams just because they came in 5th place in the Big Ten or 6th place in the SEC, just getting into the college football playoffs because that's where they sit. Have they earned it? Now, don't get me wrong. In some seasons, it may have been earned. If we look back at this past season, there would have been 4 SEC teams in there. So it would have worked itself out. And I have no issue with that because it was earned. I don't like the fact that stuff is going to be given now. College football has been about meritocracy from its inception. The best teams played. And if you are a scorned Florida State fan and you're saying, but how was it about meritocracy here? It's always been about meritocracy within reason. There are going to be years where you didn't feel like the 4 teams were the correct 4 teams. But what I will say is that we can have a debate about it, right? Like, there's a principled reason as to why Alabama got in, because the Florida State had their injury. Meaning to say, there were 5 great teams this past year, 6 great teams this past year. I'm not going to say that Georgia wasn't a great team. Georgia was a great team. Georgia was a great team. That's what made that Alabama victory of them so sweet. I don't like anything being given. Everything needs to be earned. But this isn't the inherent problem, ladies and gentlemen. And if you thought it was, boy, do I have more bad news. And listen, at the end of the day, I'm going to support this because I love college football. I am a degenerate college football fan. I am watching all 22 of UTSA at 3 o'clock in the morning. Why? Because I don't know. I don't know. That's a great question. We didn't like the college football calendar this year. We didn't like how a Nick Saban retired or a Jim Harbaugh left Michigan. And because Alabama and Michigan were in the college football playoffs, and in Michigan's case went to the college football national championship, they were almost penalized, where the transfer portal window was closed and they had to sit on their hands and wait as their roster got depleted. And yes, they have access to the transfer portal window in the spring. We've talked about that, how I think that's a very impactful transfer portal window, but we cannot undervalue the impact of having players there for the spring portion. That can really help a team out. It's part of the reason why you see so many guys try and early enroll, because that's impactful. But teams like Alabama, teams like Michigan, when their coaches went away, they were almost at a disadvantage because they had excelled during the season, because they had gone above and beyond and made it to the postseason. Now, whenever their coach steps away, they're handcuffed. They can't do anything unless it's a Michigan coach leaving or a UCLA coach leaving. So the calendar was already problematic this year. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to think about next year. You have more playoff games. When was the national championship played this year? Can someone get me the date on that? Was it the 9th? Was it January 9th? I know someone in the undefeated. We'll have that. J.A. Kelly says it's not meritocracy when it's subjective. I understand what you're saying, Kelly, but I also think that they're kind of the same, like that they're not that far removed, right? Like, we can use a subjective view and say, okay, these are the teams that deserve to be in the college football playoffs, but we only have 4 spots. If we have 6 teams, now we have to have some level of subjectivity, no doubt about it. But in the end, the meritocracy worked itself out to where there were X amount of teams that were able to be in the conversation, and then the subjectivity comes in, if that makes sense. January 9th. Patriot Life, my man. Happy you're here. Health and Wealth, thank you so much. January 9th. So, January 9th was the national championship this year, and we already saw all of the problems that created. Linda, happy you're here. Ladies and gentlemen, next year, I looked it up. The date for the national championship is January 20th. I want you to let that marinate for a little bit. The date for the national championship next year is January 20th. What was one of the things we just got done talking about? Whenever people wrote those articles about Ryan Grubb leaving and the people in Seattle. By the way, I did a little digging into that Seattle article. And from what I was told by the person who wrote the article, he was never explicitly told that Seattle and Alabama were working hand in hand to not let Ryan Grubb be hired until the 30-day window ended. I asked him, were you explicitly told that, or did you state that as an opinion stated as a matter of fact? And he was like, well, I wasn't explicitly told, but it wasn't an opinion. I was like, well, if you weren't explicitly told and it wasn't on the record, then there's one more option left. But what do I know, right? I'm just an amateur at this. Neither here nor there. Neither here nor there. One of the reasons why I was talking about the Grubb, that whole story being a nothing burger, is college has an add drop in enroll date. It gets really difficult to transfer after that add drop in enroll date unless you can come in during mini-mesters. You have to hope you have a portion of mini-mesters that you can transfer into. So now we're saying if you're one of the teams that make it to the playoffs, you're already going to be in a timeline that Alabama was at if you're like at the first or second round of the playoffs. But if you play for a national championship, that gets done January 20th. What if you have a coaching retire or a coach move to the NFL January 24th? You might not have a mini, like your timeline is completely skewed now. We do not have people who love college football making these decisions. We have people who love money making these decisions. It's the same reason why instead of doing a revenue share with these players that they could have easily done, mind you, that would have solved some of the issues we're facing in the NIL sphere. It would have solved some of the NCAA's antitrust suits that will be coming in the coming years. These are the same people that just signed a $8 billion, $7 billion extension. That's not a $7 billion contract. That's a $7 billion extension on top of what they were already making. And their view of being an acceptable antitrust policy in the eyes of the court is not to revenue share like every other major sport. It's to have fans or collectives pay the way. These are not people that love college football the way that you love college football and the way that I love college football. They are not. If they were, the NCAA would not have sat on their hands for years and allowed us to get to this point. The NCAA lacks the foresight that the good Lord above granted an apple. It is actually impressive. And the fact that now we're getting the college football playoff expansion, first off, shout out to Coach Jay, shout out to Jance. For those of you in the undefeated that didn't know, Jance and I have been doing live streams together. For going on 2 to 3 years now. In fact, he was the first person I ever live streamed with. He was the first person I ever live streamed with. We would always live stream together, and when the college football playoffs expanded after 4, we do an open panel at my channel. Fan or content creators from different teams come on, and it's an open around the table discussion. Jance and I were really the only two opposed to the college football playoff expanding. Now, all I could do was shake my fist in the air and basically scream like a boomer and say, well, the only reason I don't like this is because it flies against tradition. It does this, it does that. But I couldn't necessarily articulate why it was bad for the game in a manner that would grab people. Because the flip side of the argument was, well, isn't college football a good thing? And that's what the people at the NCAA are holding out. Isn't college football a good thing? Isn't more college football a good thing? I love college football as much as anybody. I was just saying I was up until 3:00 in the morning watching UTSA all 22 film. Why? I don't know. I'm not making UTSA content. I have no reason to be watching it. I don't know why I do half the things I do, but here I am. I love college football as much as anybody. And as much as I love college football, good college football trumps everything. And the reason college football has always been great is because if you lose 3 games, your entire season outlook changes. And now you're trying to maintain a New Year's Six bowl. And I also hate this notion that the bowl games don't matter. I hate that. I hate that. And I'm not even saying you're inherently wrong. I'm just saying I hate that that's where we're at. Moon Rocco, was that from when Pete Golding was there? Ironically enough, my former roommate played cornerback for UTSA, and he played for Pete Golding. So I kind of had a little Pete Golding in there. My former roommate, actually the best man at my wedding, played for Pete Golding. But now I'm really perturbed by this. Kind of another interesting thing, Moon. My other roommate camped at Clemson whenever, and listen, my other roommate was a lot older. We kind of all grew up in the same town, so we knew each other. I knew his younger brother, but I always grew up. Did they? Oh, hey, I'm not saying a word. But my other roommate camped at Clemson with not DeAndre Hopkins, Sammy Watkins. Sammy Watkins. He was out there at the Clemson camp with Sammy Watkins and them, and he was telling me that he tried to cover Sammy Watkins, and that's when he was like, okay, this cat's different. Like, this dude is different. That's an incredible stat, Jor. Since 2009, Alabama football has produced 123 NFL draft picks, most by any program. Jor, I would imagine that if we looked at some like top 15 programs, top 25 programs, you might be able to add some of their numbers together and still be a little bit less than Alabama. That's incredible. That's incredible. Linda says college football is turning into minor league NFL. I think it's been that way, Linda, for a while, but I just think it's like we're barreling towards something that's not good. Now, there's still a way to save it. I still have a level of optimism. But I don't understand. I do understand, actually, and this is the harsh reality of the situation, ladies and gentlemen. This is the honest to God truth. As much as I think college football is the greatest sport in the world, and I'm sport obsessed, right? I'm watching college football. I love European League soccer, Spanish League soccer. Like, I'm really diving back into that. I used to be fanatical about it, and now I'm really starting to ramp back up into that. Shout out Ted Lasso. Love boxing. I love sports. College football is the best sport, in my opinion, because every week matters. Every week matters. In a manner that will completely make or break your season. And that's a beautiful thing. And the college football playoffs even gave some sort of alleviation to the early season woes some team might face. And yes, the extended playoffs will continue that alleviation, but the last thing I want is teams being given a playoff spot. I don't think that anybody should have automatic bids outside of conference champion. Like if you wanted to do conference champion and then your second place team, automatic bid from every conference, I don't even know that I really like that, but I think it would halfway make sense because at some level that second place team will probably be ranked fairly highly anyways, probably, right? A big probably there. But I don't like anything being given. The only thing I think should be given is if you win a conference championship, you can go. That's a big game. That's a big game. You win a conference championship, you can go. How much college football is trying to be like the NFL? We could get and I don't think you're misplaced there. That's the crazy thing. Right? The playoff way too complicated. So from the way I understand it, because the Pac-12 has completely collapsed and it's the Pac-2, they're changing the way the college football playoff is going to be formulated because now it doesn't make sense for there to be the 6 automatic bids, right? So instead they're going to do the highest ranked. But I'll tell you what, this also to Notre Dame, like it's basically telling them you got to get in a conference. You got to get in a conference because Notre Dame, I don't think that they can, in any situation, even if they go undefeated, I don't think they are eligible for a first round bye. You didn't win your conference championship. You don't have a conference championship. Which that should have changed a long time ago, but the AQ will cut out conference championships. They would just become a B team where the rest are all starters. Yeah. Yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong, Jor. You're 100% right. In a minute. It's Thirsty Thursdays. It is Thirsty Thursdays, ladies and gentlemen. It is Thirsty Thursdays. If a team falls early and then wins out like Alabama, they should be in the playoffs. Yeah, well, I have no problem with that. And I think that we saw that this year. We've seen a one-loss team make the college football playoffs, Ricky. And I think that the 4-team playoffs allows for that. I'm not mad at that because I understand you don't have a preseason. You're more likely to fall early. That's why more deference is usually given for losing early in the year as opposed to losing later in the year. But I don't want the Big Ten to have 4 automatic bids and the SEC to have 4 automatic bids. And I understand if we look back at this past season, because we did this last night. Do you think conferences will get rid of, it's almost a risk now? And that's a great question, Matt. I don't think so because I think it's going to be ingrained into kind of the selection, but you are going to have to be more selective. The NCAA, the same entity that doesn't want a revenue share in order to pay the players, they're now asking the players to play in more games, and not only more games, more high-impact games. More like real high-impact games. The schedule is all wonky. We already talked about this. The national championship would be played on January 20th. If you didn't like the schedule this year, you're going to hate it in the future when coaches are leaving. The add, drop, and roll date has already passed, and nobody can do anything. Jared says, did you miss anything big? No. No, not really. Notre Dame arrogance for not joining a conference will keep them out of the playoffs. Yeah, and then Kareem up here said something to the effect that Notre Dame would find a way to get in because it's Notre Dame. I can't find that. Yeah, there it is. So listen, I'm interested, but I'm also really hesitant about this college football playoff expansion because I am not sure that we're heading in a great direction. Now, understand when I say that, I'm not being a doomer because in the end, it will all work itself out most of the time, right? Like most of the time, everything will work itself out. But I just do not think that this is for the best of college football. Granted, that being said, what do I know? What do I know? Though, NCAA, if you do need somebody to come in there and try and fix some of your problems. I can't mess it up any more than y'all have already messed it up. Give me a try. I mean, y'all have already messed this up pretty bad. Just let me have a go at it, right? Give me a year. Let's get crazy. We'll have a Pop-Tart bowl every other week. We'll have Pop-Tarts coming out of whatever. It's going to be a good time. Let's go into topic number 2. Offensive firepower and some of the hires that I really, really like. So 12 auto bids. Yeah, so the college football playoffs, there was a tweet that came out this morning. Interesting that a 14-team playoff with 12 auto bids, presumably 4 to the Big Ten and SEC, 2 to the Big 12 and ACC, was discussed. I don't care for the automatic bids. That I don't really care for. And I get it. This last year, it would have worked itself out. Good morning, Nicole. I think I said good morning to you, but I can't really remember. I've been kind of on a tangent. If I didn't, I sincerely apologize. I hate listening to people whining. I can't stand coaches complaining about, I don't think we're whining. I think we're calling a spade a spade. Right? I think there's a difference between having a principled conversation about something and whining about something. I think we're having a principled conversation when we're pointing out that the timeline isn't going to work. We had conversations about it not working this year, and now we're backing it up to the 20th. So I hear you, but I also think that there's differences between like principled conversations and then just whining. And I think that like that's more where we're at, is just having a principled conversation about it. But very excited to get into this second topic. Shot of moonshine, Ty, is what you need this morning. Man, I'm already turned up enough with this college football playoff thing. I'm already turned up enough talking about it. Especially, I mean, we'll see. We got a lot of court cases coming down the docket. A lot of things are going to be something we need to watch. So let's get into the offensive firepower. So there are 2 hires. I love a lot of the hires Alabama has made. We talked about this. I gave the staff a solid B+, and I teeter between a B+ and an A. Like I'm teetering. Right? So there are 2 hires that I really want to talk about. The first isn't a new hire, and this is going to come as no surprise. Coach Shepherd is going to be a massive piece. Coach Shepherd is going to be a massive piece of this team going forward. You already see in the energy, you already see in the way that he is firing up the players. I mean, he has me ready to run through a brick wall. Not that I could, but I would try for him. Coach Shepherd was such a great hire, and I am so excited. Right? I am so excited to see what he's able to do with the wide receivers. This is a guy that Nick Saban wanted. This is somebody that the GOAT wanted, the NFL wanted, and now here we are. Shepherd was an unbelievable hire. And every time I watch those videos and I see him getting fired up, it just kind of reinforces to me more and more that Alabama is very lucky to have Coach Shepherd. Very lucky to have Coach Shepherd. Ebony Carter, happy you're in here. Good morning, Bama family. Friday Eve. Question from a new Bama fan. How many games did y'all win last year? And as a Buckeyes fan, I was pissed y'all got in over us in Florida State, but I digress. So, I hear you. The Florida State one is tragic. Anytime you don't get in because of a player getting injured, That really sucks. That really sucks. But it was one of those where, listen, I do feel for the Florida State players, even though I think that the committee got it right in terms of that rule had been in place since 2013. Don't get me wrong. I feel for the Florida State players because that's tough. That is tough. But always happening. You're in here on this morning. Got in over us in Florida State. And the Buckeyes are a team to watch this year, though. The Buckeyes are really a team to watch this year in terms of they have got a lot of pressure on them. Ryan Day has got a lot of pressure on him. Now having Chip Kelly, now having the team he does, now having no more Harbaugh there, he's got a lot of pressure on him. But pressure makes diamonds or it causes you to collapse. And I'm here for either. Right? I'm here for either. We're going to see. It's going to be a ton of fun. Ton of fun. It's going to be a whole lot of fun to see what happens there. Whole lot of fun to see Ohio State. So we're talking about Coach Shepherd. Now I think he's a special hire. But here's another hire. Here's another hire that I think we as Alabama fans need to unpack, and that's Brian Ellis. On Monday, Brian Ellis was named the tight end coach. Now, a lot of people don't know a lot about him. He's from Georgia. He's young, under 40 years old. But we need to have a little bit of discussion about Brian Ellis. And whenever we're talking Brian Ellis, we're talking about someone who just was a really, really talented offensive coordinator. Ellis led the 13th nationally ranked passing offense this past year. But if you do more digging, what you're going to find is if you go back to his time at Western Kentucky in 2021, that's when Western Kentucky had Bailey Zapp. Now, I don't know if you all remember, but Bailey Zapp threw for nearly 6,000 yards, and he threw for 62 touchdowns. Brian Ellis was the passing game coordinator and co-offensive coordinator. He came in there, and you saw a massive difference. He came in there, you saw a massive difference. So to be able to get an offensive coordinator, someone who I believe is a name you need to write down. Go ahead and write the name Brian Ellis down. Because this might be a guy that you need to keep an eye on. I think Alabama got something here. Now, I think we can have this conversation about many of the hires. But Brian Ellis, I think they got something with this hire. Bringing offensive coordinator experience. He's a passing game coordinator. And now Alabama's offensive coordinator, Nick Sheridan, was the tight ends coach. So I think the tight ends are going to get real involved. Real involved. Brian Ellis is a great hire. It is a really sneaky, good hire. Flying under the radar, but I'm really excited about it. Now, how he's able to recruit, I have no idea. I don't know about any of that yet, and I'm not going to sit here and lie to you and say, oh, he's going to be ace recruiter. I don't know yet. I don't know. But what I do know is where he has gone, you have seen a tangible difference in whatever it is he has coached. Wherever he has gone, you have seen a tangible difference in whatever it is he's coached. He's taken passing attacks that were all right, middling, and made them high-powered passing attacks. And now he's added into this staff where he will be learning under DeBoer, under Sheridan, under Shepherd, I think that's a really solid hire. And that's not to say that I don't like the Robinson hire or that I don't like the Kapilovic hire. I think they're both really good hires. Really like them. But the Brian Ellis one really stands out to me. And if he is able to be a solid recruiter, oh, man. Oh, man. Bama would have just gotten a phenomenal addition to this staff. I love that he's young. Hopefully he's someone you're able to retain. If you're DeBoer, because this is the perfect thing. Kelly, you beat me to the punch, my man. This is what I love about everybody in the undefeated. You guys are tapped in. You guys are tapped in. Kelly says Ellis is in training for when Sheridan and or Shep move on. That's exactly where I was going. If you're Ellis, do you want to know what an incredible pitch it is? If any of us are Ellis right now, you get to now coach tight ends at the University of Alabama with all of this talent. And by the way, you get to be like, hey, stay here for a few years and you can learn under me, Kalen DeBoer, who's one of the foremost minds in offensive play calling in college football. You've already shown yourself to be an incredibly promising up and coming offensive mind in college football. You've already shown that. Now let's get you under a Kalen DeBoer, an offensive mastermind, and it's going to take him to the next level. Right. I love the fact that you got in a offensive coordinator as a tight ends coach. An offensive coordinator that if we go back, if we do the digging, if we do the research, has been phenomenal. And it's not a one-off. Like I said, if we go back to 2021, when he was co-offensive coordinator for Western Kentucky, when Bailey Zapp was there, Bailey Zapp threw for 5,900 and something yards and 62 touchdowns. That guy's your tight end coach. I love it. I think that is a phenomenal hire. I think that is an over-the-moon hire. And when he says Oregon is garbage, I'm very excited for the Big Ten this year. I will say that. Very excited for the Big Ten this year. Already knew how to win a championship. Yeah. Good morning, everybody. Just been busy working. Good morning, Kimberly. Good morning, Tink. Does Oregon have a competitive schedule? Let's go ahead and take a look. Let's go ahead and take a look. So they started off with Idaho, then they go to Boise, or then it's Boise State. Both of those are at home. They go on the road to Oregon State. They have a bye week, September 21st. Then it's UCLA at UCLA, then Michigan State, then Ohio State, but they get Ohio State at home, then Purdue on the road. Illinois comes to Autzen. They have to go to Michigan. They get Maryland at home. They go to Wisconsin. They get Washington at home. So it's, it's not a terrible schedule to have, right? You want to know a terrible schedule? Poor Billy Napier. That man might not make it through the year. And they're projecting him to go 2-10. Have y'all seen that Florida schedule? It is brutal. It's one of the most brutal schedules I've seen. It is ridiculous how bad it is. Nicole, have you seen it? It's bad. There's a reason why I keep asking, how much pressure does he have on him? Because it's a tough out. I'm going to pull it up for you real fast, and then we'll go on to the new era at Alabama. So this is the 2020 Florida schedule, Nicole. Check this out. Yeah, baby NFL schedule. It's bad. So they start at Miami. Then, I say start at Miami. Miami comes to Gainesville. I apologize. Then they have Samford. Fine. Then they go Texas A&M, Mississippi State. They have the next week off, September 28th. Then they go, this is where it starts getting messed up. Then they come back from their bye against UCF. That's a good way to come back from a bye, right? That's a good tune-up game. UCF has some talent. They're going to be able to do something, but Florida should win that. But this is the stretch where it's just like, bless your heart. Then they go at Tennessee. Kentucky comes to town. Then they go to Georgia. Then they go. They not go to Georgia. They play the neutral site game, Georgia. Then they go to Austin. Then they have LSU. They have Ole Miss and Florida State. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 ranked teams in a row. That is 7 ranked teams in a row on their schedule. Now, I understand some of those teams won't be ranked when they play them. That happens every year, right? Where a team we think is going to be really good, they'll have an injury, something will happen, or maybe they just will flat out suck. We don't know. But looking at their schedule, they play 7 ranked teams in a row and 9 ranked teams in total. 9 ranked teams in total. And late in the season. That's the thing, Jared. That stretch from October 12th on, this stretch from October 12th on, at 16, Tennessee Volunteers, the number 23 Kentucky Wildcat preseason ranking, of course, coming to town. Number 1, Georgia. Number 4, Texas. Number 12, LSU. Number 6, Ole Miss. And number 15, Florida State. My goodness gracious, Billy, go have yourself a time. That's messed up. If he was on the hot seat already, brother, that seat is cooked. If that seat is hot now, that bad boy's flame broiled next year. Let me tell you what, he's in trouble. That's a messed up schedule. But in the undefeated, if you're just now coming in here, we've had a lot of great conversations today. Clearly they're no, hey, at least you're number 1 at something, Nicole. You know what I mean? I would be beating my chest being like, hey, I'm number 1. And start packing up. It is a messed up schedules. Like we're the only ones they didn't get. Can you imagine if instead of UCF, I just want y'all to imagine instead of UCF, Tink is always on fire, Jay. Tink's always on fire. I want you to imagine if instead of UCF, what if they came back after that September bye and their October game was Bama, then Tennessee, then Kentucky, then Georgia, then Texas, LSU, Ole Miss, Florida State. That'd be messed up. That'd be messed up. It's Marquita says Billy's gone. Yeah. Listen, it's a strong possibility because I'll put it like this. Because Florida's in the middle of a rebuild. If they get to a bowl game, oh, you pay him. Oh, if they make a bowl game, I'm paying him copious amounts of money. Because I don't even see how you make a bowl game with that schedule. Because Florida still have to, Hacker, listen, I agree with you. I don't think it's one that, like, I'm writing in as a Florida win, but I think that Florida should win it. But that's why I said it's going to be an interesting game. They're going to be able to, but Florida, God forbid they lose to UCF. I'll tell you what, the cherry on top is if they lose to Samford. They lose to Samford. Buddy's going to get left on the tarmac at his home stadium. How that works, I don't know, but it's going to happen. Let's transition into our last topic. New era at Alabama. And listen, this is exactly what it is. This is exactly what it is. It's a new era at Alabama. You're seeing a bit more access. You're seeing some of the people in the background. Now I'm reaching. What am I reaching on, Kareem? What am I reaching on? Shakur, heck no. TikTok is the devil. You know that. Yeah, I don't. Well, no, I'm saying if they lose to Samford, Billy's going to get fired on the spot. Listen, I don't think they're going to lose to Samford, Kareem. That's not my contention. I'm just saying if they lose to Samford, they're going to Lane Kiffin him. They're going to Lane Kiffin him. Florida wins 4 tops. I'm saying if Florida makes a bowl game, I'm not joking. Like, and this is the messed up thing. If Florida even makes a bowl game, I mean, he deserves praise. That is a tough schedule. That's a really tough schedule. My goodness. Dr. 334. I knew I was missing somebody. Happy you're in here on this Thursday morning. I was sitting here, I was like, man, I know that there's a regular who I'm not seeing this morning. And the second everybody said doctor, I was like, that's who it is. Happy you're in here. Happy you're in here. Florida's surprise. Well, this is another thing, Tink, that we were talking about. Sean, my man, happy you're in here. Florida could be a sleeper team in terms of that's the team that people overlook because they think, oh, well, we're just going to kick the crap out of them. And then they just overlook them. That's a possibility, but it is a rough out. Oklahoma schedule is tough as well. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Morning, Tony. Morning. Let's transition into this new era at Alabama. Hey, I asked him, and he said for me to call. Or I think he told me to call him that, Jor, because I asked him one day, and it is what it is. He's the doctor of this chat. It's been inherited. That's his role. That's the doctor. The good doctor. Yep, that's the good doctor. He always corrects me. Well, then I'm in the wrong, but I then that's a my bad. DR. I'm like you, Nicole. I thought it was doctor. And you know what? I just dubbed him the doctor of the undefeated. He's not a doctor in real life, but in here, this man is the lead physician. In here, this man is the lead physician. Montgomery County. Yeah, listen, if he wants to be called DR, I'll call him DR. That's no worries. But I just assumed he was the doctor of the undefeated. Stands between. Hey, I thought he was always surgical with his takes. Happy you're in here, though. So, the new era at Alabama, we're getting a level of access that we just aren't really used to. You're even seeing people in support roles, right, come out and be really vocal. And I think that's awesome. I think that's awesome. You're hearing a lot from Aaron Hodges, right? And I thought that's great because I love the hire of Hodges. But even seeing some of the videos coming out, you just realize that, like, this is a different area. This is a different time. And I'm excited to see where it takes them. We talked about this yesterday, that if you're trying to replicate success, you don't necessarily say, oh, how can I be Nick Saban? You learn from Nick Saban. Right? You don't try and replicate Nick Saban by being him. You learn what are the common themes that you held close that made you successful. What are those principles that you held close that made you successful, and how can I implement that into my day-to-day life while still maintaining who I am? But people who try and be Saban are going to fail. There's only one. And it seems thus far like that's what's happening. We talked yesterday about the Rock Montgomery quote, where Rock Montgomery came out and was saying how he's never felt an environment like this. And to me, that's a powerful statement. That is a very powerful statement because it's not like Bama had anything less than a stellar environment before. It's not like they had anything less than a stellar environment before. I just went out with no phone service and it felt like I was back in the 80s. It's a wild time right now with all these cell phone services being down. Yeah, it's like, what are you going to do, man? It's somewhat freeing. Feels good. Loved The Rock. I did too. I think it's very powerful to be able to say, hey, this is where we're coming from. But whenever we're talking about where we're going, I'm very excited. Jor with some EA Sport news. EA Sports confirmed this morning that there will be a custom player and custom roster features. However, if a player opts out, you can't add them into the game, likely based on player's name. It makes sense. I would hope they wouldn't opt out, though. I would certainly hope they wouldn't opt out. Ooh, Caitlin, I remember the HughesNet days of being on the ranch. I remember the HughesNet days. Kelly says there seems to be a renewed excitement with the team. It seems like everybody is dialed in from the, granted, I'm playing a little bit of armchair psychologist here, and I don't mean to do that, but right. It seems like they're dialed in and that this is an incredibly uplifting environment. I think DeBoer was the choice for a reason, right? Because I think that there are common principles, like I always say, I think that there are common principles that make him successful that he holds with Nick Saban, but they're different. And that's great. That's great. You don't want someone trying to be Nick Saban that's not Nick Saban. That was what I was worried about. I was worried that anybody coming into this would be like, oh, I have to be Saban. And I get why you would think that. He's the GOAT. But, learn from him and be you. That's how you're going to be successful. And it seems like that is exactly what's happening. Shane says, why only $600? Because they're greedy. But 600 is a lot. George says 11K athlete times 6.6 million. Yep. And I think last time in 2014, they sold, I think the number was 140 million is how much money they made just in instant sales of the game. And we have to remember in 2013 and 2014, those of you who play video games, right? You didn't have monetization of video games at the same rate you do now. Right? So they made James Anderson becoming a new member. James, thank you for joining the team. Thank you for joining the Undefeated. We're very happy to have you here. Very happy to have you here. We're in here talking about the new NCAA video game. But the thing is, man, is they made $140 million last time the game was released. The price of video games have increased by $10 since that point. So however many copies they sold, $10 more on top of that to the equation. But now people monetize games totally differently. Right? And especially EA's the one making it. EA's one worst company to work for so many years. They monetize everything. They're going to have some way to monetize the game. They're going to make so much money off of this game. EA is one of the reasons we have NIL. So greedy and used Ed O'Bannon likeness without paying him. He doesn't. Yeah, true. Welcome to the best chat and channel on YouTube. No lies told. No lies told. We can get it here and had it by now. It drives me crazy. Starlink is awesome. I've never used Starlink, Caitlin. Never used Starlink. Ladies and gentlemen, it is that time. No loot boxes, but probably, and that's the thing, man. If they do the Ultimate Team the way they do with all their other games, you know how much they've monetized that Ultimate Team in Madden, where it's they want you to go in there and grab a credit card and just start running it up. They're going to make buku bucks off of this. There'll be 3 generations wanting this game. Exactly. If they sold $140 million worth last time, it's going to exceed that. Easy exceed that. But the time is nigh, ladies and gentlemen. The Merrill report coming up next. And it's a different type of report today because you have a joint effort. But Jake Merrill in the background right now ready to come in here. We're going to chop it up a little bit, as we always do, before I pass it off. How you doing this morning, Jake?
Hey, Ty Hayes, everybody. What's going on? Undefeated. What's going on, my brother? How you doing?
Man, I'm good. You missed my 25-minute rant.
Okay.
To start this off, man. Feathers a little bit ruffled about this college football playoff expansion. And I'm going to explain to you why, Jake. And as a player, I think you're going to really appreciate this.
All right.
So I want you to first, I want to set the stage to the conversation. We all were upset's a strong word, but we saw that the college football calendar is already in a precarious place, right? Like whenever you have teams like Alabama and Michigan who make the postseason, they're rewarded with actually being handcuffed whenever their coach leaves. And I know the instant answer to that argument is, but they have a spring window too. But Jake, you and I both know how key it is for guys to be here in the spring practices to be a part of it. That's why so many freshmen are early enrolling now, because it's key. Right. And you just don't get that. Now, Jake, here's what's lost on everybody. The national championship was played January 9th this year, and we already had all those problems because college has an add drop enroll date, and unless a institution has a mini-mester, you can't just enroll if your coach leaves and you get that 30-day window. Yep. Do you know when the national championship is supposed to be played next year?
It's in February, I believe.
January 20th.
Okay. It's January 20th. All right. So closer towards the end of the month. Okay.
If we had problems with the calendar this year, hold on, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to get wild if you have coaches leaving, retiring in the middle of like January 20th beginning.
Dude. That seriously.
Like, I'm frustrated, Jake. I'm frustrated.
Me too. I mean, it goes to show why they have to fix this. Like, not only from, all right, let's just take away like the playoff aspect, right? Take that away. Let's look at it from a standpoint of just how it affects players, just with coaches leaving. Like, so last night I didn't get to it on my segment, right? But I will say that I was going to talk about, and maybe this is something we'll address either tomorrow or today, because today we have this fun time for everybody in the chat who's tuning in for this 2-hour session, but with me and Coach Smook. But I was going to talk about this yesterday from a standpoint of coaches versus players leaving, the impacts it has on teams, and then from there, like what can we do to solve some of these issues, and how can we figure out a better way of I guess making sure that we're putting players in the right positions for success, because in the end of the day, this is not about coaches. Let's just take the coach aspect away. Yes, it's their careers. Yes, I know that they have their dedication as well, to what their craft and what they're doing. But really, originally, why you go to college is to get an education, right? You go to college to learn, to get an education, and to prepare yourself for the next steps of life, whatever that may be in your career field. If you are blessed, you get a chance to play college sports. And if you are blessed even more so, you get a chance to play at a very elite level with an elite team, such as University of Alabama, and some of these other schools out there. So I think when you look at that, like, why are we not really focusing again on the players' well-being when it comes to this situation? It feels it's so money based, and where have we lost values from a standpoint? And I'm not saying like, I'm just saying in general from a nationwide standpoint, because this is a nationwide issue, right? In the United States of America, is where have we lost values that we value so. We lose the idea that the youth is our future. The youth is our foundation. Okay? And they still count as youth when you're coming from high school into college. I can tell you, I wasn't an adult then, and I was, just as dumb You know, but the idea is you go to school to get better and prepare yourself for the world. So I just cannot, you know, from that standpoint, I just cannot believe that this is still so focused on money, you know, like,
Well, and I don't know if I've ever had this conversation with you, but this is what I'll leave you on, because it all goes hand in hand. You just had the college football playoffs sign a $7-8 billion extension on
yeah,
top of what they were already making. But Jake,
yeah,
the way that they're going to get the courts off of their back in terms of antitrust is not revenue sharing when they're making more money than ever. It's to
I know.
ask fans and collectives to be the
Funders.
solvency for their antitrust issues.
100%. And that's insane. Like, so that is almost, it's such a greedy move.
We're being gaslit.
100%. It's just so ridiculous that I mean, how, like, man, you're just going to keep that 1%, whatever it is, right, at that 1% for the most wealthy in this sort of industry. And man, it's just ridiculous. You know, like, I cannot believe that we take away from what the foundation is of college sports. You look back in the day, like, why was football created? Why was it created? It was created to bring people together. It was created to I guess, create a foundation where people can enjoy and watch this game and move forward. Yes, there's always money involved somewhere, right? When something has some success, if you love it or someone loves it, or can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah, gotcha.
Okay, good. But you know, when you love it or something's going on and people love it, right? I'll tell you, it's just interesting to see. Like, always happens, man. Like, somehow someone gets their hands in it who gets a little greedy and grows this thing with money. So, you know, it's just disappointing. I think that's why I like what you know, maybe there's some benefit to the SEC and the Big Ten coming together and making some decisions and, like, creating something. Maybe we do see something positive come out of that. I don't know.
I don't know. I hope so, but I'm already annoyed with both the SEC and the Big Ten for trying to advocate for automatic bids.
Oh, me too.
That? They're trying to get 12 automatic bids or 8 automatic bids between the SEC and the Big Ten, and I'm like, no, let it work itself out.
Yeah,
no.
And it's again, like, you guys, by doing that, you first looked really good by saying you're going to do something to solve the problems, but now you kind of look bad by doing this to ask for more money.
And the man of the hour is here.
That's
Coach
right.
Luke in the building.
What's up?
We're over here complaining about the college football playoffs.
I hear y'all talking about this bull mess, man. I don't even have the energy to, like, it's obvious where this thing is heading, and it's obvious what's trying to be done to keep it from heading that way. And hopefully what's being done to try to keep it from heading that way prevails, because if it doesn't, if it continues on this path, expanding the playoff, not putting a real handle on NIL, not getting a real hold on the portal, we are not going to call it college football anymore. It will be the Southeastern Professional Progression League. True. It'll be the Northwest Professional Progression League. And we won't be college football fans anymore.
Yeah.
We will be the National Progressive League fans. And that's what it's going to end up being, because you're separating education from professionalism, you know, from being a professional athlete, right? You're when you involve money and you don't cap it, or you don't have any control over how it's distributed or regulated, now you're just pulling away all the integrity of being a student athlete, which is what you go to college for, right? To be a student athlete. You don't go to college to be a professional athlete.
Well, not today.
Hey, what did that quarterback from Ohio State say? We didn't come here to play school.
Yeah,
he came here to play football. And if that's the case, well, let's structure it that way. Let's get a structure set in place so we don't lose the integrity of what's been 100%. College football for what it's been, right? You can say if I only want kids, if we're going to give kids the opportunity to go to a college and be athletes and get paid for it at that level, let's go ahead and separate athletics and student. You get what I'm saying? Let's go ahead and start putting parameters on that before we start, trying to add more to it. Like we still haven't clearly devised what these. You can't expect a kid to come to college, right, and be making like getting a $10,000 check a month, right? For a college student, that's a lot. $10K, that's a lot. For an adult, that's a lot. If I made $10K a month right now, I'd be straight. But you can't expect them to take $10K a month and be worried about going to class. You can't do it. And then expect them to do that to get on the field and produce. Like, you can't do it. You got NFL players that make all this money that don't have nobody. They got an institute. They pick and choose when they want to go to training. OTAs. I'm going to opt out this week. Like, you can't expect student athlete when you're treating them like professionals, and you can't tell them to act like professionals when you're telling them they're a student athlete.
Very well said, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not going
man.
to wait any more of these two guys' time. They have got a loaded segment. They have coming to you for the next 2 hours, and we've already taken 7 minutes of that, which is 7 minutes. Too much, but always great to catch up with y'all. Always great to catch up with y'all. Talk some college football. Y'all already know I gotta at least ask some questions when I get y'all on here for about 5-10 minutes to feel some things out. Make sure I'm not tripping, because I was heated. I was not happy. All right.
Hey, before you go though, Ty, I know you're not as deeply rooted into the Eli Gold and the Bama, you know what I'm saying? Not as deeply rooted as some of us are. But give me your initial reaction off of, were you able to listen to the Ryan Fowler interview? And
I haven't heard anything about it, right? I woke up this morning and I've seen the big hoopla about it.
Yeah.
But I haven't really, like I said, man, I was watching I was watching a lot of football yesterday, and so I missed out on a lot. I barely got to catch the end of Alabama's basketball game, but I've heard there's a lot to do about it. I don't know though. Like we'll see based on his interview. What did he say?
Man, so basically, and I'm gonna send you the link once you
Please do.
But the interview was good. Ryan Fowler does a great job getting us the answers that we need. And the answers that, like, I feel like everybody needs to know. He does. I know, Merrill, you was able to listen to it, was you, with the Eli Gold interview?
No, man. I did read I read the article though.
Yeah. So if you read the article from 100.9, then it was verbatim. Like, it was like the exact transcript. So basically what Pete Golden was basically doing, not Pete Golden, Eli Gold. I said Pete Golden. What Eli Gold was doing, y'all, he was basically throwing the university under the bus as if we didn't want him anymore, or we didn't feel like he was, good enough anymore. And that's not the case. If you look at how the decision was made, and if even what he revealed, there were multiple meetings being had since the end of the season regarding Eli Gold. In the midst of everything that happened, the greatest coach of all time retired, had to go find the head coach. They were still finding time to meet with you because they wanted to give you a vision of what the future looks like going into this new era. And being the great that he is, you can expect someone like him to kind of be stubborn on their standpoint, especially when what you become and what you're known for is where you are. You get what I'm saying? And so I could see that being a tough thing for him to deal with. And you could hear it in the interview. You could hear the hurt. You could hear you can tell he wasn't shocked. He just didn't get the way he wanted. And I hate it to end like that. But it was bad last year, listening to some of the game calls and stuff. And that's not on him. Father Time, he's had his health issues going through him. Feels like he's healthier now. But the grind of, and this is what Coach Saban said, the grind of the season and the consistent staying on top of things, he doesn't even have to do that. He has to be ready for the emotional up and downs of everything. And he struggled with that the last 2-3 years. He struggled with ever since COVID, for real. COVID year was a real tough year for him too. I know his wife had COVID at one point, and he ended up getting sick during that year also. But that interview, it kind of hurt me to hear some of the things that was saying, being that's all I know is Bama voices. I never knew there was anything like a voice of Bama until family and people started talking about who Eli Gold was. And I was about 10, 11 years old. So 5-6 years into being a Bama fan was when I found out about Eli Gold and how important he was, and all the calls we would hear on the radios, that's with his voice. So it's a bunch of mixed emotions, but you can't deny the fact that he definitely it was time for him to bow out.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to watch that interview. Ryan Fowler does a great job. So I saw the interview. I was planning on watching it this morning, but ended up looking up at all that had to do with the college football playoffs.
Right.
That took my time this morning, and then it was one of those things where I was then hate scrolling through articles, just seething in a dark room. Right, it was bad. It was bad. I turned into a little bit of a gremlin this morning, but that's neither here nor there. Turning into a happier time, right?
Facts.
Smook and Jake, they got you covered for the next 2 hours. It's going to be a great time. Guys, always great to catch up. Kill it as always. Everybody in the undefeated, get ready because you're about to be in for an absolute treat. Gentlemen, I will see you both tomorrow.
Yeah, man. All right, roll tide, Brody.
Roll tide.
Roll tide, brother. Roll tide. Later tide.
Let's get this two piece up here. I'm gonna go up top, Smook and Merrill, so we can match the title. Listen, hold on. Before we get into anything, I think somebody want to have a. No, I ain't gonna do it. Train wreck, you trying to roast already? I ain't even get to say what's up. You talking about why I look like I'm dressed like a community college professor.
I saw that comment, man. I was like, man, I was thinking about it. I was like, I don't know. I think you look good, man.
I thought I looked pretty dad mode today. Don't I look like somebody daddy?
It's because he came to teach you some stuff.
Somebody said because I came to teach y'all some, and that's the funny part about it. A lot of people been getting on me about getting on y'all neck, but they like it, so I'm gonna keep doing it. Look at me zipping myself up. I ain't gonna lie, train wreck. You did make me check because I just came from outside handling some stuff, and then my wife, she braided my hair up, y'all, like the fresh dude. You know what I'm saying? I had to cut myself up because I couldn't make it to the barber. Gotta go. Gotta have a important meeting before I leave town, so want to look spiffy or somewhat decent put together for when I leave after this segment today. Got to handle some business, y'all, before I head down to Bama. But Jake, how you doing, bro?
I'm good, man. I'm good. Great morning. Get another awesome workout in the morning. I try to do that in the mornings, and then I'll do something in the afternoons too. So it feels good just to get that going. And then overall, man, just kind of checking out, seeing what's new. Saw that cover for NCAA football.
Yeah, man. Hey, the hype is real. The hype is real around that. I can't wait. So that's what I came into this industry as a gaming content creator. And once I picked up Revamp, because NCAA Revamped is still out. Like people still on the server doing leagues and stuff. When I jumped on that, that's really when like my following started picking up a little bit. Because I was doing the Bama live game previews, but I was doing rebuilds, man, and I rebuilt Troy, Alabama, Troy University.
Yep.
Ooh, boy.
Yeah, dude. I love that, man. That game for me, there's so much that I can go back to with that game and how it influenced stuff, like I remember when I first started like even playing football. I think I was in like sixth grade.
Yeah.
And like my dad like dropped me off and told me, he's like, dude, it's soccer camp. So I'm in there with like soccer cleats on. And stuff and shin guards, and he's like, hey, it's soccer camp, go ahead, go out there and just run around. And I'm like, because we were new to the community.
Yeah.
And so I'm like, okay. So I go out there, I start running around and whatnot, and I was just fast, so I got some notice. And then you look back during that time frame when you start picking up in the football and you really get into it, and just how important college for NCAA football was for me back in the day, and what it kind of taught me about different teams and some cool stuff. So I love that game. That game forever will be my favorite forever.
All right. Wendell Harpingstert. I'm gonna get on you, Wendell. Wendell, I'm gonna get on you. Get off me, Wade. See, y'all gonna calm down tonight. Y'all think because it's Thursday and I'm about to be on the road and I might be off air for a 24-hour time span. Y'all think y'all gonna come for me, but I ain't taking it today. Only reason I'm being good is because my brother is on the screen with me. But as soon as the Smook Scoop segment come up, we solo again. I'm remember. Just know, y'all know my screenshot game is strong. All right, so just remember. But today, man, let's jump into it, man. We not gonna do roll call. We got a double panel today, so we're gonna kind of bounce off each other today. I'm trying to figure out, and we're gonna jump on Taylor. I need you to have my back when I make this move. All right. I'm gonna ask her why we still talking about the coaches hires as breaking news, because it ain't breaking no more. Them boys solid. I think we kind of holding it up there for juju purposes or mojo purposes, because it seems like when we stop talking about a coaching hire, that's when they get pulled away from Bama. So we're gonna leave it up there for that fact. But today, y'all, everything y'all been asking for with the Chalk Talk, we're gonna try for the first time today. We're not gonna waste any time getting into it. Myself, Coach Smook, Jake Merrill, everybody in the chat, man, run up some emotes, man. Let me talk about fan funders. A lot of people are talking about, you know, who the members of the channel and this and that. I seen some people actually on social media asking how do they join the Undefeated. On Twitter, I saw some people on Instagram, you know, hey man, I want to be in the Undefeated. How do I become part of Undefeated? Well, this is how you become a part of the Undefeated. You become a fan funder for the channel. And what that does is it unlocks your access to the special emotes, whichever term you want to use for it. You get access to the exclusive videos that'll be being uploaded over the next, you know, the coming weeks. We're adding a lot more content to the channel, a lot of shorts, a lot of reels, I guess what they call on YouTube, shorts. So we'll be adding a lot of shorts, a lot of inside scoop videos, a lot of videos letting you know what to expect the next day. So for all the fan funders, you'll have a good idea of what's coming up the next day to start the day off. And then also you support us monetarily. You pay us as the panel. We sit here and it is free to watch, but it's not free to operate. This is something that we're all passionate about. The detail and the information that you get is not just, you know, we wake up and think about it and spit it out. Nah, this is research. This is effort. This is graphics. This is everything, you know, social media presence is everything. So it's work for us. And we appreciate y'all for supporting and donating with your monetary donation. So if you want to join that team, either scan the QR code or hit the link. I think they fixed the QR code. So if somebody scans the QR code and it doesn't, let me know. I think T can adjust the graphic there and get us straight. But y'all, we here today, man. We get to talk about it. Y'all know we've been heavy on defense. Jake, I know you've been real heavy on defense, being a DB yourself. I've been on that side a lot in a lot of my segments. But today, we're going to dive into the most exciting, most anticipated part of what this new era of Alabama football is bringing, and that's the offense, right?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, what's your overall take on not just not Alabama, but this style of offense for what we have? What's your take on that? Like initially, what's your mindset with it?
I think for me, like I love it. I think it, you know, first off and foremost, obviously it's a high-powered offense that you can do a lot in. It causes a lot of confusion due to like the movement and the shifting and where guys kind of line up and throw that eye discipline off for the defense. I think, you know what, it's a pro style, like pro spread offense. I'm pretty sure. So, but it can be ran in ways where it looks more, you know, you can run it with a tempo. You can run it, slow that tempo way back down. You can jump back under center. It's very diverse and brings multiple looks. So I think from an overall standpoint, from an offensive look at it, you can say, hey, if you're a guy who's coming in and you want to really show up, right, and get some big numbers, especially if you're a recruit, this is the type of offense you want to play in. And obviously, you have somebody in KD who's perfected it, you know.
For sure, man. And it's the thing. So a lot of people are scared about, and I don't want to continue to get my takes without getting into the conversation, but a lot of people are scared about Jalen Milroe's ability to progress in this style of offense. A lot of people are scared that you know, because of his showing last season, and I mean, I can't honestly say Jalen Milroe was consistent in as far as missing reads. There were some games where it just was like obvious that he was not settled, but it was some games where he looked like the quarterback. You get what I'm saying? And there were a lot of games. There were more of those games than there were where he didn't look like the quarterback. And I think people, they look at the big games where we barely won or where we lost, and they put those on a different level of his and judge him on that level of performance. Then the games where he put up 240 yards passing with 25 or 22. or 21 to 25 passing, where he put up 270 yards with 21 of 31 passing. Like in those games where he had to pass the ball and complete the ball, a lot of his yardage and average yard per game, it was between 12 and 14 yards. If you look at that, that's intermediate passing range, right? If I'm not mistaken, like when I teach my guys, they get out of the short game once you're 7 yards off the ball. So yeah. So anywhere between 8 and 15, I consider it intermediate. If all of his class is 10 to 15 yards, what 40% of his completion was 10 to 14 yards, it's not that Jalen Miro can't complete the intermediate passes. It's just the way that the scheme is designed, it doesn't allow him to do it fluently. So that's why everybody, Tommy Rees was limited on what he can call for Jalen Miro, because the concepts and things that he had in place, he couldn't figure out what was the best way to feed it to Miro so that he can take it and push it out fluently. So,
that's a great point. That's a great point, Smoot, because I think I was going to pull up some numbers here, and I want to see if I had them for Milroe, because I know I had him at one point. Yeah. So with Milroe, right? Like if you look at some of his numbers, like I think it was Milroe versus Penix, and I forgot who put this out there, but his deep ball, Milroe was ranked like 3rd yards per attempt. Penix was 17th. Okay. 15 plus yards downfield. Milroe 35 for 67, 52%, 1,267 yards, 18.9 per attempt, 6 TDs, 1 interception. Penix was 51 for 117, 43%. And difference here, right? 1,700, almost 1,800 yards, 15.3 per attempt, yards per attempt, 16 TDs, 7 interceptions.
Right.
So those numbers aren't actually that significantly different. I think the difference is where you're seeing with Penix, right, is the yards after catch for those wide receivers, because this offense puts them in open spaces to make plays.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Hold on, man. I think I'm lagging a little bit. Am I lagging a little bit, chat? Let me know. It's that time of day. Y'all know once it get around noon, we have that little server thing where they do like they maintenance or whatever. But I feel you though. I feel you, Jake. So let's dive into it, man. Let's dive into it, and I'm gonna be breaking it down. Trying to basically show everybody kind of why I feel like it can work for Milroe or any quarterback, but mainly the basis of today's topic of Chalk Talk is the fact that we have so much offensive firepower, right? That Miro's not going to have to do a lot to get what the gist of this offense consists of. And when I talk about the offensive firepower, I'm not just talking about your skill sets. I'm talking about just the design of how this works. I watched a lot of Fresno State 21 film when Kalen DeBoer first took over there, and that offense was like his offense. And the same thing that he did when he got to Washington. I watched Washington 22 season. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
And if you look at the way those first 3 games went for Fresno and the way the first 3 games went for Washington, I'm going to show you this. And if Alabama comes out and does this, y'all are going to thank me, because y'all will see what this means for a kid like Jalen Miro. And I'm going to get into it. And it's just all about play design. So we're going to start here. We're gonna get the chalkboard up, y'all.
Let's do it. You know what's crazy too, as you look at it, like Washington averaged they're 344 yards per game passing.
Yeah.
And I think they were ranked number 2 in the nation. I mean, that's pretty impressive. And I mean, a lot of it too, the way they set themselves up with like these kind of like screen passes and short throws and these concepts of like this vertical route layer. Right. I want to say layer because it's very key to say layer here. And you guys will see it as we break it down. But that layer allows everything to come into the vision of the quarterback naturally.
Yep.
And that's where you easier to read, man.
So let's get this player name. So on this play, and this is a common play, we're gonna talk about 10 personnel, the passing game, and 10 personnel with Kalen DeBoer and this offense. Now, this is hypothetical based off of what he's done at other schools with different skill sets. This is the first time that he's going to have a 4-star in Kendrick Law, a 4-star in Jalen Hill, a 4-star in Jeremy Bernard, and a 4-star in Kobe Prentice. All these guys are experienced, highly talented. Coming out of high school, they were all highly talented 4-stars, right? Mm-hmm. You got a solid 4-3 in Kendrick Law. You might have a sub 4-4 in Jeremy Bernard in that other slot. You got a 4-4 in Kobe Prentice, and Jalen Hill is probably a high 4-4, meaning like a 4-4-9 or a 4-5-1 maybe. Jalen Hill is not slow at all for his size and length. So you talking about the speed that you have, and then out of the backfield you got Justice Haynes. These are your specialty players you're going to possibly be working with your first group. A play that they love to run is H, and this is going to be your slot. You know, a lot of people be like, Kendrick Locke's not an H-back. Well, look, in this offense, just because you're not labeled an H-back don't mean you won't go out there and play the H. The H in a 10 personnel is going to be split. Yes. You're not going to have Robbie Oots or Danny Lewis split in the slot in no 10 personnel pass concepts. It's just not. You might get Caleb Odom out there and split him and let him get in the route tree. That's why I love him being moved to X. But we'll talk about all that. Here we go. Let's jump into it. So right now we got Kendrick Law. In this play, we're not gonna give it a name yet. We're gonna give it a name after. So in this play, and this is some bases, we always see motion. We always see motion early in the pass scheme, pass skills that Kalen DeBoer, he's gonna put motion on every first pass. It's never gonna be stand up and beat a guy on his first pass play. Never. He's never gonna do it. He didn't do it in all 20-some games he coached at Washington. He never did it in all 21 games he coached at Fresno State as a head coach. So I would think, being based off his interview, he's going to stick to what he knows, right? It's been successful everywhere else. Now he has even better tools to work his system. I'm pretty sure he's going to rely on seeing how this works. So the basis of this is phase one of this play, right? And this is why you when you said layering, I'm glad you didn't continue to go. This is how this play starts. This is 10 personnel. We're going to call this, what you want to call this formation, Jake? If you're on the defense, what kind of, I know this is is strong, right?
Well, yeah. Well, strong. Yeah, your field will be to the right. But I would say on this play, let's just call this a twin set.
Doubles?
With
you want to call it doubles?
Doubles, yeah, let's call it doubles. So, and we're gonna pull are we pulling H in motion?
Yeah, so we'll call it doubles, right? Because it'll end up being trips. And usually our strength call goes to the tight end side. And when I was coming up in design. So let's just embrace that concept for a second. Let's embrace that terminology. So we got doubles, right? Meaning your running back is going to shade to the strength side, which will be your tight end side. So if you call right, tight end is going to your Y in this situation, which is your tight end, will line up on the right. You follow him. Okay, we got H motion. Boom, boom, boom. And this is the basis of the play. After H motion, this is what the play opens up to be. This is an exact design play that they ran. And he'll be off the line. He'll motion through here, right? And on this look, this motion is going to be involved through every phase. But this play, you got motion here. There's a snap when he touches the guard, right? Right before he touches the guard, there's a snap. Now, with this play, to start the passing game, we're not talking about run scheme or nothing. This is a pass play. This is a forward pitch pass. Some we used to see a lot with Steve Sarkisian. Some we used to see a lot with Lane Kiffin when we had Tua Tagovailoa, Jalen Hurts, Mac Jones. Even Mac Jones saw this a lot, right? Yeah. You get the motion. And all it is you got this guy coming in motion. And all he's going to do is, and it's the simplest phase of this offense. He's going to pitch it to him in front of him because it's technically considered a pass, right? He's going to pitch it off. And what's going to happen is he gets the ball, he runs the play, but it's the rest of everything that's happening around him that makes this offense so awesome and easy for a quarterback to read. Because guess what? Not only is this basic play happening, but even though we know he's getting the ball, this is still happening over top. He's crossing over top, right? Because every play is going to give you a read option look. We know that. Going to give you a read option, RPO look. And then you also have this flare out here where this guy's kind of flaring out to the same side of the motion. Why do you do that? Create misdirection. You everything that's sitting in the middle of this field right here, their eyes are left and right instead of straight at the quarterback when you do things like this. Okay,
that's right.
Then also,
and it's hard. let me say this too,
Go
Smooth.
ahead.
It's hard for defense on this. If we're running let's say we're running let's just say we're running a 4-3. Okay. Right. We run a 4-3 defense. On a defense like this, the adjustment can be a little more difficult based on the personnel you have out there. Right.
Mm-hmm.
This is where because what you're really trying to create that confusion, right? So guys, whether it's your linebacker or your other safety, would have to slide down thinking they need to, or slide out, right? Thinking that they need to play in between now this tackle and H who's motioning over. So they're already thinking this way. But what's beautiful is they're so locked in on the motion that the different options created out of this, where Smook's about to go with this, are what opens up this offense, right?
Yep. And so, all right, so this is phase one of this play, out of this formation, out of this play. So, what's good about it is we're gonna see Miro give this ball off, whether it's a positive play or not. You want them to see the speed of Kendrick Law coming in motion. You want them to see the willingness to make this extension of the run game effective, right? You want to show that we're going to do this. One thing that's key about this though, the front. What happens up front is what will get everybody caught up and catch them slipping. So what happens is when you have this motion, right? We automatically thinking jet sweep. We're thinking some type of flood concept on the defense. We're trying to force them to think that. The thing that confirms this is when you have a guard and a tackle coming up and their first step is away from the motion. Now what you thinking, coach? You on the defensive side. You get a step away from the motion. What you thinking?
Sorry, say that again, Smook. I got caught up in one of these comments.
Oh yeah. If you lined up at free safety or middle linebacker in our defense, let's say you got the Sting and the Mike and the free safety, all of that sitting in the middle of the field on the second level, third level, right? Mm-hmm. At the snap of the ball, regardless of what pre-snap motion you saw, you seen pre-snap motions, you already thinking flood or dive or zone read to that side, right? But
100%.
When the ball is snapped and the play is in motion and you see a left guard, left tackle, and the center all take a first step away from the motion, what are you thinking?
Well, then that's where I'm thinking we're doing a counter, right? Where there's a potential for like a counter run. So, and what's funny though, that you bring up our defense, that now this swarm D425, our defense is actually made to compete against this really well because we split it down. We split the coverage down the middle, right? Mm-hmm. But yeah, so, I do. I think from a safety standpoint, when you're seeing this movement, you're going, okay, if let's say you're playing the strong side of the field in this situation, obviously is the trips, but let's say originally when it's lined up, right, we have these doubles where we have this ace package, and at the same time, right, we're looking to the wide side of the field. So that wide side of the field, that strong side, he's now moving down with the motion, thinking, okay, this is where they're heavy at. Right, and we leave this backside wide open. So, our based on a read for a linebacker, when we see these,
hold on, let me see something. I'm gonna go try to bring a defensive diagram down here. Let me see if I could do that.
Yeah.
Don't pay attention to the names, y'all.
Yeah, but from a linebacker standpoint, when you're seeing that first step from the guards and their movement, okay, this is what's beautiful is. For the offense, right? Is they are now thinking, okay, this is gonna be a counter, right?
Counter. Something's got to be. Offensive linemen are stepping away from the motion. There's got to be something coming back. They're trying to get us, and so what that does, and this is all. I don't care how they play it after that. As long as we get them to freeze and not go with any flow. If they're stuck trying to find. We got the advantage, right? That's the first phase. Now you pitch it. That's the play. We're talking about this play. This guy, he's aiming for him. The wide's aiming for this overhang. In this alignment, he will be here. I could delete names. Good. I just delete names. No, come back. I just delete names. But yeah, so in this alignment, more than likely, this is what your alignment will look like. Get a dime look out there. You got four wides. You more than likely going to have a dime look out here somewhere. He's got to play boundary, off ball. He's got to play up tight. So it's going to look like a 3-4, based off alignment on the defensive side. Now, what I will say is this. In this type of alignment, Kalen DeBoer loves this because now you're giving him man look based off motion. What you do off the motion is what the play is going to be. So if Kendrick Law goes in motion and at the snap, that corner is still falling through, guess what Jalen Milroe's first read going to be? Backside, my guy coming on the cross. He's not going to hesitate because he know the boundary corner who was over this receiver, the H. If he comes in cross, if he follows him, that's one-on-one. We might get a hot 9 with Jalen Hale. We might just go ahead and hit him quick inside because this guy got to back off, man. If he play tight right here, we giving him an inside move and going outside. I don't care. You know what I'm saying? But, yeah. So that's the good thing about just the pre-snap motion. This is phase 1, though. We're not going to get into all of that. I'm going to get carried away. This is phase 1. And I like Coach Jake being on here because he gets to tell me what, like, he's reading it from a defensive standpoint, but also understanding that we're disguising, we're scheming up this offense. We're building in levels of how this is supposed to look. So this is phase 1. This is a pass play that we will see. I'm going to break it down for y'all one last time. You're going to have your doubles, right? Strong right doubles, right? And we're going to have H motion. What we call it? H. That's not zip motion. Is that ray motion? Because you got to be ready on motion, right? So we'll say H ray, pitch or give or whatever. H ray read, however we want to. H read. We'll call it an H read. But you'll have this guy come in motion. He'll get the ball, run his play, right? But for integrity purposes, on the full outlay, you got the running back going out, flaring out to the flat. Sometimes he'll come off of that. It got to be key though. You got to let him know if it's too many in the box up here, and you still want to give that honest look. If let's say for instance they walk their safety down a little bit closer. Wrong button. Let's say for instance they walk their safety down a little bit closer, and they want to give this look a true like overload look, one high look. They want to get that look right. If that's the case, off the motion he walks down. Then you might this running back got to know that he got the hot right now. He got to know that he's got the hot, and he got to come up here and kind of try to help sort all of this out. So he'll still down block to the man in the line of scrimmage or overhang, and he'll come out and clean up whatever outside of that. While this guy one-on-one out here, he has to decide early, can I climb this and close his cushion and press the ceiling to get him to turn his hips and go with me so that everything behind me develop? Or do I get in and he's not out of his back pedal? Do I engage and start trying to become an extra blocker out there? So
that's right. And what else is beautiful out of this, and I think you'll see this a lot, your X, number one, for everybody who knows, we have it labeled this way because it's easier to understand from a X's and O's standpoint of like these positions. These guys are not labeled this way in the offense. They are interchangeable. On the roster, you will not see them as like X. You won't see them as Y, Z, and H. They're just either wide receivers or tight ends. Okay? That's it, because he likes to interchange them. But what you will see on this play, because of that X, and will now be alone in coverage based on the matchup, because this is also very matchup dependent, right? Because you're trying to find the weakness of who has a better matchup one-on-one. That is the goal out of this, right? Because once we get these guys one-on-one, we believe our guys will make the play and have the better athlete, right? Yep. So you see on this that you have a single high free safety who will now float to the strong side inside the hash marks. And I know you guys don't see it on the screen, but he will not go outside the hash. That's that I like that. That's good. We'll see that in our defense in the 4-2-5 a lot. Okay. But what we create is this one-on-one matchup with our X over here. Yep. And depending on who he's matching up against, and we saw this at Washington a lot, is this position who they left for one. They will not let Jalen Milroe pass 4 of those up in the game. They will make him throw. If he don't throw it on his own and he's the option, they will make him throw that one-on-one. Because that's what Kalen DeBoer doesn't want, a safety sitting in the middle of the field on his offense. He doesn't. He refuses to let a one high safety look stop his offense. Yeah,
so
100%. And Tyler Reeves, you made a comment, and I want to highlight this. Every offense has a great play, then you got to have a counter, play action, boot, and even trick play on that. Ooh, and that's, well, so the whole idea, right? And I'm sure you know this, Tyler, and thank you for that comment, but because I know you're throwing a lot in here too. There's a lot of people throwing comments in here, and we'll try to kind of read them as we go. We're trying to break some stuff down, but that's the beauty of this offense. And Smook's nailing it on the head with exactly what he's saying is in this offense that there are these key, I kind of said this yesterday, there's these key pillars, right? And so each play, each formation, each motion has multiple options you can work out of.
Yeah,
it's so
layers.
smooth.
It's layers right, on the field, but layers in your playbook too.
That's right.
Progressive layers, man.
It's easy to install from that standpoint. Now there are some concepts that are more difficult for guys to get down, the discipline of the motion and the pre-snap movements, right, and shifts. But I will say, from a standpoint of how easy is this going to be for a QB to read as they go through, and getting back to Milroe, right?
It don't get no simpler.
No, man.
I mean, and this is stuff that kids on the high school level are learning. And I believe Milroe has been put in 2 different styles of systems, right, since he's been in college, that are, to me, and you're talking about the concepts that were established. Like, you saw the wide receiver pass concepts get dumbed down a lot throughout the year last year. A lot of things just got a lot more simple, and that's when he was most efficient. Early in the season, with all those extravagant second level option route things of that nature, giving 2 guys. And then the first year under Bill O'Brien, where it was basically wide receivers were making their own reads in the secondary after the snap and hoping that they were on the same page as the quarterback. Like, you're not going to find a lot of success at the college level doing that. First of all, you don't have the time to sit there when kids are going to class, 4 or 5 hours out the day. Professionals, that's all they do. They wake up, they watch film. They supposed to go to the film room. They supposed to go and do this, training, this, that, and the third. They go back to a film session. They go out to eat. They come back from. I mean, that's what they do. These aren't professionals yet. You get what I'm saying? So this style of offense is why I think people, a lot of quarterbacks thrive in it. So let's play one. We're gonna call that phase 1. Now we're gonna come out. We gain. Let's say we gain 3 yards off that play. We're gonna mayday. NASCAR in the same formation. We're gonna go out in the same look. Now the same play, phase 1. We still gonna run phase 1 of this play. This is where it starts getting good. But let's say, and this is why I want to bring the defense over here. I'm glad I did that. Let me erase this. Make sure I don't carry no routes over with it.
And then, like, hey, guys, while Smook's doing this, like 100%. And we appreciate you guys tuning in. Make sure you run the thumbs up if you guys like it. Like I said, we don't do this all the time. This is something unique and different that we're trying today, and we're looking at it. We do Chalk Talk, but we're doing this kind of longer session where we have some time to do the Chalk Talk. And then obviously in the next when we kind of get done here, we'll jump into some of the topics. So I know you guys are also interested in all the different news, and I know there's another new hire recently with our health and well-being, I should say, training staff. But that's really exciting. There's a lot of stuff, but we want to make sure we're giving you guys some look at this offense and having being excited to kind of see the way it's gonna work.
Yeah.
Right? And
for all the new viewers, Wednesday, Thursday is usually our day where we kind of start diving into hypothetical topics, right? Because there's not a lot of crazy news happening on Wednesday and Thursday during the day. It's usually Thursday night when it seems like Alabama likes to release all their big news Thursday evening. So to keep from just sitting around and speculating and dwelling on like all the negative or all the bad stuff that's happening, this is how we engage. And this also helps you get a little bit more educated on what to expect coming into the season. Cause it was so many times last year where I would watch fans comment on the game and they would say certain things. And I'm like, man, some people really just don't. And it's not their fault. Some people are just fans. But this is a channel where we're trying to get you to learn a little bit about football. Not saying we know everything, but you got, let me see, who all played college ball? You played, I played, Kyle played, Sean played, Jay played. Out of the 6 panelists on this channel, 5 of us played college ball. 1 was at D1 AA era. I don't think anyone else played like Power 5 ball. I didn't play Power 5. I played at D3 NAL. Yeah. I You said what now, bro?
I played in the Pac-12. I think that's fine. Power
Yeah,
5.
yeah. Where you played at Washington, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. See, so I mean, and so it's when I'm talking, and then he's like, "Dang, he's on point. Let me make sure I go to that." That's because we got a team full of people that know what they're talking about. We don't just talk this stuff. We really love football. We know what we're talking about when it comes to football, and it's hard to sit back and watch our fan base, like a majority of our fan base, just spit out crazy stuff a lot of times. Y'all. Let me I was sharing it on the wrong screen. I had two if y'all heard an echo, that's why. Was y'all hearing the echo? And y'all wasn't saying nothing? Oh, come on. Hey, my guy James Crick says Mac attack. Nah, wrong. I don't think Mac gonna be in that thing this year, man. He got a lot of development. I like what he's gonna bring though when he finally do get his opportunity. I think that's the first finished product, like polished product, we're gonna see at Alabama since Tua.
Yeah,
like
I think so for sure.
Even with Bryce, like Bryce still had timing and things of that nature to work on, but Tua, his timing, his ball delivery, like Tua didn't struggle when he came. I mean, he and kind of like the same setup that Austin Mack or the next quarterback after Miro is going to have, a stable of receivers, a stable of running backs, a stable of tight ends. Like Tua had all those athletes waiting for him to take the position. So yeah, it's gonna be exciting. But yeah, that's why we get into this, y'all. So if y'all not liking the chalk talk as much as you liking the other stuff, we'll get back to it. But today for this segment, we're gonna really highlight this because this is what people need to see. And I'm telling you, you're gonna feel better watching the games on Saturdays and saying, "Oh snap! Here come that here come that H motion. Here come that pre-snap motion." Coach Maryland and Coach Smoot was talking about, like. And then you're going to be like, oh, yeah, it worked. I see now. You're going to be looking. As soon as you see Kendrick Law go in motion, a lot of y'all going to be looking at the screen trying to, what's the safety doing? And if Jalen Miro don't do what he's supposed to do once the safety move off of that motion like he's supposed to, that's when y'all going to be able to complain and know what you're complaining about. You get what I'm saying? Now you don't just sound like a spoiled Bama fan. You know what you're talking about. That's important to me. So if it's important to me, I want to get it to y'all. And that's what we're trying to work on here.
Yeah.
All right.
And remember this too, like when you guys do watch these motions and shifts this upcoming season, watch your own eyes. Like pay attention to your own eyes and watch how you cannot help yourself, because it's human nature. Like watch how you can't help yourself to watch the players move. That's the same thing that's going on to the defense with all this movement, right? It just the confusion that's created out of this is beautiful. And then, and I know somebody, I'll say this, somebody made this comment, I think it was Tyler Reeves, but the tempo of this offense too, because we're talking about plays, right? I'll say from a standpoint that the tempo can either go fast or go slow. And it's amazing to watch the way KD runs it in a way to confuse these defenses.
You know what? Pace is everything with this play calling style, right? And so that's why I haven't used the word tempo, because it's not necessarily tempo. When you talk about tempo, it's consistent. To me, it's about pace. So at what part of the field do we want to speed it up? At what section of the field do we want to exploit our strengths, right? So if you got if the ball's aligned on the left hash, and you got a whole bunch of right boundary strong plays that your quarterback just loves to kill, like a rollout or a flood concept or RPO with a double pitch concept, like all of these different plays, because the right side of the field is open now. It's the bigger side of the field. We're on the left hash. Let's go ahead and score on them on this drive. We sitting over at our own 35. Their safety is getting over top slow. Like, let's go ahead and play action left, roll out right with a over route from our. Let's talk about this. Just writing it up. Since we're in philosophy now, we're talking about it. Let's say, for instance, we're just having slow reaction from the free safety right now, and every time we motion away from him, his eyes go that way. So how do we exploit that without going into? We throw this play at him 3 or 4 times with everything that branches off of it, right? You throw this at him 3 or 4 times. Same look. You can even change the formation up. You can take the motion out of it, whatever. If we want to come here, if we want to start here, right? Get this alignment here. Where's my X? Where my ex go? Did I delete him?
It might have disappeared.
That boy skipping class. I'm about to go get him. Let me go replace him. Since Jalen Hill don't want to be on the field. Let's get Rico Scott out there. Let's get my boy Rico. We're gonna put Rico out there on the field, y'all. Just because this was gonna make it. We're gonna put Rico out there on the field, y'all. Since Kendrick want to play since we taking the motion out of it. Same personnel, same concepts. And this is what I want y'all to see about this offense. So you could change the formation, right? Have X ISO like we ended up being at the snap of the last play, right? But what's so awesome about this, and this is why we were saying don't get caught up in guys being labeled in a position, because what'll happen is you'll start this play here. Somebody messing with my thing. You'll start this play here, and this motion up here, this lineman movement is what'll throw the offense, the defensive line off. Because instead of everybody stepping left from center to the left, you got this happening. You got this guy sealing here. You got this guy sealing here. You got him blocking head up. You got him blocking head up. You know, you got him securing his stuff. With this pre-snap motion out here, though, you know what I'm saying? They do all these crazy motions from different spots just to keep guys from looking, like keying on the ball.
That's right.
So I love it. And then so off of that, and like we was just talking about, man, these one-on-ones are going to be attacked. Anytime you get motion and that safety is looking strong side, I guarantee you, they're going to tell Jalen Miro, attack your one-on-ones. That's the only way you're going to survive in this offense. You got to attack the one-on-ones. So the pre-snap motion is to create that one-on-one. If you can identify where that safety is covering after pre-snap motion, or if your key is the overhang guy, like a lot of they plays attack this area, attack these two areas, your overhang areas, because overhangs phase into the middle. So I love this offense. I could go in and keep breaking it down. That's why I like to have a structure, somebody in here asking questions about what if this, what is that, because I can go all day. But let's go into phase 2, man, before we keep getting carried off. So you had phase 1. Y'all remember the motion, right? We'll get motion still. Mm-hmm. Same look, right? But this time in phase 2, if alignment is different. So last time we had 1 high, right? Let's set this up for 2 high, because we just killed them on 1 high. So they got to come out of that 1 high. They got to go to a true even lineup, even technique up front, right? Meaning you're going to shade your tackles with your edges, and you're going to head up, inside, outside, shade over the center. You're going to play this honest here, and you're going to play 2 high over top, right? Mm-hmm. Let's give us a good solid alignment. First of all, let's do alignment. So let's say we got this base look. Let's say with the motion, only thing that happens is a little bit of movement. You know what I'm saying? Not no shifting, but everything is just kind of communicated across. So now we know that we don't necessarily have to worry about a man blitz. You know, we can kind of predetermine it. We can predetermine it. Comes and gets set in his motion. Now with this same motion, guess what the defense is thinking? All right, here comes that pitch play. But when the pitch don't happen or the snap don't happen while he's in motion, now they're stuck. You just created another advantage for yourself based off of 1 play that you ran on the previous play. That's for the psyche of the players on the field, the defensive players that's defending your offense, and the defensive coordinator that's on the other side. Mm-hmm. So we got them set up. Now they're looking. Now let's go into phase 2 of this phase 1 play. So you remember we pitched it earlier to the H. I mean, yeah, to the H. Y'all remember we pitched it to Kendrick Law earlier, and I don't know if y'all can see that real good. We pitched it to him, but in this pass, this is pass scale. Look at the scheme up front. You got seal, head up. Head up. He's gonna help with that, seal whatever. He's gonna hear. Let me get this eraser out, because that's what was throwing me off. That right over there. Okay. So here, and this is an actual play. Off of that motion, what Kalen DeBoer will have his guys do, and I'm gonna mark this red. This is his guy that he wants to key off of that motion, right? My mouth's acting up. I'm sorry, y'all. This is the guy he want to key off of that motion. He's trying to create some type of mismatch in the overhang areas. Y'all remember I was talking about overhang areas, and overhang, a lot of people call overhang areas like the space outside the line of scrimmage, but under the linebackers, right? Did I say that right?
Yeah.
Outside of the line scrimmage, under the linebackers or under the safeties. I can't remember the technical terminology for it, but
under the safeties.
Under the safeties. It ain't under the linebackers. I think Yeah, so all this is overhang, y'all. All this is overhang. So this is where Kalen DeBoer likes to, attack. He likes to throw a lot of stuff outside, create threats outside, but all of your space is inside. All the space that where your speed can't account for on the defensive side, personnel-wise, is usually inside. All the help and the help that comes from the second level, the third level, which is the safety. So when you create pre-snap motion, your safeties can't clean up in the box as fast. Your linebackers have to find the ball. You just do so much with the simple pre-snap motion. So off of this play, let me get my routes out here. And I'm going to draw all the routes up, and I'll let Coach Merrill kind of explain why this would work against any defense, any alignment, anything you put in it. So we'll have, instead of him trying to go and block and seal whatever that overhang is, he's just running a simple crosser. Same release, though. Because of that pre-snap motion, guess what? They're going to be expecting him to come and block. But what'll happen is he'll have the same release, and he'll end up, crossing over. This guy's job on the first part of the phase was to cross what? The linebackers. It was to cross the linebackers. He was supposed to be like your quick option. If they come crashing off the edge off of that motion, if they come off that edge that the X is leaving on, guess what I'm doing? I'm hitting the X in that window that they just left from. If they play cloud, it's good. He's occupied. He got a route in front of him that he has to shadow. If they end up playing man, even better. Now we can play. If he wins across the middle, going across the formation, and we pull it, or we don't pitch it to the first guy, the motion guy, because I keep thinking run. But if we don't pitch it to our H, and the X is crossing, we got him in man. He should be winning coming across the formation, right? So that's why this setup is good. So you got the crosser still. You got the over crosser. After his motion, he's coming out hitting the flats. Something he might wheel up, but usually it's going to hit the flats. He might have a one-on-one based off the shift. If he has a true one-on-one, you key that as a quarterback. He works him. Does he go back to the middle, following this crosser that's clearing out, that's pulling safety looks, keeping safety eyes looked at the deep? If they don't follow it, it's wide open. Like, so many things happen off of that first simple motion of the H going in motion. And then, of course, your Z, this is your one-on-one guy. That's why I said Kobe Prentice, Ryan Williams, all those guys are going to be probably, put at the Z position, because those are one-on-one guys. They win inside, outside, over top, underneath, in the locker room, at the bar, whatever. They win. And when it comes to running routes. So over here, like you said, same concepts. If you don't have the wheel out there, disregard the wheel, y'all. Disregard the wheel. But same concepts over here with this one-on-one matchup. Your Z, depending on his alignment, his read, he's either going to work some outside, deep outside. He's going to work some type of deep comeback. He might work a corner, right? Or if he gets true one-on-one, he might just release and try to beat this guy downfield. Same concept as phase one. And I think I might have erased it. I did. But y'all remember seeing that. So let me clean it up a little bit. Coach Merrill, talk a little bit about how this causes conflict.
Well, I think for the biggest thing what you're going to see out of this too, and here's my take on kind of this lineup and what we would do is, right. So with your Y, I like his pattern. I'd almost put him into, depending on if we have a 2 high safety or 1 high safety, I want to either have him cross that safety's face or split the 2, right, on your Y. Okay. On your H, who's motioning over, he's going to be your safety. He'll be your drop off. Okay, so he'll sit here on the flats, like a short out flats. Your Z can either run, depending on the matchup and the one-on-ones, and again, it will be based on what we see with our safeties in their movement. If they come down, what type of zone they're gonna give us, because you're gonna get looks out of this. That's the whole idea of the motion and shift as well, not just confusion, but to get an idea of what the defensive look is going to be. You'll see that when this season Milroe will walk up to the line. He'll go make his initial read. He'll go to clap, depending on how they run it this year. I'm sure they'll do the clap, right? And then from there, depending on if there's any movement or shifts that the defense is still trying to figure out, because they're still trying to isolate. They want to isolate. So from there, they'll look over the sideline and then get either a change of the play or a new progression. Right. So he'll get like a new progression and who's going to be 1, 2, and 3 with his reads. But what I really like with the X is dropping this X. Okay. And the X is either again, based on the read, the X there is either going to cross the linebacker's face or he's going to sit right here in the middle of the field. He's going to make his route, make a nice little, I would say like this curl route, right? But right in the middle of the field, truthfully, and can work his way almost like a, what do we call that? That kind of almost that route where you kind of get a feel for where they're at and where the hole's at, and you can work.
Yeah, you can just kind of we call it a sit route. You just go and find a space. You sit in space. That's why I put the numbers out there. That's why I put the numbers out there for the X. His first window, if he has the window to sit, that's where he sits. 2, and the third progression window should be like what the play was naturally designed for, to catch him out there in that space. But if he's getting reads, if they're keying this strong flood look, that should, if anything, me personally as a wide receiver, understanding the play as the X, I kind of want to fire off, and the way Kalen DeBoer and I believe Jamarcus Shepard are going to teach the receivers, whenever you got to cross these guys, you want to fire off to see if they're going to look your way first. You want the linebackers and the guys inside you want them to identify you. So you can't come off lazy. You can't come off delayed. You have to beat everybody into the vision. So if he fires off here and these guys, they key in and they start shifting, the point of it is to kind of open this backside, this Y up right here. Hold up. Let me do that. I'm going to get yellows out here now. Let's get yellow. The point of it is to try to, this is probably like your hot route, that trying to get that open, using all this misdirection to buy time, nullify a pass rush, and to create this look that you're trying to go ahead and get it to this guy that's just coming across, right? You're getting this guy that's coming across, right? You want to try to get him coming across some type of way. This delay, this look, this release, and everything with the Y is important. This right here is your quick check down, and it has. We talked about tempo and pace. This is part of those terminologies. Now with pace right here, this concept, you're not looking for this to be a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 drop back play. This is a 1, 2, 3. Do I got it? You get what I'm saying? This ain't you're not trying to get 12 yards of depth on this, Milrow. That's
everybody. I think Smoke froze. So like I said, we were, as we kind of break through this and we go through and you guys kind of see, we're trying to help out and do something a little different today. I know not everybody's the biggest fan of this because you guys really want to dig into some more other topics, and we are. Like I said, we're about to be almost in the second hour, and we are going to get into these other topics. There is there's a lot, right? There's a lot to dig into, and I love seeing what we have. Some of the topics, like, the Eli Gold and stuff, who our new hire is from strength and conditioning. From that standpoint, like, I really like that guy. I mean, that's probably one of the more impressive ones coming from Sanford. But we're going to get into these other topics. In the meantime, what we're really doing is getting into just trying to show a little bit of these plays. I know it might be confusing, so bear with us just for a few as we get through. Some people love it, some people don't. I know it's we try to do stuff differently and see things that work really well. And to give you guys just a look, I know there's a lot on the screen when you're looking at all the different blue and yellow and 1, 2, 3s and drawings everywhere. Okay, I'll say this is these patterns, when you look at the screen, what I was just breaking down with Y, reading based off of safety, whether he's going to split the safety or go in front of the safety, with X coming underneath Y, underneath the linebackers, whether he's going to sit in the hole if the linebackers bail, right, or drop too deep, right, or he's going to continue to cross the face to the wide field, with the Z either running that fade route, okay, or maybe going over the top, right? We could run a corner potentially, but we want to make sure everything's flowing together, because the idea of this offense is that everything, there we go, going over the top, whether it's going to be a fade or fly route, or he's going to run kind of a deeper post, like almost up the seam. Okay, so we'll see how with this, you'll see how it's layered. I keep going back to talking about layers. What it does for Milrow is, in this scenario, right, he can see X is coming into his vision. He can see Y comes into his vision. His main concern, where he doesn't maybe see as much, but he's relying, is maybe H. And there's multiple things we could do with H. We could sit H as a safety drop into the flats, right? and have them just kind of just hanging, or we could do something different with X, right? And maybe have them get behind the linebackers and again layer this in a way where it's very confusing and hard for a safety to figure out what his depth needs to be to defend this layered route. And along with the linebacker, how deep do they need to now drop?
Yep.
Because that's these keys. Like the concepts are going to try to be there to defeat this, but what it comes down to is these players' football IQ, as well as this practice. And it's very difficult to practice against this because you don't know until you get into the game.
Exactly.
And when you have athletic wide receivers, it allows them to work through these gaps.
This is an offense that doesn't just, how we've always been taught. Defense is easier to play because it's a reactive thing. All you really got to do is line up and react fast, right? You have to be in the spots, right? You got to know what you're sending and all this stuff from a play call standpoint. But defense is generally easier to grasp the concept because you're reacting. You're getting set up and then you're reacting. Well, Kalen DeBoer and some of your great offensive minds that's in college football, NFL, what they're doing now is they're able to scheme and do things on the offensive side that doesn't allow the defense to react. You know what I'm saying? It caused them to interact before they want to. So like when we was talking about pre-snap motion, the pre-snap motion makes you do something as a defensive coordinator that you don't really want to do. Because of the pre-snap motion, it makes you change alignment. It makes you think about it. You have to gamble with it. Did I want to change my alignment? And then after the snap, because I changed my alignment, does the assignment change? Now, does my rover who got walked into the spot of the Husky on the opposite side, does he take on Husky assignment or does he maintain rover assignment? That's what you start throwing in. Does the Sting become the Mike in this situation? And does he have Mike situations or does he still have Sting responsibilities with the Mike position? Like it throws all the mental side of it so your guys can go out there and be easy. And like you said, that's why I don't like to get into chalk talk a lot, because man, look, off of this play, and let's scenario for a few minutes. Off of this play, just this motion here. I'm gonna draw my route up here. I'm gonna get my route back in here. And I'm only doing this play because this is the one that I seen them running at Fresno State. So off of this play, man, and it's crazy because this was like their misdirection play. That pre-snap motion, remember we was talking about that pre-snap motion and you was looking for counter? Mm-hmm. You know what happens with that same pre-snap motion when you do the motion and this safety has seen you pitch it off to this guy? Now, guess what this safety does off of that H motion? When he sees the left guard and the left guard and the left tackle step back like they're about to pull that side, he crashes here. So now you got Jeremy Bernard crossing faces and putting pressure on the safety to determine if he got to get back, or if this safety even walking up, he sees the X start coming across faces, and you know what? If his angle is right, and this is something we teach. I know you know this is something they teach you at being at safety, but you don't jump on this until he crosses your linebacker. You don't even give him the respect until he's showing that he's pressing the sticks, right? At safety, you're a stick. You sit at the sticks and you wait for something to give you a reason to move, right? Because you're overall responsible. You're the last line of defense. So that's right. His release from that formation is important. Everything is important, but so much could stem off of it, because if we end up getting that motion and this follows and he ends up 1-on-1, like we said earlier, you're still going to have this same play, but he gets a height. He can bend in, bend out. He can release straight up. Jermaine Burton specialty, Jermaine Burton, Jalen Milroe specialty, the deep out. I don't know how many times we saw a Milroe force that deep out pass. I just don't know how many times. I mean, he has the arm strength for it, but they were keying him to do that in the wrong spots. They didn't set it up for him to be successful doing it. So knowing that that's one of his passes, I guarantee you, Kalen DeBoer, for this play right here, I guarantee you, instead of looking like it did at Fresno State with the guy running a deep corner post or something, I guarantee you this is what the changes will be. And I'm just hypothetical, knowing the quarterback that he's working with, knowing the offensive mind that I'm studying in Kalen DeBoer, I guarantee you, instead of being front like most concepts would with the X, the lone side receiver, I guarantee you they give him a chance to just kind of run at the safety, let your faster guy come underneath, right? Force, get more eyes on him because he's going to get fast to get across there. You're going to see this guy hit the flats. And a guy like Kobe Prentice, guess what you do with Kobe Prentice? You let him be a route technician, man. Give me something. Am I going to work here? Am I going to work here? Give Kobe Prentice an opportunity to really be one-on-one on your strong side. Ryan Williams, Amari Jefferson, what's my kid name? Jaron Hamilton. I guarantee you, man, you get some of these kids in those one-on-ones, route technicians, oh my God. They're going to eat in this offense. And Kalen DeBoer is going to identify that, and he's going to want Milroe throwing routes that he's comfortable with. So that's why I said the deep out, the corner, those are things that he's going to try to implement and then phase him into those seeing how to decipher the double post looks. Because Milroe struggled with that. You give you and this is what you would want out of this is what I would want to run out of this formation. Just basic stuff. Like out of the formation, no motion. I want to be able to run this with Milroe. Yeah. And then I'll let you design one. So out of this formation, I would love to be able for Milroe to be able to do this here. And I'm gonna put him on the line because this is what they'll do. They'll put the H on the line, these twos will be off the line, and then you'll have put my board out. All right, I got it. So you'll have this motion here. You'll have the read look, right? Mm-hmm. Let's get rid of this motion. You get the play action look with this running back coming across his face here. And his block assignment, then releasing out. And this here, he'll have his true one-on-one. And what'll happen is, man, the simplest thing, he'll release inside and break outside. And these two receivers here, even if his guy's on him, man, they will attack this backside safety at an angle. His aiming point will be, on the seam, his will be, 7 yards, get inside the hashes. Yep. You get what I'm saying? I like that. And you'll be like, man, how does this beat a defense? But all it is alignment. If you get alignment right there, it's hard for you to compensate. You are you going to leave your corner one-on-one, true one-on-one on that side? Mm-hmm. Or if we don't have that downfield, you're going to let my running back catch it with 14 yards of space between him and the next defender? Like, how do you defend it? So, yeah. I mean,
and two, like the other aspect of this, I should say, is they will play based on the hash. So it's going to be very much the play call. Just as any, if you know offense or you've ever coached or whatnot, you guys know it's your calls are all based on where you're lined up on the field, right? So the idea of this offense is vertical threat, horizontal or vertical spread, along with a horizontal kind of open, right? They want to push, they want to create space. So how do we do that? We push up, we push down, we push out, right? So and then there we create a pattern tree or a layered routes, right? That within these patterns and play call that allow the QB to see this smoother and based on where they're at on the field. So and good morning to everybody. I see y'all in the chat, man. There's a lot of good stuff. Any reason a team doesn't use pre-snap motion? Like, I don't understand why everybody doesn't do it. The time it takes to practice it. I think it's also, with Moonrocker, that was your comment. I think it's also discipline. Okay. Yeah. Like there's a lot of, you got to think about this too. Like it's a lot of discipline when it comes to pre-snap motion and movements with even the shifting. You got to have, because you can do it for sure. But I think a lot of teams get worried about maybe some of the penalties that could come out of it. Some of the guys just not, or it just doesn't fit with the scheme of what they're running as an offensive coordinator. So I think that's why KD is he's so unique in the way and why people love this offense is because he's made it. Yes, you have to be disciplined. He is very much a perfectionist. You'll hear about it from his previous teams and what they've said about him. Like there's an article that was pretty cool. They were talking about the fact that one guy was like half a yard off in his alignment. And he was like, well, stop. Everybody stop. And he runs out there and says, you need to be right here. Like perfectly. Okay. So he is a perfectionist and he's going to demand that of the guys. And I love that. What is beautiful about here at Alabama Saban did an awesome job of creating a foundation of discipline.
Right.
Yeah, foundation of discipline. That is very much that's instilled in these players. It's instilled in the culture, but especially within the football culture, and you'll continue to see that continued forward or going forward with Coach KD. He's the same way. Maybe he just has a different way of presenting it. Maybe he's not going to scream at your face and break a headset.
Yeah. And that's the
but
thing,
he has a different
man.
way of breaking it down. Yeah.
And that's the thing. That's why I want people to realize I'm not sold on Miro being the starter or anything, because KD is the type that he wants it the way he needs it to be. He's going to work it for you. And if you don't accept it, then he feels like it's not for you for this, for what he's trying to accomplish. And that's nothing, that's just the way of the business. But you talk about having a guy that like Miro, smart, attention to details, can identify these things. We just haven't seen it translate on the field. You got to be happy with the likes of Kalen DeBoer getting his hands on him. Something I wanted to highlight for you, because as you was talking, it just kept like I said, everything is just coming back. It's just coming back to me from like my first year of coaching, when that was 2018. So 2018, my first year as a coach, like a for real coach. And I learned something. And so this is what I started doing for my wide receivers, for them to understand how to, what the reads were, so they knew what they were trying to force a feel for, if that makes sense. Yeah. So if we call this play, and we're gonna call this trips right, I don't know, double 77 hot, I guess, 88 hot. 88 hot.
Play calls can be a little
whatever.
Can be a little more. It can be whatever you want. So
trips right, 88 hot, H flat. Yeah. Okay. So we got your two post routes on the outside, and they're not really post routes. They're space post routes. And this is something that we were talking about the other day. These coaches that are teaching these offense, they're not teaching the old school pass tree anymore. Everything is, all that pass tree stuff is for warm-ups, is for looks. But in actual scheme, you say, hey, you got to post concept, find this space. So that's what you'll see here. You'll see these guys aiming for points on the field. That also helps your quarterback knowing, hey, in this play, I got two guys aiming for these 2 points. Even if I can't see it, if I don't see a defender there, I should be able to time it up and throw my guy into that spot. So on this play particularly, and this is why I like to read the outline, the reads of how the progression will go, because you think about it. You got play action off of Miro, right? Mm-hmm. He's not looking at the running back, or shouldn't be looking at the running back. He should be looking to see what's happening with this defensive end right here, or whoever the extra defender is. He should be looking to see what's happening with them. I think we kind of shade here if we had this look. Yeah. So he will basically be watching this guy right here. Miro will be keyed off of this guy. Let me, what can I make his key? Let's make his red key. This will be his red key off of that play action. This will be his guy, right? Now, off of this play action, if this guy just sits here, guess what Miro should be getting ready to do? He's already checking off to his one read, trying to figure out what the coverage is on that backside. If it's man, these guys are rolling. He has a one-on-one with a receiver and possibly a safety or a linebacker. That should be a quick read. If off of that snap, this guy drops back, or he drops to the flats, and these guys are kind of bailing, he's kind of staying underneath, guess what Miro's going to do? 1, 2. 1, 2 right here in the flats. And by the time he comes to third read, you know what's happening if he looks at 2? Guess what happens? One of these guys got to make a decision. This hot read here and this hot read here, they got to make a decision, right? He's already occupied with helping his ISO. That's his primary responsibility. He has a running back and an X receiver to help out with on this side, right? So you're really trying to work conflict between these 4 guys here with the 3-on-4 matchup, right? You're trying to work conflict here. You put this guy in conflict by, if that's a linebacker or safety, you put him one-on-one with a receiver, one of your best receivers on the field. You get this safety in conflict by deciphering Do I play the post? Do I help my guy that's playing post over here, or do I jump on this one? Right. And this is how Texas got us early in the year. Y'all remember the Texas game when they caught Caleb Downs slipping? This is exactly what they did. They gave this inside guy the option to run either the drag or the post, and they had hit him with the post twice. They didn't open it up. So Steve Sarkisian went out there and told, I forget which wide receiver it was, but that joker came off with the same release. And instead of posting it, that joker came across with a dig, and Caleb Downs crashed on it. And guess what happened? That post, it was a man on him. He was just doing his job, shadowing. He was behind it though, and when he crashed on the post, what was open? The dig. The post was right over top, and the DB was doing his job. He just so happened to be, behind, and that's what this offense scheme play calling scheme does. It sets up mismatches, and it creates space. Coach Jake, yeah. I want you to design a play, and we're gonna go. Let's go base. And I'm gonna do this because I think this is something that you were talking about the other day too. Wasn't that you talking about the looks we get out of pistol?
No, that might have been Coach Sean. No.
Yeah, it might have been Sean then, because we was talking about
that's who you need to decide. See, I can design these offense. Well, I can say this: I wouldn't be as good at doing the offensive stuff as I am,
defense.
I look at the defense thing. So, truthfully, what we should do is see if Coach Sean can break down.
What we need to do is you got to get access to this so that you can have the defense up here, like I diagram, because both of us could be on this board at the same time, moving stuff and doing our edits and stuff at the same time. So,
I know. Yeah. I know they were talking about having me kind of pull some stuff up for the defense here.
Yeah, man, we got to get it because honestly, what I would do is, and this is how hypothetically we would want it to look, chat, just for y'all to be in tune with what we're trying to design and create here. So typically I would want it to be like, let's go base formation concept, some simple.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there you go. I like that.
Nah, because then I would definitely want I want the hitch, but he would definitely work back inside. Yeah. But yeah, and then based off alignment, like just say for instance, I don't care what defense out. This is the play I call, and this is my my play action.
Mm-hmm.
This is my play action. And then what I would want Coach J to do is basically what type of defense will he align? First of all, we'll go formation. He'll go formation. And then he'll call his coverage, because that's usually what happens. Defense calls their play first. And when he calls his play, his coverage, I would say, okay, this is the options we have out of the offense. If we're keying offense for that segment, this is the options. And then I would leave the play up there. And then he would say defensively, this is how I see Alabama covering this. You get what I'm saying? That's the type of vibe we want to create when we do Chalk Talk going forward. But tonight, we just talking about the different intricacies and how easy this is. Or today, we're talking about how easy this is going to be for Jalen Miro. We're talking about it because y'all seen the first phase. It was the motion with just getting the pitch. That's yards. That's pass yards for him. That's why Michael Penix has an extra, 487 yards of passing yards that generated, that started from behind the line of scrimmage.
I don't know that stat. That could have been correct, but I don't know that stat 100%.
What he ended up with 3,400 yards passing last year?
I think it was closer to like 4,000. I think.
Let me see. Let's go pull it up real quick, chat. I'm gonna pull some stats.
That was
up.
pretty wild. Like it was nuts.
Penix, 2023. Yeah. What was his total stats undefeated? 4,000. He almost had 5,000. I'm tripping. He almost had 5,000 total passing yards. My boy had 36 touchdowns. The amount of yards, so only 400 of his passing yards, right? 400 of his passing yards generated from behind the line of scrimmage. How many yards did Jalen Miro lose in sack yardage last year? 394 or 365 or something like that.
He sacked like 49 times. So
exactly. So just imagine if you provided plays to where it don't necessarily have to be a downfield pass. Imagine out of those 40-something times, you ran 30 plays that brought Kendrick Law in motion, or whoever you wanted to be your motion guy. If you brought him in motion, just let Jalen Miro hand it off to him and get your O-line opportunities to get set in that blocking scheme instead of throwing 30 different schemes in front of them in your first 2 drives. Like, let them impose their will for a little while with some set rhythmic blocking schemes. That's the whole difference in the development of a quarterback. Kalen DeBoer understands that. That's why you saw the growth of Michael Penix. Michael Penix never took a year. He never regressed under Kalen DeBoer. Never regressed. Yeah. Came in a little bit more raw than Miro, to be honest, coming in his freshman year. But yeah, this play design, this is a basic play design that you're going to see. The fun thing about this, y'all, and I think Coach Merrill will tell you this too. What Kalen DeBoer do, he'll use this same concept, right? But what he'll do is, let me show you. I'm gonna go ahead and group it. Group that thing. All right, so what he'll do is he won't go he won't go even. He'll go with his trips. Kalen DeBoer loves his trips. I'm gonna tell y'all that right now. He loves his trip sets, whether it's tight bunch, whatever. He loves them. They're mismatch creators. You don't allow traditional alignment when you have trips, bunch, trips, wide, whatever. They're mismatch creators. And this is purposely being done for a reason, y'all. Kind of to depict the type of alignment we'll see.
Yeah. And Ephraim, excuse me, Ephraim, I do see your chat and Tim and everybody in here. I'm seeing them. I'm trying to get to them as we kind of break this down. But I think we will see some five wide, but we'll see it in the sense of that motion and the movement into a five wide, right? Whether that's whether that's even with the tight end as well.
Let me do something for him to get him excited, because we will see this a lot. Is that Kendrick?
And that, yeah.
All right, let me get Kendrick out of here. Because this
and that will be an area. Yeah, go ahead, Smooth.
No, go ahead.
No, I said that will be an area that will be probably one of the most exciting. And Tim, you just said it: 5 wide, 3 wide receiver, 1 tight end, 1 running back. Right. So, but you also see it in the sense of like how they move and shift with the empty backfield. It's not necessarily like that's where your passing or your pass catching running back it needs to be phenomenal. As a 5 wide receiver set, I'd have to go back and look. I don't know how often
they didn't do a lot of 5 wide, but they will. That's why I was about to dress up for everybody, because I think that was a good little segue to what I think this formation we're going to see. Caleb Odom was a big news by him going to wide receiver, right? Everybody remember we was all hype about that. Oh, I got a lineup already with him out there. Bad. Oh yeah, we could do this. I like this. This is the lineup I was about to make, but I wanted to change something. Hold on. Let me ungroup this, because I honestly feel like this might happen.
And then
and this ain't.
Go ahead.
And this ain't no slight against Jan Miller, but I really think for Kalen DeBoer and I think he's going to have a lot of fun calling this offense once they show that they have grasped the basics of this scheme.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm going to show y'all this. That's Kendrick Law, y'all, just in case y'all can't see it. And then let me go get my boy off the bench. My boy. Uh-oh. What we doing?
Just run away.
All right. That boy too happy to get in the game, ain't it?
See
where did I go? That was Emmanuel Henderson. I'm bringing my boy in the game because I'm telling y'all, 6 foot people. I think people forget how big Emmanuel Henderson is actually. He's Bernard size, but he's Kendrick Law skill set. This was a guy that was at running back. When he came to Bama, got recruited as a running back, has those running back qualities in his style of running. Can be a scat back, but he was known for his power too. Emmanuel Henderson will run somebody over. So you get 2 guys like that on the field, right? And I did this because I want y'all to see the diversity of the stable of personnel we have in this locker room, in this wide receiver room. for Jalen Miro to work with in this style of offense, right? So what happens is you get guys like Kendrick Law, you put him at running back, and you motion him out there to wide receiver. Now you're not lessening anything, because when you motion him out to the perimeter wide, you got a guy that used to play tight end at X. Now you put him at slot. Do you walk a safety down and play this guy? Do you run a linebacker out there to play this guy? Because you're going to have to put a corner on Kendrick Law, right? Now you got a corner on Kendrick Law, maybe a linebacker, or your fourth best DB on Caleb Odom. You got your fourth or fifth best linebacker, fourth or fifth best corner or cover guy on Emmanuel Henderson, right, in the slot. Or you got a linebacker out there, or you got your starting safety walking down, having to commit resources. And then you got two burners in Bernard and Ryan Williams out on the perimeter. Like, just personnel wise, this is a formation that will cause problems. So there goes your five wide set, Ephraim, to get your juices flowing. Y'all know what I'm talking about? That, like, looking at this lineup, think about this. Oh my God, I almost got chills just thinking about it. Kendrick Law, Caleb Odom, Emmanuel Henderson, Jeremy Bernard, Ryan Williams, all on the field at the same time.
I love it, man. I think they're gonna try to get Ryan like the ball in space too. You know what I mean? Like, he's gonna be.
Go ahead. You were saying it.
He was saying he's probably gonna be one of those guys where to start, right? He's gonna be utilized all over in the long run, right? But this first year, as they kind of go through these receiver rotations, Ryan's probably going to be a guy they really try to drop the ball in quickly and in space to just let him get the hang of the game. Just go move, just go run, right? And then with Odom, they're going to get that one-on-one matchups. I think you could probably see him. I won't be surprised if we see him line up at like a backside single receiver when they motion into these different like trip sets or different power sets. So I think I do think you'll see Odom a lot with some one-on-one matchups. They're going to really want to get him one-on-one for sure.
Bruh. I mean, and this is just me. If Coach Smook is calling this offense, that's an easy play I'm using against everybody. I don't care who you got on the field. If I throw my five wide set out there, I'm flipping this 2 or 3 times. I might bring this here every now. Hold up, let me see. I might come on, stop. I might bring this here. I might bring this along, move it here every now and then to create more of a mesh look. Right here. But I could throw this concept just about anywhere on the field, and it's going to be effective with this group of players. You know what I'm saying? I could just about throw it anywhere. And he comes off of his post and changes it to a more of a crosser, right? And you still got Ryan Williams on the backside running quick screen hitch or in route or something where you give him an opportunity to get the ball quickly in his hands, right? This lineup is crazy, man. Ephraim, don't it stress the defense out, Ephraim? That thing, hey, this will stress somebody out, and you don't necessarily have to get into the schematics of what the defense is going to do, because when you do things like this with skill set players like this, you really just have to coach. You really just have to call plays and tell people why they're doing it, and that's it. Because this offense is attractive. It's attractive as a wide receiver. And I look at Kalen DeBoer's offense, and I look at highlights from Michael Penix, Rome Dunsky, McMillan, Johnson, the running back, the tight ends. If I'm a high school player and I'm looking at those highlights, I'm like, man, I know I'm faster than this dude. I know. You get what I'm saying? Like, that tight end wasn't fast at all, bro. He was not an uber athletic guy. He was just did his assignment at a high rate. I'm glad we got Cuevas too.
Yeah, I am too. I mean, there's comments about him. Like, I think somebody earlier asked if he's gonna now start, and no,
nah,
he's not. They did not bring him here to start. He's a great player. I'm not taking away from like him being. Yeah, he's a phenomenal player, and I like him. I like what he brings to the table. But I also think like he's here to play some maybe key roles, whether it's special teams, whether that's just competing and trying to get into a spot, right?
I think
to
you use
maybe
him in
try and
more
get
of
game time?
your 12 run game, your 12-man run game, or your
Yeah, I can see
13-man
that.
run game.
I could see that.
You got to put him on the line of scrimmage because he's the most acquainted with what you want to do on the perimeter as far as blocking. You got a guy in Jeremy Bernard who's familiar with that too. So it's kind of like it levels out the coaches not having to focus on teaching the schematics on that part of the offense. You got Parker Brailsford on the offensive line. You got Cuevas at the tight end, and you got Jeremy Bernard at the wide receiver. So you got 3 guys that are very familiar with your offense as players, not coaches. 3 players who are familiar with the scheme and what you're trying to get accomplished. And these are guys who, coming from Washington, don't come with a bad rep about their attitudes. They don't come with a bad rep about, not being team players. These are guys who want to be a part of success. So I think it's a good setup for how everything is rolling through right now, man.
Oh, I love it. And I think and we forget, we have, I don't know if you said this, but Austin Mack, right?
Mm-hmm.
In there. So, I mean, that's kind of, that's going to be interesting for the way Mack helps these guys in the room, especially with Milroe catching up, right? I think the key, there's 2 key pieces for me. If I look at these guys coming from Washington, and I would say, on the offensive side, from actual portal entries, I'd say it's Mack, number 1, from a quarterback, just really understanding every aspect of it. And I think it's Brailsford. It could almost be the top dude that we got, because Brailsford with Coach Cap coming, who is familiar with these concepts, but with Coach Cap coming in, right? He hasn't been part of this offense yet, Katie's offense. He knows it, but I also think Brailsford is going to be huge, just because if you look back and you hear what they said about him, he was key in communication, right? He was key in speaking and getting the line, making his calls. He's out there making the calls for the adjustments for the line, right? And so I think it's going to be phenomenal. I think you're going to see dramatic improvement just from that alone. Doesn't matter who's back there coaching offensive line when you got a guy who understands the concepts and can communicate really well from the center. Right. So that's huge. You know what I mean? And then, it's just going to be a lot of fun, and we're going to see a lot of it overall improvement in quick ways to catch up for those guys on offense. The beauty on the defensive side is the simplicity. And we've talked about it. I've talked about it a lot, the simplicity of this defense, but yet all the concepts you can run out of that simplicity. It helps these guys coming in, and maybe our freshmen, right, really pick up really quickly and jump into it.
Man, I was just checking my phone. I was wondering why my phone was going off. Keon Sabb just hit me up.
Woo! That's sweet, man. Heck yeah. I love that. Yeah, I hope he's excited, man. Tell him to come on the show. We'll
right. I'm trying to see how long it's going to be before I hear from him again. I ain't going to lie. I got kind of excited off of that, y'all. So he followed. Hey, I don't know if Cinco the God is in the chat, but he followed my graphics dude, Cinco. And
nice.
he just I was trying to figure out whose number this was.
Mm-hmm. I love it, man. I love it. That's dope.
See, that's what I be talking about. So y'all know what I'm about to dive into it. Shout out to Keon Sabb for joining the Crimson Tide, man. Pulling up on the gang, bro. Appreciate you, bro. Appreciate you. Look, I don't be doing anything special. I just be talking to people, y'all. That's it. I just talk to people. Ain't that right, Ebony? When I reached out to Ebony and the fam, when I finally got to talk to them, I ain't try to act like I was all big time and stuff. Like I'm inside with Bama football. No, I was like, hey, I'm Coach Smoot, man. This is what I'm trying to do. I'm rocking with your son. I like what is the energy he bringing. Like, people accept that more than like, man, I can make you great. I can make you famous. Like, I can't do that. I can't do that. No. I can't get you an offer from Bama either. So for everybody that's sending me the film and stuff, it's not that I'm trying to get your kids offers to Bama or anything like that. We trying to get exposure for all high school athletes. Like, everybody deserves an opportunity that wants to be at the next level. Everybody deserves a look.
100%. And it's funny you say that, because I posted something this morning on my Twitter for those who follow me. And you can see our Twitters here at the bottom. right? But make sure you follow us. Coach Smook's always putting out great stuff too. I love seeing the stuff you put out there. But I posted something today, just kind of to speak on that. And what I said was, there's a picture, if you guys haven't seen it, of Katie at the basketball game and a little kid coming up to him and wanting to talk. And Katie takes the time to talk to him, right? And I say that's like that Katie way, right? And it's part of the process. And part of that process is being genuine to who you are, right? Being sincere, being you, and also caring. And in the end of the day, those are two of the most important things. And great for these coaches that they are getting that rep, and also getting that notoriety from the athletes being recruited, because we can throw money out all day, right? But in the end of the day, you want to go somewhere where you feel like it's family, where you feel comfortable. Okay. And I'm really excited for the guys coming in, the guys already in the program, because that is huge when you have a coach, right, that you are comfortable with, and you can just go out and be you and perform. It's one thing when you feel stressed all the time, you're not going to always hit your maximum, potential. But when you know, I'm not saying don't fit no adversity. There's always going to be a little adversity here and there, maybe a lot of adversity. But if you got someone who is guiding you, mentoring you, coaching you to be the best you can be, not just as a player, but as a person, as a young man, like that's going to help you reach your potential faster, and you're going to perform. That's why I am so confident this year in University of Alabama. And I have said it. I do think they are going to the national championship.
Facts,
right?
man.
I feel good about them winning.
It's crazy, Jake. I continue to try to suppress that thought and try to keep myself from, not necessarily believing it, but jumping on that train. But bro, I'm looking at it now, and this is something that I know I'm probably gonna get beat up for.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm prepared to say it, and I don't care. Yeah. But the way this is shaping up, and what I know college football to be right now, and what I know for the game of football, and how the schematics of it, how games are lost and won, where they're lost and won at. Mm-hmm. I'm gonna go on I'm not gonna go out on a limb, because I think it's realistic when you finally look at the timeline 20 years from now. If Kalen DeBoer decides to make a stint like Coach Saban, he will win more national championships than Coach Saban. I will go out on a limb and say, if Coach DeBoer spends 17 years at the University of Alabama, in this day and age of college football, meaning if he could stay ahead while it's NIL and all this extra stuff, super conferences being formed, if he could stay ahead now, or if they decide to put some reins on this and go back to the old school way, if Kalen DeBoer right now is pushed back to the old school way, where kids can't just leave when they want to, and NIL isn't a factor, watch the recruiting landscape shift back towards being heavy Bama, right? Because right now it's a little bit spread out. Now you get more people starting to be able to make up ground because they could throw their money in the pot now. But when you talking about production and getting guys in the league, these kids nowadays, the mentality of this society and these kids, they're coming to Alabama. Whether they grew up a Bama fan or not, wide receivers are coming to play for Kalen DeBoer in this system. Quarterbacks are coming to play for, all your top end. These guys are struggling with staying committed to Texas and Tennessee and Florida State and Oregon, because they see this offense as quarterbacks. They're like, dang, you done went and got Austin Mack over there, though. That means I'm going to probably have to wait 2 years before I even. And that's what they be thinking. But back in the day, it wasn't about that. It was about, man, I don't care. I'm better than him. Let me go and compete. So if Kalen DeBoer could thrive in this era, oh my God.
I mean, that's the thing, right? I think it will highly be on how they continue to structure the NIL, the transfer portal, and some of this movement, even like what I've kind of previously talked about with the coaching contracts, right? But I feel good about it. I do. If he's here for as long, can he get to Saban's status, right? Especially with wins and national championships. And if that things are fixed,
Hey, listen,
You know what I'm
Shane,
saying?
all of y'all can say that. Let's wait for him to call a game. I've seen enough from multiple stops for me to feel that way with this amount of talent that he has. This ain't a situation. I'm not slowing down. This ain't a situation where he coming into a rebuild. He's not having to go and find talent. This dude has everything. Okay, timeout. Look at rosters. Let's just take the coaches away. If we just put rosters on the field right now, who's beating Alabama right now just looking at rosters? You can't say LSU, you can't say Auburn. The only team right now, you can't say Florida, you can't say Florida State, you can't even say Ohio State, you can't say USC, you can't say Oregon with just talent on the roster, you can't say Texas. It's coaching, right? It's coaching. But if you look at talent, look at the talent. Nobody's beating Alabama. Georgia's the closest thing that's probably going to give us a game, and we're still edging them out when it's talking about pure talent on every level, at every position. There's very few teams that are going to be able to hang 4 quarters with us. So when you talk about the X's and O's, the man has the second highest winning or the third current highest winning percentage amongst coaches who's coached more than 100 games in college football. The third highest. Who's in front of him? Sarkisian. Doggone Kirby Bryant. I mean, Kirby Smart. I said Kirby Bryant. I'm thinking about Kobe. I just seen my Kobe little slideshow thing go across. Yeah, I got Kobe on my screensaver. So when it time out, it go across the screen. I was like, I seen Kobe. Y'all know I'm a diehard Kobe fan. But y'all, Kirby walked into the similar situation. That's why he's at the level he's. If Kirby didn't have to deal with Saban for the past 6 times they've faced each other, Kirby might have 4 national championships right now. In his young tenure as the coach at Georgia, he would have possibly 4 national championships right now. We kept him from going to 1. We took 1 from him, and he's won 2 that we weren't a part of, or 1 that we wasn't a part of, and then the other one they beat us. Or no, they didn't beat us for it. They just kept us from being So they never beat us for the national championship, right? We got to look at the realist, and that's all I'm saying. Like, this is a situation where Kalen DeBoer, he's competing with NIL, the new kid on the block, and all this stuff. But the one thing that he don't have to compete with is having talent, getting talent on his roster.
Well, and that's true, man. I think we're going to see that, especially within like the next 2 recruiting classes where they're really his, because you can't. A lot of people, you know what I'm saying. Like this one, he did a great job of maintaining. Okay, he did a great job of maintaining what was there. Maybe a few key pieces that we left, which with Caleb Downs, that's a big one for me at least. I like Caleb Downs, but at the same time, with Saab here, you know, I like him. Like I like that from a replacement standpoint. You look at, there's a grade that just came out, and he's ranked within like 2 or 3 points grade wise of Caleb, and truthfully, I think with you look at the breakout season he had, Sab, I think you're going to see him get there, right? And really
hold on. I gotta stop this. I gotta stop. There's no way I'm disrespecting Saban. How is that disrespecting Saban, that saying that somebody else is going to do what he's done and take it to the next? That's not disrespect. If anything, that's respect. He set the bar. I think Kalen DeBoer has an opportunity to be the next great coach of college football. I don't think it's going to be Kirby. We've seen Kirby get outcoached multiple times. I have yet to see Kalen DeBoer get outcoached. No matter where he's been outcoached. He won how many national championships at the NAIA level? Then he goes in and he goes to Indiana. His first year as an offensive coordinator there. They're off. They ready to give him a head coaching job, but Fresno State just so happened to get a hold of him, right? Fresno State gets him. He takes him from going 4-8 the previous year to 3-3 during COVID, and then they only lose 3 games the next year. Every stop as a head coach, he hasn't lost more than 3 games in a season. He hasn't lost more than 3 games in a season as a head coach. Come on, guys. We got to. In a regular season, he has not lost more than 3 games. So you got to look at the proof is in the details. If he's been able to do that at every stop with less talent, it's not like he's coming to the SEC and taking over Mississippi State or Vanderbilt. He's coming to take over Alabama. So if he goes out and wins it in his first year or puts himself in that game in the first year, y'all trying to tell me that it's not fair for me to project him to be able to do that 7 or 8 more times if he stays for 15 years? In this day and age where you can go into the portal and pull guys because they like what you're doing, you can pull the best player from another team and he ain't got to wait a year. Y'all remember Saban had to deal with that early in his tenure. When guys transferred into Alabama, they had to sit a year. They had to sit a year and wait. Kalen DeBoer don't have to deal with that right now. So
No.
and this all I'm saying, then I'm pass it back to you. If y'all believe that this team can go to the national championship and y'all feel like that they can do that, if they could do that in their first year, what makes you close off your mind to the possibility that after his first year, isn't it only come on now? That's all I'm saying.
Well, and you make a great point. I say, and we all have to remember, right, with this too, is Saban built a foundation here that's not going away. But the beauty of it, and if we all think it's not true, right? Okay, here's the deal. Like, if we all think it's not true, Saban selects DeBoer. If you think he's not part of that process of who he wants, and you think Greg's the only guy who made that selection, I don't know what you're smoking, man, because you're messing your brain up.
Not that good stuff. They ain't smoking that good stuff.
100%, man. But so here's the deal. Like, Saban is very much a part of that process in selecting DeBoer. And I think he sees it too. There's no way that a coach who is so involved and still involved in the community that he has built just goes off and rides away in the wind, okay, and says, all right, just I hope it works out. There's no way. Okay, he's already talking about the things that he's going to try and do and impact to help fix some of this NIL and crazy transfer stuff and coaching changes, right? Because that's what it comes from, transfers and NIL. So going back to Smook's point, okay, DeBoer is here to build on what Saban created. DeBoer, the beauty of it, that Saban created an extra space. He bought a property with 2 spaces on it. All right. One of those spaces, or even more so as time goes on, one of those spaces, he built this amazing home. Nobody's ever going to touch that home. No one's going to mess anything with it. But just next door, that's connected all on the same property to increase the value. He says, hey, I want this guy to come in and build this home that makes sure it sticks within my core values, what I did for this program, and going forward can capitalize on the success it's already had. So is it unrealistic to say that if KD were to stay within the same time frame that Saban stays, and we do work some things out. Let's take this NIL talk and all that stuff out, right? We take that out, it gets worked out, and he stays. Is it unrealistic to say that KD, with his ability, can win more, or even equal? Even equal would be okay. Equal, okay, within that time frame, right? As Saban from national championship wise. Is it unrealistic? It's not even at all.
It's not unrealistic, man. You got Kirby Smart, who's in his 6th year at Georgia right now, and he wasn't able to keep pace with what Saban did because he didn't have the X's and O's. One thing about Kalen DeBoer at his head coaching level, and mind you, he's had more head coaching stops than Kirby Smart also, but at the head coaching level, Kirby, one thing that has been prevalent, Kalen DeBoer doesn't get out-coached no matter where he's the head coach at. He doesn't get out-coached. Either his team is just not as good as like in the national championship. He didn't get out-coached. His team just wasn't as good. Washington wasn't as good as Michigan. They didn't get out-coached because if they would have got out-coached, it should have been 56-13, 58-13.
100. That was a mindset game. That was players playing into the hype of a big game and not playing their full potential.
That's what helped Washington save face. Not them being just as good as Michigan, but believing in the concept and the plays that were being called, the scheme that was put before them. Even on the defense was getting gashed. No way a defense turns around like that and starts getting that type of production to hold them to 0 points into the last 8 minutes of the game. You give up the first 2 big drives of the game and then you hold them to the last 8 minutes, and that's when the second surge of the game. So that goes to show you that the head coach has some type of grasp on what it entails to be a winner, create winning environment, create winning attitude, right? And you're giving him Alabama's roster his first year on the bigger scene, because he was already on the big scene in the Pac-12. We're not going to disrespect, like you said, the Pac-12 has solid offenses this year, and his offense was the leader of all of that. Now you're giving him an opportunity to come down into a league with a defensive skill set and a defensive side that he's never been able to have, supplement his offensive play calling style. this is about to get ugly for college football. And everybody, I don't want y'all coming and talking about some Smook. You was right. I don't want to hear that week 6, week 7. I don't want to hear that. I promise you. Every time I get quiet, I start screenshotting. So I'm gonna bring this up after receipts all day, because 2 years from now, Kalen DeBoer, what's this, 2024? So in 2026, Kalen DeBoer will either had 1, 2, or get ready to play for his second one. Talking about playing for his second one. I'm telling you, 20.
Oh, I agree with that. Oh, I think he's got. I'm going to tell you guys right now. I think within the next 5 years, he has potentially 3 at minimum. Maybe. I mean, honestly, depending on what 25 and 26 recruiting looks like, and based on the talk that's going on, I'll say this is based on the talk going on. Like those recruits coming in, I'm going to tell you right now. Like you mature these dudes that are freshmen in this class, right? You mature these guys. You're going to tell me this class that is already getting this foundation from these dudes who are pissed off and ready to go back to work and win a national championship. They're pissed off. Doesn't matter who the coach was, right? But now you bring in this stud of a coach who has the mindset of a winner. He just wins. I mean, think about this. And with the recruiting class that's here, dude, you're going to tell me these guys aren't going to win 3?
Bro,
in 5 years minimum? Come on.
That's crazy, bro. Like, bro, Coach Saban did it with less. Like, you talking about talent. Like, he's every team. I don't think Coach Saban ever had a trash team, right? But when you talking about as far as his talented teams, I would go as far to say that 2020 team wasn't as talented as the 2017 team. To me, 2018, that team wasn't as talented in 2020. What they did benefit from was having a lot of veteran guys who were familiar with all the phases of the game that what Coach Saban wanted to run. The defense struggled a little bit in 2020, right? But the offense was just fluent. They had a general concept, a very experienced group who understood the concept. This young group of players that's coming in now, this class of 24, I mean, not even 24, the class of 25, class of 26, they're going to be that group for Kalen DeBoer. And if Coach Saban was able to set up the model beforehand and show him how to set that up, just wait till Kalen DeBoer's recruits on the offensive side have to be the starters. Y'all talking about right out year with Tua, I guarantee we might mess around and see a QB at Alabama under Kalen DeBoer. We might see a QB go for $5K in a season. That's how explosive the type of talent he's recruiting, and it's starting to pan back towards Bama. I seen somebody in the chat said it would be crazy to project. Oh, was that my boy Jor? And you, Jor, I like debating with you because you come with some good, debatable points. He said it's not unrealistic, and this is what I don't want y'all to say I'm making this prediction. I'm just saying don't be surprised, like y'all know. He says it's not unrealistic, but I'm not going to project on a coach who just started 2 months ago that he will essentially be the greatest coach of all time. That's the thing, Jor. He's been doing this for years. He ain't just been doing this 2 months ago. He's just been doing it for Alabama. He's got, if we want to talk facts, he has more national championships than Kirby Smart.
That's facts too.
He just don't have a D1 as national championships, but he has more national championships. He has more win. His winning percentage is higher than Kirby Smart's. Then I seen somebody say, never mind, I don't even want to talk about that because that's irrelevant to the topic. But and somebody said Alabama don't have to. It ain't about Alabama owning all the stats, bro. It's just the way that things are. They gave Coach Orgeron, Coach Edo, went down to LSU, right? Never coached as a head coach in the SEC a day in his life. You give him the head coach position at LSU, you give him a lot of talent, you give him a competent coordinator on the offense side and a competent coordinator on the defense side, and all he does is show up and do good interviews, create sound bites for you, and they have one of the most explosive offenses in the history of college football, and they win a national championship. Come on, man. You trying to tell me that Kalen DeBoer, a guy that's everybody, I mean, NFL teams wanted to come and get him for a head coaching position. A guy that he didn't need Alabama on his resume to go to the next level. He had options. He chose to come to Alabama for a reason. I believe if there was no talent on his roster, Mississippi State couldn't have got him. Ole Miss might have been able to get him. Who else is hot in SEC? Tennessee couldn't have got him. Florida couldn't have got him. South Carolina couldn't have got him. Kentucky couldn't have got him. It was only very few schools that could go out and get a caliber coach like Kalen DeBoer, and it's a reason why. They have a roster where he don't have to go in and do all that back end. He just had to come in and figure out how to step on these folks' property when he trying to get they boys to come play for him. That's it. How do I step? Do I step out the car with my right foot first? Do I show my socks? Because I mean, like that's all he had to learn. And because everybody's gravitating to him. Nobody's saying, man, I don't like Kalen DeBoer. His attitude's hard. Nobody's saying that. This dude has, I'm telling y'all, he might be Saban 2.0. He might be the Frankenstein of Saban. I'm telling y'all, Saban done built something here, and he's the monster that Saban has created.
And here's the thing, too, with that. Like these points, they're so spot on from that standpoint. In Crimson Wave, you say it will never be another Nick Saban. Okay, so
you're not saying that.
Exactly. That's not what we're getting at. We're not saying that there's another Nick Saban. You cannot mimic Nick Saban for what he instilled in a program. You cannot mimic Nick Saban the way he talks, right?
I'm cooking.
You cannot mimic Nick Saban in these different styles, okay? But what you can do, again, and what we go into and why this is this is relevant and why this is actually real is you can build on something that's already established. It's already here. And then you bring in a coach who there's something about winners. Go ask Michael Jordan.
Right.
Like when you win, you win. Michael Jordan was cut from his high school basketball team, right? But the dude somehow becomes one of the greatest, if not the greatest, in my mind, the basketball player of all time, one of the greatest athletes of all time. Michael Jordan just knew how to win because he understood the process. KD has a process. If you look at all people who win, especially within sports,
a consistent process. A consistent process.
Something
that they do on a consistent basis that produces the same results, if not better. You get what I'm saying? Crimson Wave said, I don't think no one is going to get close to 7 natties in this day and age in football. It's harder to win now. I'm going to say this. A lot of people thought that nobody would ever win more than 6 national championships. Coach Saban did it. Nobody ever thought Bear Bryant would get passed up. Coach Saban did it. Like he literally did it in less time as a head coach, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, that's the good thing about time and projecting things. Like you can't is only so much you can factually put on there to deny it from happening. There's so much you can put forward to come in the past though. When you align your facts and align the stats, like this is history repeating itself. Kalen DeBoer stepped into a similar situation that Coach Saban stepped into. The only difference is he actually has a lot more guidance, a lot more guidance from a success. I believe if Bear Bryant was alive when Coach Saban got hired, and I guarantee you that would have been a moment, for Coach Saban to be able to get some tutelage from Bear Bryant. Imagine how much further along he would have been in his phase of coaching if Bear Bryant, it's something to think about, right?
Well, hey, Smook, I got to bring something up. You hit something, the nail on the head with this, man. And for all you guys also, all these different comments, but we're talking like if the NIL, this portal stuff gets fixed too, FYI. Like, because we all know that the portal and NIL does create a whole nother atmosphere of recruiting and trying to win at these levels that we've seen Saban do it. But Smook just said something very, very key. Okay. Bear Bryant. For those who don't know Bear Bryant, a lot of them know the story of the Junction Boys and what a hard ass he was, how crazy he was. But let me also tell you something that you hear about when you read his books and read interviews and listen to interviews of guys who knew Bryant and guys who played under him, is that Bryant actually cared a lot about the people, about the players. Let me tell you once again why this is important. It connects into the same style of KD. Yes, we are in 2 different time frames and eras. But when it comes to caring about people, and having a process and getting people to buy into what you do, right? And you can continue to develop those relationships. You guys also made a good point. He's only been here 2 months, but look what he's already done with relationships. Okay, now give him 2 years. Give him 3 years. That becomes your face of college football. Because I saw Coin God saying, do you agree Kirby Smart is? The only reason Kirby is maybe at this extent right now in time of like active coaches face of college football, active coaches. Saban's the face of college football, but active coaches. Maybe Kirby, they talk about Kirby that way. I don't necessarily see it that way, but they would say that about Kirby is because he's one of the only coaches that's still head coach with a national championship in this era. All right. So going back, right, it's not going to be him. It's not going to be Sarkisian. Like, I'm not even going to bring up Texas. Cody keeps asking questions about Texas. I'm not even going to address Texas, man. Like, we're not talking about Texas. We're talking about winning.
Right.
And that's Alabama.
Yeah, we're not that and that's what everybody is for some reason. They're forgetting that Alabama, yes, we were winning under Coach Saban, but guess who else was winning while Coach Saban was winning the past 2 years? Kalen DeBoer. Let's talk about it. Kalen DeBoer has the same record as Coach Saban in the past 2 seasons. As a matter of fact, he has a better record than Coach Saban in the past 2 seasons. Come on now. Coach Saban has lost how many games in the past 2 years? 4? Right? The last 2 years of his career. We lost 2 games in 22, and we lost 2 games this past season. That's 4 games. Kalen DeBoer has only lost 3 games in the past 2 seasons. And honestly, he's reached the same heights the last 2 seasons as Coach Saban with less talent. That man, I can't. I'm just saying, reality or reach. That's what we're gonna turn it into. Reality or reach. Right. If Kalen DeBoer stays at Alabama as a head coach for 17 years, will he pass up Coach Saban by winning 7 national championships at the University of Alabama? Not total. Pass him up total. You know, Coach Saban has 7. Will he have 7 total at Alabama? Coach Saban won 6 at Bama. So, no, wait. He won 5 at Bama, or is it 6? I can't remember. I'm starting to have that midday lunch, need my lunch thought process, y'all.
Everybody is, man. Everybody's having that right
Come
now.
on, give me the reaches. So when let me screenshot. Steven Angle says reach. Reality. So don't let this mug stay 15 years now. Y'all stay alive. Don't be out here doing no crazy stuff, because I'm going to come back at y'all. He was playing against you win at the end of the day. The numbers, Fresno State lost to Oregon by 7 points when he was there. What happens when he goes to Washington and gets a little bit more talented roster? They beat Oregon every time he saw him. Dino, I just pulled out my arrow. I shot your point down. You get what I'm saying? Like, anytime y'all try to come at what he do, like, he's done it. He's done something to prove that he's ready for this moment and to kind of coincide with my point. Like, I can see what you're saying. He played against less talent. That's obvious. But now I have an opportunity to say, hey, at Fresno State, who's clearly a less talented team than Oregon on a year in, year out basis, right? Fresno State, they go and they lose under Kalen DeBoer, they lose to Oregon by 7 points. It goes down to the fourth quarter, they lose by 1 score. He turns around, goes to Washington the following season, and he goes and beats Oregon. And then not only beats them, that team, he goes around the third time around, he beats them again. Then the 4th time that he has to face Oregon as the head coach, he beats them again. So he's 4-0 against 3-1 against Oregon. The only loss he had was when he didn't have the better team. That's the point I made earlier. Coach DeBoer is he has yet to show where he's going to get out coached. The only time he loses is when he doesn't have the better team, or when the other team has the better team. When the other team is better, literally on the field, better wide receivers, better defensive line, better quarterback, better linebacker. You don't have many instances you can go and look at Kalen DeBoer's career as a head coach where he gets out coached. And that's why I'm happy about it. They said a couple realities. My boy said reach. Caleb and CH, I got y'all, man. My boy Crimson said reach. Jared said, nah, Jared, don't try to switch sides now. Don't try. I'm just playing. George says 6. I think he can win 6. If Kalen DeBoer stays 9 years, I think he'll win 5. I say that. If he stays 9 years, he'll win 5. Kalen DeBoer is going to be in the national championship he might one off every 4 years if he stays longer than, 4 years. He'll one off every 4 years. Y'all remember it was a time, it seemed like Alabama was playing for a national championship every 2 years, and then they would take a break. They would play 2 national championships, take a break, play 2 national championships, take a break. That's what Kalen DeBoer is going to, his career is going to see like. Yeah, EJ, 7 is a lot. You're right. 7 is a lot.
We'll see. I don't know if I don't know in those first couple of ones if he gets momentum, like if he wins, like, which I really do. I think he's going national championship. I think he wins. And Cody, I didn't mean any blasting towards you about Texas. I'm just saying we're talking about winning. I get your perspective and I respect it. but I am saying this is I think for him if he wins and I truly believe he will for this first year, I think from there he can carry momentum, and I think you do see potentially three in a row, potentially four.
Cody, I'm gonna disagree with this point is because he's not having to go and get he's not going to have Oklahoma still has to build a defense to compete in the SEC. Oklahoma is so far off from competing in the SEC on a week in, week out basis. I think Texas is too. Texas is going to get a rude awakening for competing in, week in and week out with SEC style of competition. You have to, it's only going to be maybe 2 weeks out of that 9 games, conference game schedule. It's only 1 or 2 weeks out of that 9 game conference schedule that you're going to have a team that either has, a trash offense or a trash defense, one or the other. It's going to be very far and few that you get to see that in the SEC. Now, in the Big 12, guess what you got to see every week? Trash defense, trash defense, trash defense. And then you saw Texas or Texas saw Oklahoma State. I think it was, or Kansas. Whoever gave them, Kansas State, gave them that scare with their defense. You see, you don't get that luxury in the SEC. So that's what I'm excited about. And you don't have Texas is not over talented. They're not overpowering with talent again, compared to other rosters in the SEC. They compete now. I will say, if we had to rank them, Texas is probably the 4th most talented roster right now in the SEC. You look at Georgia probably being number 1. I think, and people not paying attention to this, Jake, but Ole Miss is very talented right now.
Oh, I know. I don't want to say that to everybody, but I'm going to tell you guys what Kiffin did in the portal.
Oh my God.
I mean, dude, they dumped some money in the portal, man.
I'm telling you.
Holy smokes.
I'm telling you, bro. And so, yeah, man, I what's not factual? I'm just saying that he has the same. Nah, I don't think so, man. Because you did it in the Pac. To me, the Pac-12 was more competitive than the Big 12. That's just my personal opinion. The ranking showed that they was respecting Oregon over Texas, and now I don't agree with the committee, but if that's the basis you want to go off of, you want to bring stats and all the rankings and stuff into it, that was that. But from a skill set standpoint, I just didn't see Texas play enough quality teams. You never knew. A lot of Oregon teams, you knew what was showing up. A lot of Washington team competition, you knew what was showing up. In the Big 12, you never knew what was showing up. The SEC, you know what's showing up from LSU, Florida, Auburn. You know what's showing up from Alabama, Georgia, Texas A&M. All those teams have consistent winning strategies and philosophies that work for them. You don't have that in the Big 12. Texas and OU are the only teams you talk about coming out of that conference. So when y'all lose to a TCU or lose to a Kansas State or lose to a Kansas or lose to or play a close game with Rice, that's why people trip. Kind of like with us in USF. So I wouldn't say the jump is the same, for Kalen DeBoer coming in to coach, because he doesn't have to deal with all the extra stuff that your teams have to deal with. He's taking over a team here in the league that's dominated the league. A team that literally shouldn't have lost to your team. So
100. Well, think about this too, guys. And everybody, EJ makes a point, man. I think Texas was lacking depth. That's why they dropped the bag in the portal.
Yeah,
that's a real good point, man. I mean, but also think about this: is everybody wants to talk about these different levels of play, and be like, well, he's coming from, the crap Pac-12 again. Okay, that's an interesting opinion, but considering how good they are and the quarterbacks in there that we're ranking within the top 5, top 10 with passing yards and wide receivers, and everybody's about to get drafted out of there. But okay, I agree. The SEC majority of the time is dominant, 100%. But football is football wherever you go.
Mm-hmm.
You guys, we got to remember that football is football. Okay, so if you have a guy who's successful with these type of players, and then he continues to upgrade players,
right?
He's continued to be successful. He's playing the game of football. Why? How would it even get through the head of saying, how would you even have the thought of thinking he wouldn't be successful? He wouldn't win.
You getting, Jake, you getting like me, because it's starting to I see it coming through your body language now. You're trying to get people to use their brains for real and really think about what we're saying. Not trying to convince you to believe us or to think like us, but think about what we're saying, guys. Kalen DeBoer, whoever just made the comment, he played against less talent too. Well, that was the league he played in, and he went in and he dominated. Then he went to another league, Pac-12, with that caliber of talent that was afforded to him, and he dominated. So if he comes into the SEC with that SEC caliber of talent available to him, why can't we assume, or what evidence goes against projecting that he will be able to dominate? And he did it with Washington. Washington lost 2 games their first year. 2 games. Alabama just lost 2 games last year. And if we want to talk for real, let's look at the schedule. This is what gives me confidence that we can make a deep playoff run. This team should be healthy. I mean, all of that. I'm gonna put a schedule up real quick, Jake, because the fans.
Dude, Cody just made a comment that pissed me off.
What happened?
Football is not football everywhere. Are you kidding me?
That's why he's a Texas fan. That's why he's a Texas fan.
Joking me?
They don't talk. Texas don't know how to stop winning football. If you agree with that, leave the chat. Dude. We will suffer. If you're not here and you just hold up. Let me screenshot. I gotta do it to you. Hey, and I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you're here, Cody. Cause it's people like you that need that. Hold up. Where my fan diagnostic device?
And again, let me go back. We're talking about this comparison with Saban, okay, and like winning more. We are talking about there's big ifs. So like, I know Caleb, you get in here. What's up, man? Chris, there's a lot of guys in here. There's big ifs, okay, and those ifs are, again, do we fix? Is the NIL in this portal and the windows get fixed? Because then you get the stability back, right? That the key in this is stability. Okay, you guys we're not going to take away from the fact that it is very difficult. Very difficult to win with this instability in the NCAA. But guess what?
I had to warm up.
See some PTA comments out there.
I had to warm up. I had to get ready because I got to put BTA. I got to do it real quick. Listen to this, Cody. If you don't think football is football, you don't watch football. I can watch a high school game and watch players on the field compete at a high school level and understand that that's high school football. I can watch college football players, D1, NAIA, D2. Football is football, bro. How can you sit there? Oh my God. I can't believe you said, boy, if I could get to you, this fan diagnostic device would be so far upside your head, boy. I'm telling you, football is football, Cody. We're going to take it off the screen because you might didn't mean to type that. It was Siri. We're going to blame it on Siri. We're going to blame it on Siri. Can't you extend the same courtesy? I'm a lifelong Alabama fan, no matter win or lose, but neither of our opinions makes us right. Oh, we're not saying we right or wrong, Steven. That's the good thing about debate. You know me. I get animated during my debates. It's never personal. It's just a difference of opinion. So before y'all start saying I'm in my feelings, it's part of the persona. Trust me, because I debate with the best. I could shut the whole thing down. What Nancy Neg. Where did I learn yesterday? Tell me, Tim. I want you to type it.
Nah, man. I do gotta say
Nancy's, negative Nancy's.
At the end of the day, man, like I do gotta say, I love the different opinions in here. Exactly what I use, right? Like you guys coming in here, like Cody. In the end of the day, like I respect you, man. It comes me.
It's all fun, Cody. Trust. Nancy negatives. There you go. There you go, Jared. Jared, I bet you can't type your definition in the chat without going back and looking it up again, because that definition, I'm telling you, I'm working on a graphic. I got Cinco working on a graphic, y'all. So don't be surprised if I just print up some t-shirts that say Nance of negatives on it, bro. That's oh man, that coach that just won the Super Bowl isn't from the South. Hey, listen, and then my thing is too, this SEC, this is SEC ball type. That only accounts for to a certain extent to a few teams, y'all. The SEC has not been 12-team dominant the past 6 years. I will be the first Alabama fan, first SEC fan to admit it publicly and just say it. And it's been others that's been saying it, but it took the last 3 years for me to really start seeing it, that the rest of college football has caught back up to the SEC. For a while, it was what was the conference that Texas and them was in before they became the Big 12? I forget whatever the conference was. But before, it was Texas, USC, those guys were like the standard of college football for a stint, right? And that conference was like the ones to watch. They were the ones getting on. You saw LSU on TV. You saw Florida during the early 2000s. We didn't see a lot of Bama, Georgia hype, Auburn hype in the early Auburn did because they made that run in 2003, 2002, 2003. I can't remember. Don't care. They stink. But yeah, the landscape of college football is shifting again, and people are catching back up with the SEC. And right now, with the realignments and everything, you can't say that the SEC is the most dominant when you've had a Big Ten and an ACC champ in the past 5 years, I believe. You've had more SEC national championships, but you've also you sprinkled in your Big Ten guys, your Big 12 have been in the runnings. So it's a lot of top heavy conferences right now. So if you can get teams like Texas and Oklahoma into the SEC, now you strengthen the SEC after they prove. Because I don't believe Oklahoma's going to be top heavy. I mean, part of the top half of the SEC. I think Texas might barely make it, being like number 6 or 17. But Oklahoma, they got a ways to go, man. And Venable's doing the right thing. He's starting in recruiting, right? It's going to be what he can get that defense to do, and if he can get guys to commit to an offensive philosophy that he's running over there at Oklahoma. But Jake, let's talk about the schedule and the realism of this team going to the playoffs and winning a national championship. You talking about you starting off with West Kentucky, USF, and I'm gonna group these 3 games together. West Kentucky, USF at Wisconsin. To me, those are 3 wins, right? I
feel good.
3 big wins. 3 big wins, in my opinion.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I think they're gonna put it on USF
at home. After last,
at home, they're gonna come out there and just beat the living shit out of them.
Hey, you know what? Hey, Jake, you know what would make me happy though? Even though I think Miro is going to be the starter, if somehow or another Ty Simpson is the starter and he gets to go into that USF game, some of them pass play calls that they pulled from him because of the game situation, Ty Simpson will light it up that game. He'll drop 450 on them boys.
That'd be a funny one, wouldn't it?
That'd be
one. Start for this game, put up 500 yards passing. We're gonna pull you out for the rest of the season. Go back to the regular roster.
Now, if the board do some junk like that, I know Saban's in his. I know he trying to be Saban for it because that's some Saban stuff, right? You have a quarterback go out your first game. He go out the first game of the season and throw for 1,000 yards in one game. Then Coach Saban goes to the meet and say, "We still got an open competition at quarterback." No, the hell you don't. This man just threw 400 yards in the.
Whoa. Okay.
What are you doing? You the GOAT, but what are you doing?
That's hilarious, man.
Because I honestly believe if we go even after the Texas loss, you put Jalen Miro in that USF game, he's a game ahead as far as his progression and growth. Like decisions like that is what started making us question Coach Saban and everything that he was doing, and not in a bad way. Is he finally coming to a stage where he's just kind of the game is caught up with him? And this is off topic, but that's what I think is happening with Eli Gold. The play calling game is caught up to him. He used to be so iconic. Now you got a lot of iconic voices in different areas of the country, and they're getting discovered. It's a new wave of calling a game, and I hate that it had to come out the way it did, but it was his time, man. It was his time. So I'm happy that the university is going with another, going forward. I'm not happy with how they did it, how they did them or how he portrayed everything to be done. Because even admitting to having meetings and stuff, like you should be mature enough to kind of read in between the lines. Whoever your agents was and all your advisors around, you should have been able to say, okay, let's bow out gracefully. They're going to give me A-Day. I'm gonna be a season ticket holder for the rest of my life. I ain't got to pay for no food at the when they cater in the concession area. Like I could take that if I really love Bama, like I say I do. I could take that, But everybody got their own agenda. They got their own thing. So
yeah, and Eli too. Like he's forever ingrained in the history of University of Alabama. He has cemented his legend here, and he did a phenomenal job. And we don't want to take away from all that he's done. But yeah, there comes a point in time where it's time to move to something new. Some people know that, and Nick Saban was one of them. let's select my successor and continue to win.
Yep.
And just heads up, chat. Like, I love the back and forth today. Really respect every one of you guys. It's awesome. It's a lot of fun to have that interaction. I know there's some passion that comes out in these combos, and that's exactly why we do it, right? So I love that stuff. But going back to what I was saying, Eli, love him, wish him the best. I just maybe wish it would have been with him if he maybe would have recognized or been more open-minded to the conversation and saying, hey, okay, like, I see your guys' perspective. I have cemented my legend here. It's time to move on, right? That's a big one. Can you hear me okay, Smook?
Am I frozen?
I don't know. Did you just freeze up? Am
I frozen?
So, no, can you hear me?
I think I'm
You're not
frozen. I can hear you, but it's choppy for me. Chat, can y'all hear me good, or am I choppy? That's crazy. My last day here, the internet want to act crazy on me. That's crazy. I'll be right back, Jake. I'm gonna come right back. I promise.
Yeah, you're good, man. So again, like, going back to Eli, like, that's phenomenal. And again, I know Smook's coming back in here. For everybody who joined in and was listening to our back and forth about KD and being a winner, there's so many different perspectives that we could touch on, all the different minute details too of how that could happen or how it couldn't happen. But again, that's why we jump into these conversations, because they get your mind thinking, right? And we start to kind of see different perspectives, and we get to appreciate all those. And I appreciate your guys's. I love them. Much respect. I know you guys saw me get a little pissed off there, break a headset, and maybe pull a Saban, but no, I'm just kidding. But I have much respect for all you guys and the different opinions. And Cody, I think I see where you're coming out with that. I saw a couple of comments in here, maybe from a level of competition wise. Football's not the same, but I was more so, again, talking on my end, more so like the X's and O's, right? The schematics and playing the game, just playing the game. You're right. Like, you look at everything that happened in the history of the SEC. I mean, I've said this a few times. If you guys haven't watched it, go watch Saturdays in the South and look at how the SEC took over college football. We're not going to deny that. I have mad respect, okay, for SEC. I mean, in the end of the day, if I could go back in time, I would have probably switched it up and played in the SEC instead of the Pac-12. To be honest with you, I think for me, I had family and little siblings, and I was the oldest, and I wanted to be around for that. So the thing is that I think in the game of football, I guess is what I'm saying, that mindset and the thought processes, right? If you can go and you can apply that in the right way, okay, the right way, you will win. You will win depending obviously where you're at. I'm not taking away from talent, right? But the game of football, just the game in general, is the game, right? It's equal everywhere. So, put that out there.
Facts, man. Facts. Hey, so what we're gonna do is, we already kind of went to reality to reach. We're gonna close out the segment, and we just, first of all, we want to thank everybody for doing what they do, being a part of the team, and just being supportive of what the channel is doing. Yeah, we get some of the worst of the trolls in here, but for the most part, we like the dialogue, man. I like it. I like trolls when they know football at the same time. You get what I'm saying? Like my guy, Cody, he was talking good football, then he said football is foot. Like, I
just was talking about football. Cody did a great job, man.
Yeah,
I get where he's coming from.
First. And I could get what he's saying, because I will say that when I go to the north, like up here in Virginia, I'd be like, this ain't football up here. You know what I'm saying? So I can get what he's saying. But football is football everywhere. We just got a different standard from the Southeast and in the South, out in Cali, up in the Northeast and Northwest. They call they football, but it ain't football. I get what you're saying. You know what I'm saying? I feel you. But yeah, so we appreciate everybody. Everybody always coming through, the undefeated. Y'all already know what time it is. If you aren't a fan funder, Make sure you hit that link at the top of the screen. It's a hyperlink here on this graphic. Pull this graphic up. You can hit the QR code on this link here on the screen, or you could hit the link at the top of the chat. It'll take you to the Fan Founders link. You could jump in, $2.99. You could start monthly fee, or it's different tiers you could pay for. Get access to all the exclusive emojis. You get exclusive videos. As a matter of fact, we got a few coming up soon. Let me pull this little thing up so y'all can hear about what we got coming. And this is gonna be cool because now that they lay it out like this, Jake, we get to kind of put people on like this. So hold on, let me
see that.
Push my headphones back into this part.
Moonrock, I saw your question in here. You had a pretty intense question. I know we're finishing up, and maybe I can try to get to it tomorrow.
Nah, we'll get to it. I just do this closeout, then we kind of hit the chat before we end up out of here. Make sure you start. Is this the one right here? He says, "Is there something to be said for anticipating?"
Yeah.
Okay. We can hit that before we get out. I started.
It's a good question.
I already say that the QR code still isn't correct. All right, Steven. I'll make sure I get we'll get the right graphic up tomorrow, man. But if you can't get the QR code, go to the main page, go to the YouTube page, the home page, and it tell you Fan Funder link, support Bama football on YouTube with Kyle Henderson. Click on that and it'll take you to the same link that this QR code is supposed to take you. And y'all will get access to the exclusive videos. Exclusive videos coming up. I'm gonna give y'all a kind of inside scoop for the people that are here live, so you can kind of anticipate. If you're not a fan funder, you can kind of anticipate, and this might motivate you to become a fan funder. We got special teams breakdown coming up, and the position coaches with Coach Jarrett, special teams, and their coach Jarrett and Coach Sean. They'll be doing a hot video coming out. We'll be premiering that on the 24th, right? That'll be out. So if you ain't became a member by the 24th, you might miss it. And then every day after that, we got some hot news. We got some hot takes coming. O-line coach, QB. Myself and Kyle will be doing QB and the coach. O-line will be Merrill and Ty. Y'all know Jake Merrill ain't too happy about doing that one first. But y'all guess what he do? Guess what he do get to get on here and do? Mm-hmm. Guess who we get to do it with? He get to do DVs, and we get to do it together, me and him. So it's gonna be crazy. And this is all exclusive content. Exclusive content. William, type it one more time for me, and I'll get to it after I do this little closeout. I promise you.
Yeah, he was asking about the petition for Eli. There's a petition being passed around, I guess, and that's what he was asking about. There's a petition for Eli to keep his job.
I'm sorry. I'm gonna keep my. I'm gonna say it nicely. I think it's time for change. Me personally, I did not like, and the only reason I say that is because if you can't find the energy and the passion that you brought for 34 years up into that point, 33 up until that point, that Iron Bowl call with the Gravedigger, that was like my telltale all. Like I had been hearing him miss stuff, the Ole Miss game earlier in the season. But it wasn't. It was like chalk it to the fact that he's older. He's up there. He's using binoculars still. He has somebody sitting there next to him, kind of in his ear, telling him what's. Or now they got the headset to where the person next to him can talk to him, and it doesn't get broadcast through. Like I could put myself on. Y'all couldn't hear me for a second, right? That's the type of headset. You know what I'm saying? Like that's the type of technology they have, so they could help broadcasters in the booth. They got, I think, like 3 or 4 people always up there. Somebody's got names, somebody's got positions, somebody's got roster, whatever. They got guys up there doing that job, and it's starting to become a young man's industry, right? The new age and the new era that is going into is becoming a young man's industry, from coverage to media to actual football program operations and play on the field. It's becoming. The NBA just came through it. The past 7-8 years with Steph Curry and those guys, a lot of them coaches that we grew up knowing, they not coaches no more. Van Gundy, where's Van Gundy at right now? You have to go and look, right? You have to go and look. Where's Doc Rivers at right now? Right? Where's Greg Popovich? Where are all these greats at? Like if you're around my age, you know what I'm talking about. So that's what's happening in college football right now. And Eli Gold is a part of that golden era of Alabama football. That Saban era. He was a staple in the Saban. Came before Saban. That's the funny thing. He came before Saban, but you didn't hear much about Eli Gold hype. You know what I'm saying? As far as the media came into, Coach Saban started bringing attention to that in early 2009, late 2009, early 2010. So it's time for a change, and Eli will always be the voice of the Crimson Tide to me. You know, for my generation, I know a lot of people were talking about I don't even know his name. I'm not a historian when it comes to Bama football. I only account for what I was able to account for, and then I do my research and be able to touch on it. But whoever the game caller was before him, everybody was like, hey, there's no way we're going to move past this, and Eli Gold took their heart. So I think that the same could happen for Chris Stewart. A lot of fan base is high on Chris Stewart. He did very well COVID year when Eli had to miss games that year. So I think it's going to be good, man.
Yeah. No, I like it. I mean, it is time for Eli to kind of step down. I mean, like I said, once he cemented his legacy, it's here. He's done an amazing job, and I very much appreciate like what he did. Yeah, enjoy that. And King Family Reacts, dog. Thank you so much for the stupid chat. Just dropping a 20 spot.
That's my dude, man. Kings, you got a new video out yet, man? If y'all haven't, go check that King Family Reacts. They do reaction videos. The ones I like to get into is when they do the reactions to the like the voice competition and like American Idol style stuff. When he do reactions to that, I like those videos, man.
Freaking hilarious.
I have like decompression stuff that I do. It's either Warzone or it's like watching some Baller's Life on YouTube. I don't do anything football Alabama related now. In the past month, I don't do anything Alabama related in my decompression time, because when I hit the stuff to get into it and learn and to bring forth content, I want it to be fresh. I don't want to be off for somebody else stuff. So
I like it, man. I like it.
Man. He said dropping a 20. He said dropping a 20 spot. Thanks to the team for everything y'all do. Nah, appreciate you, fam. Roll Tide. All right, let's get to these two questions, man. I seen people
let's do it.
They had these two questions, and we're gonna try to like what they call them, hot potato. We're gonna hot potato with it. We ain't gonna stay on them long. Moonrocker said, is there something to be said for anticipating certain players developing differently on average because of the speed and strength of SEC players? That's a deep question, but it's simple at the same time. There is something to be said, because look at how players translate from the SEC to the league. Like you have, 100%. Especially in the trenches, you see those guys transition very well. It's your skills positions. I feel like you can kind of go just about anywhere and get, especially on the D1 level, you can go just about any major school and get the same evaluation or growth chart because of wide receiver, cornerback. Those are like individual spots where you got to kind of, you showcase your opportunities at that time, right? But in the trenches, a bunch of learning how to feel with everybody around you. You get what I'm saying? Bouncing off of guys, passing off blocks. I mean, it's a lot of stuff that entails that. So that's a good question, man. I think a lot of people don't factor that in when they start talking about coaches coming in and coaching these players too. So yeah.
Yeah,
what about you?
100%. Yeah, no, I agree. I think think there's something to be said. Just from the speed and strength of the SEC. I think again, like you always ponder, right? Like all about like kind of the South and how the Southeastern Conference, its rise to just dominate college football.
Yeah.
For so long now, and I think it is. You have just exceptional players who, talent wise, strength wise, down here, that when put into the right positions with the right coaches, right? That is the key. The coaches, they develop very quickly and they become superstars. And there's so much more that could be said and to touch on those different details and whatnot. I mean, there's just, I don't know what it is, but it's always been a centerpiece of the United States of America, the South, right? There's been so much that's gone on, and it hasn't really changed. Put it that way. Like, in the end of the day, as far as that, there's still a lot of attention and focus on the South. And we look at football because football was one of those things. And if you're a fan finder, you can listen a little bit to my video, and I talk about the game that changed the South, right? And that's a fan finder exclusive video. But there's so much that happened, and football was such a key staple of it, right? And football continues to be a key staple and a key foundational block in the South. And I think it's just in the weirdest way. I say it in this way: it's a standard. Football in the South there's a standard, okay. And as far as like the players and what you're getting, and so I think there's just a mindset. That's what that goes into, right? And that's why these kids develop the way they do.
Factuals. Hey, so have they put out a new college football top 25 rankings? Early preseason rankings? They put a new one out. What's that? The 8th? I think that's the last one I seen. The 8th. They had Georgia number 1, Texas number 2, Oregon number 3, Alabama number 4, Ohio State number 5, number 6 was Michigan. That's crazy. Number 6, Michigan being number 6 after winning the national championship. I think at least number 3. They ain't lost enough on both sides of the ball.
Coaches bouncing. That's a big part of it. That's a big deal for them. Because they lost their D coordinator, lost DB coach, they lose strength and conditioning coach.
But 6, man, that's disrespectful, dog. I'm
not saying it's not, but
yeah. Some of these riders, they go real hard on some of these teams. Like, you know how we go hard for our team? Some of these riders go hard against a lot of these teams. Wow. Hold on, y'all. Y'all hear the birds. Hold on. Babe, can you get the girls for me real quick? They got to come speak to y'all real quick. They hear us talking in here. They want to speak. So I'm going to let them speak to y'all before we get out of here. Hey, listen, this is what I do want to thank y'all for. Thank everybody for sticking around. Caleb King, that's the sad thing. But kind of like us, until proven otherwise, you got to give them their respect, right? Until proven otherwise, you got to give them their respect. So that's why I said it's kind of disrespectful. Michigan still got talent on that roster, man. Don't get it twisted. They might have some new coaches, but just as good as we can bring in some guys and expect greatness from them. I think Michigan with Sherrod Moore, they got the right guy at the head. They got a guy that the players and the organization believes in already. This might be a culture change for them for the better, and they might stick around for another 3-4 more years before they finally take a drop off. Yeah. Hey, yeah, Brian, and that's what we were saying. To get back to our second question, the last little topic before we close out. You got to look at both sides of the coin regarding Eli. Definitely. Let's look at it at the fact that he has done it for so long, and I said this earlier. He's done it for so long, and that's what people know Eli Gold as, the voice of Alabama. So the fact that he is so quick to jump and take another opportunity, that lets you know that he's kind of in denial. A lot of times when you're out to prove somebody wrong or something, and you got people advising you that it's probably not the best thing for you, you make emotional decisions and you jump into things. I believe if he really wanted to continue to do this, and the meetings that were reported that he even had admitted to having with them, weeks out, if he really wanted to continue doing it, and he, kind of got the direction and they told him the direction. They said that they wanted to move forward. They wanted to give him this certain day to do this, and we would reward you with this. And this wasn't just yesterday. This was weeks of this conversation based off the interview and the way I comprehended from Ryan Fowler. So you had time to kind of go ahead and start looking at other opportunities and set it up to where this announcement or this didn't happen the way you did, the way it did. But you chose to let it happen this way, and now you have a fan base kind of split. I wouldn't even say split, because I was surprised to see that like 75% of the fan base was like, okay, good. I'm kind of glad it's a new era, this, that, and the third. But I could coincide with the other 25-30% of the fan base that says, nah, he was the GOAT. It wasn't that he still is. It's just Father Time is undefeated. And even if Coach Saban saw it, I think that should have been Eli Gold sign. All right, let me buy out too while I can. Coach Saban did it the best. Nobody knew it. Nobody knew it. Nobody. We literally woke up. I remember coming back from the kids was out of school, as a matter of fact. So we slept in that day. The kids was out of school, bro. And I remember waking up and rolling over, and I had like 3 text messages. Hey, is Coach Saban retiring again? Is Coach Saban retired? And then after that, after like the third one, we got the text from Kyle, full court press. And then I looked at my phone, breaking news. And man, I was getting out the bed, throwing the shirt on, running to the bathroom to brush my teeth. So I get on and find out if it was real. And as I was getting on, like literally clicking the link to come on, that's when all the confirmation started coming in. So I don't know if we can go back to that live stream, but if you look at everybody when we first came on the stream, everybody was kind of like, Coach Saban has retired, everybody. Like, don't panic. We don't know if this is true or not, but Coach Saban is retiring. And we tried to hold on to that for that hour that it lasted. Y'all remember that chat? Oh my God. It was about a good hour. We tried to hold on to that bad boy.
Yeah. Well, I mean, and that's pretty wild, but he did a phenomenal job of just finally, being like real when it comes to saying, hey, it's my time. It's time for me to go. I just don't have the same passion for it anymore. And it is funny, the snowball effect that Ebony, the snowball effect when it comes to what happened. And you know what? Like, I'm happy too. I love this for KD. Like, KD, man, I'd love Coach KD. And we got Smook's beautiful birds.
Listen, Sky and Angel, they heard y'all. They heard me in here talking to y'all. Y'all remember the other day when Kyle was on? They started getting crazy. I want y'all to look at Angel. She ain't the one that's close to y'all. She the one behind the other one. She is a character, y'all. She will get to this camera and talk. Look, she looking at. Can she find it? Did she find the camera yet? No, she walking away. But she'll come and talk to y'all. She weird. She got a personality. Them my Bama birds, baby. Them my Bama birds. They watch every Bama game with me. And yeah, I love. Yeah, Auntie Janet changed her picture. Y'all know she had to change her picture. That girl, it was her birthday yesterday. Out here being young with your young self, girl. Auntie Janet. You know what I'm saying? Look at it. I can't wait to meet y'all at the 8-day game. But y'all, that's my little take on it. I guess. I mean, I don't really think it's much more to say on the Eli Gold situation, man. It's done. I'm excited for the next page, man. And that's no slight at Eli. Definitely the GOAT is always going to hold him in high regard. When I think of Bama football, when I think about some of the biggest calls in my lifetime, he was the voice that I heard behind it. One of my favorites was the crosser to the deep pass to Waddle when he went up in between the two defenders, and I mean just caught it. The energy that Eli Gold had, the way he just went up, and I mean just the way he would get into it, like. You didn't hear that in the Gravedigger, and the Gravedigger was probably one of the biggest moments in Alabama football history, right? It was probably, it ranks up there in the top 5, right?
I mean, it's like, shoot.
4th and 31 to win, to go ahead and win the Iron Bowl in Jordan here.
So crazy, man.
And you're telling me that's all you can muster up? And I don't think it was more so of his mental. I think it was just the physical wear and tear of what he's been doing at such a level. So I mean, at a level for such a long time. So I'm happy we're turning the page. I'm happy to been able to have lived through, what that was, 20, 30 some years, 24 years of actually knowing who the voice was, right? It felt good to be able to live through that. So I'm excited about what's to come. So Coach Jake, tell the people where they can find you, man, on social media so we can get on up out of here, brother.
Yeah, so y'all can find me at Coach_J-Mayer, and make sure you do it like capital. So capital J, capital M, capital E, capital R, capital R. Right. You can find me on Twitter at Coach J-Mayer or Coach_J-Mayer. Follow me, say what's up. Always love kind of seeing the stuff, and we posting all sorts of stuff. You know what I'm saying?
AT&T, y'all getting service yet? I was trying to call my bro this morning. I thought, he ain't pay his phone bill. So I hit him up on Facebook Messenger. I was like, with your bro can't even pay your doggone phone bill.
That's hilarious, man.
He just texted me like 20 minutes ago. No, my phone on, punk. I was just, AT&T ain't had no service. So I had to send him the touche emoji, like the touche gify. I said touche.
Yeah, look, Caleb, we did do 3 hours today, everybody.
We did. But, I mean, we the squad though. We the squad.
We had a lot. We covered a lot. We went some chalk talk. We hit some subjects. We got in a massive debate with everybody, which was awesome. You guys get to see me get slightly pissed off. That's not my max.
Yeah,
My
man.
max.
Hey, I see that if that's your max, that's probably like a
slight.
6.
That was a little.
Okay, so what was that like was that like a 5 or 6?
Yeah. Nah, I would say that was like a 3.
A 3? Oh, well, you got we got room. So
I use the mad stuff for actually
Hey,
if I'm playing
you know
sports
what,
or
Jake?
football back in the day.
You know what's gonna be fire?
Hmm.
And we're gonna have to look at it. We might have to do like a live game. We might have to do live game watch parties during the season, right?
Oh God, I would do that in a heartbeat.
I won't do it at my home. I'll go out of my norm and I
Mhm.
will go to a spot. If we could somehow find some sponsorships in T-Town, I know we can. Kyle probably just too busy to get out and do it, but that'd be crazy to like stream us watching the game with Alabama fans at Baumhauer's, right? And we just kind of have our headphones and we have our own little table, but the game is up and all the fans in the bar are Bama fans, right? More than likely in Tuscaloosa, right?
That'd be cool, man.
And then like we watching
I'm
the
in
game.
Tuscaloosa, man. I want to be at that game.
Man, listen.
You're talking about away games, 100 for sure.
As much as you say that, bro, I've been to home games in T-Town and like
I've been there.
If you working it's different because you don't have to deal with all the extra stuff. But if you the average fan there, it can get overwhelming if you don't know where you going or where to go or when to be at spots. So yeah, man, I'm the type, man. I'm gonna pick 3 out of the year, 3 home games.
Okay. I like
and
that.
Then,
no, I like that.
Yeah, and then the rest of like the other home games where I don't go, I'm gonna watch them from home. It's more than likely going to be one of the. It won't be the Georgia game. I will be trying to be at the Georgia game for sure. But yeah.
That's one I would like to live like comment on. Like you guys, like the chat, watch the game with like me and more other guys, right? And we could just talk about it as we're watching the game and see what we're seeing and see how you guys feel and whatnot.
The only thing with that though, and I hate it, is because of the delay, man. So like the people that be in the chat, they be like giving away plays. Like I did that to my Discord server. Live game watch parties on Discord. I would mess them up because I would be like 3 players ahead. And so it'll be something to look at, something to talk about. I think we could do it just to get reactions clipped and all that stuff. So, but yeah, chat. Jay Murr on Twitter, and then at Coach Smook on everything. If you go type in at Coach Smook on every platform, you'll find my TikTok on TikTok. You'll find my Instagram. Don't go looking for me on Facebook. I'm not as active on Facebook. I'm actually thinking about deleting my full like Facebook in general. Facebook is just It's become. I remember when I'm a Facebook generation person. I remember when it first came out, how cool it was. Now it's crap. But
nah, man. Like I'm on Twitter. I'll eventually do like an Instagram for you guys and do some cool stuff. I'm gonna be honest with you. I didn't have any social media before this, so
for real.
Before I even got on here, like I just joined social media. I just joined Twitter like this month, maybe like a week and a half ago or something. So, but yeah, it's been fun, and I can't wait to interact with you guys. You guys can hit me up. My email's on there too. You guys got questions or anything else? Just hit me up. Let me know. And man, it's fun. I love being on here with you guys, and I'm glad we had great interaction today and great debate. I loved it. I really did. I love everyone's opinions. So, yeah, man. What are you thinking, Coach Smoot?
Nothing, man. I'm just about to get on this phone. Y'all know me. I'm getting that phone and I start doing what I do so we can do what we do together. But with that being said, y'all, roll tide. Y'all catch us with the late tip. We got, let me run that down for y'all. I knew I was forgetting something for y'all. Let me get y'all the schedule for tonight. So tonight we got it. That's Thursday. Today is Thursday. I'm tripping. Tonight we got 6 p.m. We got Kyle kicking it off. Y'all know Kyle gonna kick it off. Then after Kyle, you got Jarek and Sean. And then after Jarek and Sean, I will be closing it out tonight. It might be Merrill, depending on what happens, once I get off of this, because I might hit the road after my kids get out of school. I might go ahead, hit the road and get on down. Because when I got a travel chat, I'm anxious to get the trip over with. That's me. And I don't like the speed. So me getting the trip over with means the earlier I started while I'm up and I'm thinking about it, the better I can get through that trip. So yeah, I'm excited, but if I don't leave this afternoon or tonight, it'll be like 2 a.m. So I won't be on in the morning. More than likely it's a 10.5-hour trip. I may make it to Kyle's house in order, in time enough to interrupt his segment, but the plan is to just travel safely, guys, so I could make it down there. And start the next page or the next chapter of this journey here. And as you all know, Merrill's going to be down for A-Day, so I'm trying to convince him to come and kick it with me. Fly in early. You coming by yourself?
Yeah, man. I'm going to be there. I think I'm honestly going to be there like a week and a half potentially now, because now I have the coaching clinic. I think it's the 5th and the 6th.
Yeah,
so I'll be there for the coaching clinic. And then from there, I think I'm going to stay that time frame, and depending on how practices work, if they're open, stay till A-Day, and then I'll take off the day after. So, just
don't be surprised if y'all see a whole bunch of crazy content and IRL content, because I'm gonna be on campuses, man. I'm gonna be on the campus. Like, we got plans here. So y'all stick around for it. Roll Tide, everybody. We'll see y'all tonight with Kyle kicking it off at 6 p.m. Y'all enjoy the rest of y'all day until we see y'all again. Once again, it's been Coach Smoot and Coach Jay Merrill. We out here, baby.
Later.